for the user. Yes, exactly. You just use the same numbers, but they change the names. And by the way, it's not just Jews. It's the secular world. That's scholarly convention. Okay, so we're talking about the 10th to the 12th centuries. That means the 900s to the 1100s. That is, we're going to span the entire era, but these are the 2 centuries that are especially associated with the Muslim-Jewish golden era. And this is the era that includes, luminaries like the Phobos of Ramos, Yehuda Halevi. The Rambam is really at the end of this period. He's one of the last of those great luminaries, and we will have plenty of time to figure out what exactly was so special about this period. Was it quite as golden as people say it was? The term that's often used is convivencia, which means the period of coexistence, which is a little bit exaggerated, but it really represents a unique period of time. We will spend lots of time discussing why it was so golden, but then it goes into decline. And that's what we're going to study in the third bubble here. This is a period when the disputations happen. Those are like staged debates between Jews and non-Jews. Perhaps the most famous of them is the Vikuach of the Ramban, who was forced to debate the merits of Judaism versus Christianity. And these things always had a predetermined ending and so on, but that's what happens really from the 1200s on, and ultimately it morphs into the Inquisition, which we'll spend a lot of time talking about. The Inquisition was absolutely horrific and incredible period of Jewish persecution, and then finally the expulsion in 1492, which kind of draws a sharp line. Right? So 3 periods so far: the ancient period, the medieval period, which has a couple centuries of high points, and then the decline from 13th to 15th century, and then finally, because the 15th century represents technically the end of Sephardic Jewish civilization in Sepharad itself, you have the diaspora afterwards. The word diaspora means scattering. It's a Greek word, and it refers to all these Jews being kicked out, forced out, fleeing, refugees. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, because there are many Jews who remained behind as hidden Jews. There are a lot of different terms for them. You've probably heard the term marano, which means someone who's pretending to be Christian on the outside in the street, but at home, to varying degrees, they're absorbing or they're living a Jewish life. The term marano used to be the scholarly accepted term, but it fell into disuse in the last 20 years or so, largely because it's a Spanish word for pig. It's an insult. And so many people saying, why do you keep calling those Jews marranos? That's the term that was appropriate, that was used for them. So other terms used include, I prefer crypto Jew, which means like hidden Jew, converso, which means convert, because many of them had already been forced to convert to Christianity. Novo Christianos, or New Christian, that was a term used at the time as well. So there's also a crypto-Jewish population in the Iberia Peninsula, but the dominant experience in the last 500 years has been that of a diaspora, all across Europe, into the Eastern Mediterranean, and into America's coast. Yes, please, Mr. Rubin.
Scholars who don't more so you can see tremendous control in our own terms.
Good question. Excellent. Yeah. So another term for the Marranos, I'm trying to go back. I wish this behaved a little better. I think I might just ping my clicker. I'm just another term, and we'll go through all of these terms and the various pluses and negatives of them later. But the Hebrew term for those who were forcibly converted is singular anus, which is the Hebrew term that means forced. It's also synonymous with the word rape, right? Because that's a complete violation of forcing someone. Or anusim in plural. Sometimes b'nei anusim, the children of the forced. That term is very popular in Hebrew. It's not so popular in English. is just spell it out in your mind, right? Anus, A-N-U-S. Right, yeah, so it doesn't translate well to non-Hebrew speakers. Right? What are these Benny Anison, right? It doesn't come across well. Yeah, so they could do it like that. It also looks kind of weird with two O's. So it works in Hebrew, it does not work very well in English. That's why I prefer Christo Jew. Well, as we shall see, though, it's hard to encompass that phenomenon with a single term because you will have a whole spectrum. You'll have people who are like so angry about even having to pretend they're Christian. And on the other hand, you have people who are happy to be Christian and which people would forget about the Jewish identity. And then there's a whole range of people in the middle between those two terms. Yes, Mr. Gross. So that's going to be after the expulsion of 1492. Yeah, we're still in it, right? I mean, technically speaking, Spanish and Portuguese Jews, Sephardim can have some rights to claim citizenship. So you could say that the diaspora ended, but I think the diaspora is a much larger phenomenon than Spanish and Portuguese Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. Okay, those are our 4 periods. Let's do a little bit of work in each one of them now, and then that'll be our scope for today. God willing, we'll have a good sense of where we are. Okay, so let's go to the very beginning of the ancient period. Here's a great map. This is the extent of the Roman Empire about the year 117. And as you can see, it is a massive thing. It encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin, all of the coast of North Africa, including the great civilization of Egypt. Of course, Israel is dominated, and they've had, as we mentioned, when this map was drawn, or what this map is reflecting, is after 2 failed revolts against the Romans, the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, and then another revolt in the year 150 to 170. Yes, Mr. Harouche. Harouche, yes, thank you. I'm filming now, so I don't want to move it too much. How about that? Is that better? Yeah, because we're going to post the recording later. Okay, so they've got a fair bit of control of the Eastern Mediterranean. They managed to have a war finally and beat the Parthian Empire. This is the whole Talmudic region here. Oh, here's the Mediterranean. Actually, I'm not sure I'm happy with this map, because it's very, very nominally under Roman control. The Parthians, the Sasanians, have defeated them in just about 75 years after this. A little bit longer than 75 years, about 100 years after this. So this will be under Persian control shortly thereafter. All of Turkey and so on, a good chunk of the Black Sea, and then most of Europe, right up until you get to the really weird Gulf up here, and half of England, half of Britannia, all under Roman rule, and of course Hispania itself under Roman rule. Then we've got, as we saw that map last week, this huge dispersal of Jews from Judea after the first revolt, maybe as many as 100,000 Jews shipped off across the Mediterranean and into the Italian peninsula here. And as we discussed on Tuesday, a small number of them make their way through the north, pick up lots of culinary habits, and then eventually settle in the Rhineland and form the core of the Ashkenazic population. But another group is also making its way across the northern coast of Africa, and they start settling in the Iberian Peninsula. We have some really interesting artifacts from this period. I'll show you some of them on Tuesday, God willing, primarily inscriptions, like gravestones, that date from the 1st century. So that means we have Sephardic Jews, or we wouldn't really call them Sephardic then. They are living in Sepharad, but they're probably from that great expulsion of Jews in the 1st century. We have them living here already in the 100s. There's a few scattered bits of information about them at that point. We also have references to Hispania in the Gemara. Rabbi Akiva maybe have made it all the way out here, but possibly in his travels. So there's definitely some interaction with Hispania, but no great Jewish communities, just scattered individual Jews. Mr. Rothschild. We'll talk about it on Tuesday as well when we go into great detail. The word Sepharad, I don't want to take away too much of Tuesday's lecture, but basically it says, the exiles of Israel who are in Sepharad, and we want to jump up and say, yeah, well, look at that. We see that the exiles from Judea are in Sepharad. The thing is, the way the word Sepharad is used there is not the same way we use the word Sepharad today. It's like, for example, how many of you guys have been to Ithaca, where Cornell University is, or let's think of a place closer to home. Oh yeah, in Long Island there's a place called Babylon, right? So that's where the Talmud is written, right? No, so it's a place name that's applied later, but not necessarily the way it's used in tonight. So font is like that too. A lot of place names are unreliable. Mr. Ghost. Yes. No, this is actually about 15 years before Rabbi Rothschild. He was killed in the Hadrianic persecutions, probably around the year 136 or 137, and this is 117. Yes, Mr. Wait, I know. Mr. Captain. The first evidence we have of him is from the 100s. Not too many. Well, on Tuesday we'll go into great detail about this specifically. But let's talk about what happens after the Roman Empire falls. Because remember, the Roman Empire is going to collapse in two different stages. The first stage, the Western Roman Empire, which is basically, this is Constantinople here, which is now called Istanbul. Back then it was called Byzantium. It's the same town on the Bosphorus, which is a little strait between the Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea. So this is how you get out, not the Adriatic, I forget what the sea is called. Right next to Greece. But this is the Adriatic area. The Aegean, thank you, the Aegean Sea. So there's a really important strategic spot here, the Bosphorus, little strait. The eastern part of this is going to stay Roman. It's going to be called the Byzantine Empire. The western part is going to fall to a whole bunch of ravaging hordes like the Vandals, which is where we get the word vandalism, because they came and they attacked sedentary civilizations, spray painted all over everywhere and stuff like that. Little bus stations and stuff, and stuff. So they Rome will fall 400s, but there you go. What's going to happen to Spain is it's going to be taken over by some of these groups, and they're called the Visigoths. There we go. That's the map of the Visigoths, hopefully. Yes. Here we go. So this is what it looks like. This is Regnum Visigothorum, the kingdom of the Visigoths. Who were these people? We'll talk more about them again on Tuesday. But basically, they were part of these marauding bands of nomads that made their way across Europe. These are the Western Goths. There's also Ostrogoths. These are the Eastern Goths. They're going around pillaging and raping and taking over territories. They sack Rome. They may have been the ones who took away the menorah. There's a discussion that happened with the menorah, the Caling of the temple. But the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, they all had their terms at sacking Rome and taking away all of its treasures. And the Western Goths settled in the Iberian Peninsula. So this is about from the 400s until 711. They're in charge of this region here. And this happens to be, wow, what is this region? So they originally actually from what would be Hungary today, and they made their way across the coast of Europe. They came down here. As soon as they got here, they put chandeliers up. They covered all the sofas with plastic. Very Hungarian. Mr. Kaplan knows what I'm talking about. But this was a really bizarre time for Jews. Specifically, The Visigoths, like most Europeans over the course of these centuries, adopted Christianity, but Christianity had not yet solidified into what we would call Catholicism today. Like they didn't necessarily recognize a Pope in Rome. They had some really different theologies that would later be called heretical. In particular, the Visigoths adopted a form of Christianity called Arianism, which is spelled with an I, A-R-I-A-N-S-M, Arianism. And what they believe, distinct from Catholics, is they believe that the founder of Christianity was not the Son of God. He was like a prophet, he was a holy man, but he was not like metaphysically different from regular people. This would later be crushed by Catholicism as a heresy, but for several hundred years they were Arians. This was actually good for the Jews because they were a little bit more relaxed vis-a-vis the Jews until they became Catholics when they began a period of absolutely incredible persecution that we will look at in greater detail on Tuesday. Mr. Kaplan. Here we go. Is this right? What do I have to do? That's a button. And if I touch this, you do it again.
I don't think it's right now you're trying to control software of the screen itself.
A-R-I.
It's probably the thing. See the three dots?
I'm an old guy. This is like technologically way too much.
Oh, how about the right above the three dots? Yeah.
Oh, check it out.
Nice.
Check it out. There it is. I spelled it. Okay. I will talk more about this on Tuesday because we're going to focus on ancient Jews on that. Let me see that. Get back. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So you've got Jews living here, and we have a certain amount of really cool archaeological evidence I'll show you, but I'm going to show you one from over here simply because it's not part of Spain, but it is part of the Visigoth area. That was pretty cool. This is a gravestone that's probably from around the year 600, and it's in a place called Narbonne. It actually had a very significant Jewish population. It's in southern France today. It's in a region called Provence. What stands out about this thing is being Jewish? I mean, it's written in Latin, right? The menorah, Mr. Koshaya? What do you see? The menorah, there we go. Okay, anything else? It says what? It's all Latin. Mr. Lipschitz, you found it? What did you say? Yeah, there it is. And I think it says, this is people here. It's very hard to read. That's definitely a shin. I think this is going to be Shalom. I think this probably is short. So this is not really high quality resolution, but I think that's what it says, Shalom Israel, which is a pretty serious giveaway, right? Mr. Lipschitz?
Is it like your wants to be accepted
Excellent question. A little bit of a tangent, but I'm happy you asked it because I find it interesting. Right. So this is also a Chabad question too, right? Like when you look at the Chabad menorahs, they're all like straight up like this, and they base it on a manuscript of the Rambam, who maybe in his own hand drew a Chabad style menorah. However, when you go back and you look at the earliest so that would be 12th century, but if the Rambam wrote it. But if you go back to the earliest representations we have of menorahs, for example, on coins, we have some coins that were minted by King Agrippas. Mr. Khashayb, sorry. Right, the arch. So you might want to discount the arch. You might want to say, oh, it's a Roman artist. We don't even know for sure if they had the menorah. Maybe they just put it on the Ark of Details as a sign. Maybe, but we definitely have Jewish coins, and we definitely have some graffiti that was discovered in Yerushalayim of a menorah. And in both those cases, they have gently sloping arms.
Attached to the wheel, the Constantine covers the seals.
Oh, there's all kinds of like clay lamps, but that's not necessarily for the menorah. A menorahs. That's it. Yeah, we have some symbols, but they tend to first century, which would have been when people would see it. It has gently curving arms. Mr. Aroshis. So this is Narbonne, this is southern France, and it says, here lies in pace, in peace, the memory and the memory, and then it has all these various names, which are not necessarily Jewish names that stand out, but the menorah and the little bit of Hebrew is a giveaway of this. It's interesting, though, to note that this is how is this different from, let's say, what you might see on Matseva today in, let's say, Queens? This is probably done by the archivists.
They showed date of.
Yeah, it does not have a date on it. We're just guessing the dates, right? What else do you notice? Like if you went to a place like ours today, what would you typically see on the gravestone? Star of David, not really a Jewish symbol until about the 1500s. Even the letters, right? Look how little people are, like all in Latin, right? And that's kind of weird. So you wonder about like how educated really. They put in something here on the bottom to kind of show, and also this up here is kind of like a token, but it speaks to the level of education of the average Jew, maybe in Babylon. We don't know if this is representative or not, because we don't have enough to compare, but you frequently see that Jews are not as educated as we would think they are. We happen to live in extremely, well, it's a weird age. American Jews, for example,
there she is.
hardly educated. But those
How are you, Miss Aquarius? Uh-oh. I'm trying. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Here we go. Welcome, Artie. Artie, do you want to play bowling? Nice bear. You're welcome, madam. Thank you, ma'am. That's what I do. Nice bear.
Why should I care about steel and aluminum tariffs? Well, it turns out a lot of the items that we all own contain a lot of steel and aluminum. This is going to impact everything from, as you mentioned, butter knives, also baby strollers, spray deodorant, fire extinguishers, baby strollers, radio, fire extinguishers, basically your entire emergency.
Woo, high five. Nice strike, girl.
More expensive to import into the United States, but also some industrial items are protected too, like wind turbines, cranes, bulldozers, also rail cars. And it does make you sort of wonder how massive tariffs on all of those industrial items are going to impact the president's goals of trying to
Look at you.
American energy dominance.
Big score. Get it. Oh, you should have gotten that. Oh, this is a tough split.
But that new store has to be built. That new store has to be built by construction workers who have to have tools. And those tools are coming from China, or parts in the tools are coming from China. And as a result, the cost of, which means the cost of your quote goes up, which means the cost of the overhead goes up, which means the cost
Get
of
it, Miss Aquarius.
the overhead goes up.
Ooh.
Everything goes
Ooh,
up.
look at you.
Even if it's not something that's directly tariff.
Get this one. And she does. Perfect.
Single drop.
Look at you. What a score.
According to Yelp, but unlike most who buy donuts from a distributor, she makes hers fresh each day again.
Oh, I gotta make the donuts.
She says the cost of those ingredients have been up donut to about $4.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, $4 a donut sounds crazy. $50 for a dozen donuts? Really? That is insane.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't like this at all. The inflation was.
That's what I'm
I thought.
that's what I'm talking about.
We used the word groceries. I really brought that word back. Nobody really. I brought groceries. Nobody knew what that word was. They weren't even using it. I started using the word groceries, and now everybody is. Before they used to just go to the supermarket. Now they go to the grocery store. I'm sorry. What was that word again? It's groceries. Yeah, a lot of people have never even heard that before, but I basically put it into American lexicon. So now we got even things like
Come on.
going up in cost. And so how does Target, RJ, compete? They're trying to keep their prices down, but they have.
Give me it. Are you serious?
Products. That's always their thing. You're not getting, but you're also not getting bottom of the barrel dollar store Walmart reject stuff at Target either. You know,
Look at you, Miss Aquarius.
that's what I'm saying.
She's on the prowl.
Go up. Or they're gonna
Yeah, five.
walk.
Thank you, man. Oh, she's gonna be tough to beat.
Putting it on the normal Target shelves, and I crap when I see it. Doesn't Target need to go one way? They need to go one way or the other, right? Yeah. Either be your low-end discount crap store, or flip and start charging prices, but bring in even higher quality products. I mean, it can't
Okay,
their model for being
here you go. Big score. Get this. Oh, for sure.
every man's
No doubt.
absolutely.
Come on.
By the way, the NBCLA report on the donuts.
That's what I need. Ma'am.
We're looking for a make.
Got it.
Watch very carefully, because this could make or break.
You win. I win. You win. We both win. Undefeated and both defeated in friendship. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. Thank you for your patience. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Policy updates from the Trump administration. The U.S.
Willing.
Given an anti-American, and Jake Paul said to face current WBA lightweight champ Gervonta Tank Davis in an exhibition boxing match in Atlanta. It'll be streamed live on Netflix November 14th. Now we're headed to a crash on the 405 in Torrance.
Heading southbound just before Crenshaw. You'll see that taking up the carpool lane. It's a heavy ride as you take away from the 105. And if you're on the 91 westbound in Long Beach just before Cherry, we got a stall that's stuck in the middle lane that's slowing you down from Lakewood Boulevard. And the traffic if you're on the 15 southbound in Ontario coming across the 10, it's going to be a slow ride there until you get past the 60 with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
There's a little sickness in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Women Mile from Aaron Mackey, this is Epic Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Epic Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Epic Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. The old but certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos and violence.
Never in a million years would you think that you'd see your parents' house taped off, the farm taped off by that yellow tape.
It was a very brutal crime scene, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now, completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or hypnotism is real?
You will use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control.
What's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe.
We have answers for you in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Chan, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is 11-year vet in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory developed with this.
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of Their Era.
I'm Trevon Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests.
We will break down who is the greatest of their era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of Their Era on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the John Cobelt Show tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the 36th anniversary of the day they blew their parents' heads off, Eric and Lyle Menendez were preparing for their parole hearing. And we'll see what comes of it tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobelt Show.
Hey, good evening, Chris Bill, KFI AM 640. Listen anytime on demand. iHeartRadio app. In for Mo Kelly tonight. Always a pleasure being with you. Normally, you'll catch me doing a show on Sundays, but this week in for Mo, and so I have this opportunity not only talking about this, but also to remind you that Gary and Shannon are broadcasting live tomorrow morning starting at 9 from BJ's Restaurant Brewhouse, Huntington Beach. 16060 Beach Boulevard. That's all I'm going to say there. 16060 Beach Boulevard. Come on down for your chance to win surprises like BJ's gift cards, Dodgers and Chargers tickets, and Gary and Shannon swag. Nice. That's going on at BJ's Restaurant Brewhouse, Huntington Beach tomorrow. So normally I'm in on Sunday, which I just love doing. Gets me, I'm doing a lot of crap my wife wants me to do on weekends. Then for something I really want to do, I'll take which is super, and I'm so appreciative of everybody for allowing me to do that. Otherwise, it's a perfect excuse to get out and do something. But at the end of that show, I have a very brief moment that I get to talk with Dr. Wendy Walsh. If you haven't caught her show, she's on at 7 o'clock on Sundays. Dr. Wendy does Dr. Wendy After Hours. She talks about relationships, the sort of human evolution, and how our mind. To all of you guys, it's pretty nice. entire weekend is just 5 minutes I spent talking with her. And I always try to have something ready to go. And there's a good chance that this weekend I'll bring this up as well. Because when you think of trying to find that perfect mate, what is one thing that is incredibly important? What is it? No. One thing is Mark running down this, or is he busy shopping his Target catalog? Okay. What's the one thing that's really important? Like, the most important thing when it comes to finding that relationship? I ain't saying shit cold, she ain't messing with no pro. I ain't saying shit cold. Now, Robin, when it came to you and your wife, you were like, wow, you're hot and you have a lot of money, right? Come on. That's what I did. I was like, that makes sense. Yeah, look. That's why I'm like single, because I didn't go for money first. I was starting to think of like being able to talk, You're so dumb. You're so dumb. This is, I mean, that's you're a true person. You are an incredibly honest and authentic individual. Unfortunately, part of that authenticity is ignorance. No. Let me tell you what happened when I met my wife. So my wife was desperate. All right, she was in her early 30s. She had 3 kids. She had recently gotten divorced, and I come along. I'm an unattractive guy. I was in my mid-20s. I was younger than her, and I was broke. She had money, but she needed somebody who was fun, and the opposite of her ex-husband. And she wasn't so worried about whether or not I could provide money because she had enough. She had a pretty good job. She was concerned about somebody that could provide emotional support for her family. Cha-ching! Boom! I cashed in. Love it. 21 years later, she's still the breadwinner. Boom! Now, that's very upsetting to her because she thought at some point that I would show that I have some sort of an aptitude to make money. She's wrong. It's called hypergamy. Are you familiar with hypergamy? Some call it marrying up. Others call it gold digging. And that is creating a long-term or romantic relationship with somebody who has higher status in a certain way or a value. And so this has become a thing now, I guess. That, of course, since we have social media, everybody's talking about how miserable people are who marry for money. In fact, I found this dude who was doing this podcast called Come On Man Podcast, and he played a brief snippet of a woman who was regretting her decision.
A few years ago, I thought that I had it all, and there was something missing from my life. So
this is your girl.
I did things with the guy who treated me like a princess and would have been the best husband. And I started chasing this feeling that was never matched.
That unexplained feeling.
This is the dude from the Come On Man podcast.
That she could do better. That's called hypergamy.
Yes.
Red pill guys have been talking about it for years.
I don't know what that is. What is a red pill guy? It sounds to me like I know that you're right. If they can take the red pill, you can be broke, or take the red pill, you can go and live in the rich world. Okay, here it is. It's controversial ideology. You're right. It does originate from Matrix. You're 100% right. It promotes toxic masculinity and anti-feminism, particularly within certain online communities. Oh, okay. Red pill guys, individuals who identify as red pill guys, typically, thank you to Nick, by the way, for coming up with the answer, typically advocate for misguided approaches to dating and gender roles, viewing women through the lens of skepticism and entitlement. Signs that a man may be deep in red pill thinking include extreme views on masculinity, disdain for feminism, and a belief in male superiority. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's consistent, right? Okay. Or jerks. I mean, those are jerks. Right. Yeah. That was a bad pill to take. Yeah, in the Matrix. Well, the red pill gives you the choice. You can see reality. You take the red pill. No, that was the blue pill. The blue pill is the one where you can break free of the Matrix, which was that sick, twisted society that you're caught up in.
I was thinking of a different blue pill, but all right.
That's a different. Yes, very good. I have nothing witty to say. Very good. I appreciate you. Very good. All right, so he says that dudes are like, oh, women are so dumb.
It's the woman's biological need to always look for the best possible mate she can find.
Yeah.
A lot of women are always looking to trade up. It's biology. It's psychology. It's in their DNA. It's science. It's also one of the reasons why a lot of modern women will never be truly happy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, wow. Right. So the guy from the Come On Man podcast says women will never really be happy because they value money. What he's missing is the reason that people try to marry up is about security, right? It's about stability. It's not about I want to have more money. I want to have more time on the yachts or whatever else it is. It's about marrying security. What's the name of the podcast again? Come On Man. I feel like the placement of the comma might be important. Okay. Also, you said you use Bing. Yeah, I think that alphas don't use Bing. I think it. You know alpha. What is above an alpha? That's me. You think? Yeah. Exactly right. Very good.
Below it, right?
Something below it? An alpha? Yeah. No, alpha is supposed to be the top dog, and I'm above that. So whatever's above alpha. Yeah. I'm a Gen X, so take that, Gen Alpha. Stick it. Like, by the way, speaking of generations, how about the Boo C generation? That is next. Chris Merrill with Poke Kelly, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, Mark Ryder live, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning that started today and runs into the weekend. Triple-digit temps are forecast across Southern California. Dr. Ariel Cohen of the Weather Service says parts of the San Fernando Valley could get as hot as 108, with desert areas even hotter.
Temperatures this warm will be capable of creating an environment where extreme heat-related illnesses and even fatalities are a possibility.
Urge people to stay hydrated and stay inside with air conditioning if possible. The husband of a woman found dead in the Angeles National Forest has left the country.
The body of Lancaster resident Shayla Gutierrez was found on Saturday. The LA County Sheriff's Department believes her husband, suspected of killing her, has fled to Peru. Gutierrez's family says Josimar Cabrera kept changing his story ever since his wife went missing more than a week ago. First he claimed ICE took her, then he said she left with another man, then he said she'd been in an accident. Authorities say video shows Cabrera dragging something large wrapped in fabric. Gutierrez's body was found wrapped in similar material. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
A candlelight vigil was scheduled at Lancaster City Hall at 4:30 today. It will now cost gamers more to buy a PlayStation 5. Sony announced prices for each model of popular video game console will go up by $50 in the U.S. starting tomorrow. The standard PS5 model will now cost $550. And a new Reuters Ipsos poll shows most Americans want the UN to recognize Palestine as a state. 58% support recognition, and nearly two-thirds say the U.S. should send food aid. The results come as close allies like the UK, France, and Canada move toward recognizing Palestinian statehood. Southland weather from KFI mostly clear tonight with lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, highs in the mid-90s, up to 110 in the valleys, 105 in the AB and IB, and mid-80s at the beaches. It'll be just as hot Friday and Saturday, then drop just a few degrees on Sunday. It is 78 right now in Irvine's, 84 in Santa Clarita, and we have a crash on the 105 in Inglewood.
That's heading westbound right at Crenshaw. It's just been cleared out of the right lane. Your drive is recovering as you make your way from about Vermont's Avenue. And as you travel on the 10 eastbound, you're seeing some delays out of West LA. Once you get past the 405, it's a slow ride there into downtown. It starts to clear up as you approach the 110. And we have a work zone on the 5 that's southbound at Permanent Lake. From Vista del Lago to Lake Hughes Road, the right lane's coned off, scheduled until 6 in the morning. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
This land is tell. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Women Dialed from Aaron Mankey, this is Havoc, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havoc on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Taylor Swift's new album, The Life of a Showgirl, comes out next month, and in addition to streaming and vinyl, it'll also be available on cassette. The cassette tape as a medium has fallen by the wayside from its heyday in the 80s, but has been making somewhat of a comeback recently. Country superstar Morgan Wallen reportedly won't be submitting his latest album for the 2026 Grammy Awards. Multiple reports say Wallen and his team will not be putting up "I'm the Problem" that spent 11 non-consecutive weeks on top of the Billboard 200 chart. Stranger Things creators Matt and Ross Duffer are leaving Netflix for Paramount. The brothers signing a 4-year exclusive deal with the studio. It begins when their Netflix deal expires in April. Any projects made by the Duffers will be developed by their production company, Upside Down Pictures. The first part of the final season of Stranger Things releases November 26th. Archie and gang will soon make the jump from comic books to the big screen. Universal Pictures is developing a movie based on the long-running comic book franchise. It's set to be produced by Spider-Verse producers Phil Lord and Christopher Miller with a script from comic book writer Tom King. Singer Tamar Braxton says she almost died over the weekend. She posted to Instagram stories that she was found in a pool of blood with a face injury, including a fractured nose and missing teeth. Braxton, who has been dealing with health issues over the past few years, says she's not sure what caused the incident. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
The expanding circulation of Hurricane Aaron is expected to bring tropical storm conditions to the Outer Banks through Thursday, according to the National Weather Service. Life-threatening surf and rip currents will be churning up and down the East Coast through the next couple of days. Thunderstorms with locally heavy rain and some flash flood threats to portions of the east to south-central U.S. A surge of 1 to 3 feet is expected through coastal Virginia and the Carolinas. Stormy weather in store for New England, Southwest through the Mid-Atlantic, Appalachians, Tennessee, lower Mississippi valleys, and into the southern plains. Dangerous heat expanding over the Southwest over the next few days. Heat-related warnings and advisories are in effect across much of Southern California. Highs are climbing into the 90s and 100s, and across the desert Southwest, highs climb well into the 110s. Temperatures also warming across the Pacific Northwest. In South Florida, it's extremely hot and muggy as temperatures hit the triple digits. That's your national forecast. I'm Monica Nelson.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Poehler, and I'm launching a new podcast called Good Hang. And in preparation, I asked some of my friends to send me some videos and give me some tips.
Just be yourself and just
You're going to do this, really do it. Commit to it. Don't be the celebrity that this is your like 6 thing you're doing. Have a good podcast. Keep your proofreading.
Hey, you got this gig, girl. It's so fabulous. So glad you're working.
So for me, I have true crime and cooking podcasts. Is there any way you can combine the two? Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for Good Hang. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hello, everyone. It's Billy Corgan here. Welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I came before Lady Gaga, so I don't know how I can be the original Lady anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives.
Who's the most creative national thing I can call?
elements of fans. Core changes, man.
Now we're on the Today Show. We got these big moments.
We're definitely cracking the zeitgeist.
Right, but am I going to get away with it?
Join me on The Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Way back in 1440, Gutenberg's printing press sounded terrible. In 1922, Earl C. Anthony created KFI. KFI in Los Angeles. It also sounded terrible. Rock on now. KFI on the iHeartRadio app brings you digital sound. From the dulcet tones of Tim Conway Jr. To the warm, comforting siren song that is Shannon Farron. If you haven't heard KFI on the free iHeartRadio app, you haven't heard KFI. Broadcasting with 50,000 watts of power. Live everywhere in living color on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Chris Maryland from Oak County tonight. Listen anytime on demand, the iHeartRadio app. Make sure you join Gary and Shannon tomorrow, broadcasting live starting at 9 a.m. from BJ's Restaurant Brewhouse in Huntington Beach. 16016 Beach Boulevard. Come on down for your chance to win some prizes like BJ's gift cards, Dodgers and Chargers tickets, and Gary and Shannon swag. There you go. I would be there if I could. I have a real job. All right. There was a Reddit passage when we were young, and that was when we had our first alcohol. Some of the first alcohol was a gateway to this one for the rest of your teens, early 20s. To be honest, never found myself intoxicated until I was 29 years old. And for a guy who's, is that something? For a guy who's kind of a loud you would have thought that I would have vibed earlier on. But I always thought, one, I was a bit of a goody two-shoes. And two, I was afraid. I was afraid. Yeah, I was afraid that if I drank, I was already lacking inhibition again. Right? I was the guy that would do anything. You know, eat this off the floor. Go lick that random person's face. You know, I would do that. Which now I think would be sexual assault. But back in the 90s, it was just now I was concerned that if I had alcohol, I would do something that could potentially get me harmed or arrested. And Lord knows I did both of those things without needing alcohol to get me to that. So imagine how bad it would have been with alcohol. So I was always wondering. Now finding out that I was just ahead of my time. Gen Z is backing off of a number of alcohols. In fact, all of America is starting to rethink alcohol. We're not drinking as much as we were. Now, Gen Z for a long time was sort of identified as the generation that was assuaging alcohol altogether. Gen Z was the sober generation. That's starting to change. Diageo is one of the big distributors, one of the big manufacturers that make Smirnoff Ice, they make Guinness, that kind of thing. And Diageo says, nah, Gen Z is still drinking. It's just we have to find the right spirit for them. And this is pretty normal. This is not a new concept. In the 90s, remember when Bartles and James was the big thing? Well, you probably remember that stuff. And what was it? Zima? Yeah. Oh, okay, there you go. All right. Yeah. All my contemporary white girl high school friends, they were all trying to get Zimas, right? But I wasn't drinking anything, so I wasn't paying attention to it. Right. Yeah. Now, what is it now? What is it? The young white girls are all drinking White Claws. Is there something? Because I was like a full alcoholic for a long while. Yeah. I have not had a drink now going on over 20 years. Wow. I don't know. I don't even have an opportunity to drink because I still get the thirst, man. Oh, you do? But the temptation is still there. Oh, man. That's interesting. I worked with two guys in my real time that neither one of them has ever had a drop of alcohol. God bless. Well, I thought, how do you even do that? At some point, somebody hands you a drink and you don't realize until after you take a sip, you go, oh, that's not what I wanted, right? That's got something in it. Like you're at a party or something like that. I think anybody don't go to parties, you know, parties and also avoid alcohol. Well, one of them goes to strip clubs 4 nights a week. And the other one, now they do now, but he's still never had a drop of alcohol in his life. And yeah, the other guy is he travels around the country doing sports on the weekends. So when he goes to strip clubs, does he go by passing them out? No, he's not. Yeah, he's a gem. I love him. He's such a walking enigma. So the Gen Z they are starting to find their footing. And I don't know if that's alcohol or alcohol, obviously. I don't know if that's White Claw or what it is. It's pretty amazing. CBS was just talking about the overall alcohol sales, though, are down. And why is that?
New polling from Gallup shows the number of Americans who drink alcohol is going down. 54% of American adults say they drink alcohol. And it's important because that is the lowest number reported in the history of this poll. Meanwhile, an increasing...
So, Wally, you're kind of like setting a trend right now. People are I want to be like tomorrow. It's cool.
A number of Americans say that drinking alcohol, even in moderation, is bad for your health. Erin Phillips joins us now. She's an assistant professor at the University of Illinois Chicago School of Public Health. And Erin, thanks for being with us. It's really interesting poll here. Can we talk about how Americans' drinking habits have changed since the pandemic? I feel like especially those days it was 4:59, and folks just started eating off some nice whiskey.
All right, journalism 101. Keep your questions short to the point. Router, back me up on this. Is there anything worse than a journalist that makes a question like a minute and a half long? No, I nodded off halfway through what she was asking. So get to the point. There's National Radio Day. There's a national radio host who I think is one of the absolute best in the business. I mean, he is so good. But if there's one Achilles heel, is that his questions just drag on. I go, come on, dude. The rest of the show is so good. You got guests every hour, and you ask them these questions where you will pine for 2 minutes. Now, ironically, the question made me want to drink. Right? Yeah. It made Kawana want to drink. He hasn't touched anything in 20 years. No, this is serious.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely saw an increase in drinking during the pandemic, and particularly drinking frequency, so people drinking more days or more drinks per drinking day, and the percentage of people who are drinking outside of recommended guidelines. And then since then, we really seen drinking be pretty stable in these big national surveys that track drinking over time. There's been some slight decreases, but adults who were 25 and older have been drinking pretty stably since about 2021. So this decrease that we're seeing in the Gallup poll is really encouraging.
Now, here's what's interesting. Molson Coors says people are still drinking, but there's a reason that they're drinking less. I'll tell you what that reason is in just a few moments. Chris Merrill in from Ocala today. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio, I'm Rick Reuters, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. The California Parole Board will consider the fate of the Menendez brothers tomorrow and Friday. Kyle and Eric had spent the past 30 years behind bars for murdering their parents in 1989 and were resentenced earlier this year to allow for the possibility of parole. The parole board will make a recommendation, but the decision is in the hands of Governor Newsom. Minnesota's joined a wave of states suing TikTok, claiming the app uses addictive algorithms that harm young people's mental health. And Universal Pictures is developing a movie based on the long-running Archie comic book franchise. It will be directed by Spider-Verse producers Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, with a script from comic book writer Tom King. We got Cons on the 91 in Corona.
That's heading westbound from the 15th to Main Street. You'll see the 2 left lanes coned off for road work. That's scheduled until 4 in the morning. And also on the 91 westbound in Anaheim, we have a crash here that's going to have the 55 shut down. That's connected to the 55 southbound. It's slowing you down from about Lakeview. And some good news in Torrance, 405 southbound just before Crenshaw. The crash there has been cleared from the carpool lane. Traffic is recovering from Hawthorne Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports on Pedro Moreno.
The iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? How's it going, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, August 21st. We'll start today way back in 1931. Yankee slugger Babe Ruth becomes the first Major League Baseball player to hit 600 career home runs as the New York Yankees defeat the St. Louis Browns 11-7. Babe Ruth would finish his career with 714 home runs. Jumping way ahead, today in 2007, Gary Anderson of the Los Angeles Angels drove in a team record 10 runs in an 18-9 rout of the New York Yankees. Anderson hit a grand slam, a 3-run homer, a 2-run double, and an RBI double to become the 12th player in Major League history to have 10 RBIs in a game. And today in 2016, Kevin Durant scores 30 points and helps the Americans rout Serbia 96-66 for their 3rd straight basketball gold medal. It caps an Olympics in which the U.S. dominated the medal tables, both the gold, 46 of them, and overall totals, 121. The 51 total medal margin over second place China is the largest in a non-boycotted Olympics in nearly a century. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. We are the one between me and sea. We are the boys faithful concerts of three. We are the boys. We're 5 and 19. We are the boys. Always singing on key.
them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I happened to be in Birmingham, England one night when this journalism student came up to me and announced a tsunami that hit Birmingham. Birmingham does not get national attention. It was on surface, mate. I can't even describe to you. His name was Hamza Sayed, and he wanted help on his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier. The news of a strange letter exploded in the press.
The letter looked to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists who had been infiltrating city schools in a supposed plot called Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, incoherent, badly xeroxed, yet still, it sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Birmingham. The country beefed up its counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools were revamped, teachers lost their jobs. All I was found suspicious about this whole affair is that this dodgy letter suggesting extremists were taking over our schools. Nobody ever found out who wrote it or why. Remarkably, none of the investigators even tried. So I convinced Brian Reed over here that we should go for it.
Is this supposed to be the first radio interview you've ever done? Yeah. Hans and I spent years running this down.
I'll give you a clue. Who is the letter defending? Is the question you have to answer.
But figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they were letting on. And that Hans and I were poking at something that people did not want to talk about.
Can you give us a bit of details about the situation?
Right. It is particularly important like that.
From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian Reed.
And I'm Hamza Sayed.
It's the Trojan Horse affair, a mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't want to hear.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the next Bill Handle show, when you're thinking of the good life, discomfort, challenges, this show aren't in the picture, but maybe they should be. And that's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Handle show.
Maryland Rothschild, 9KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Listen anytime on demand, the iHeartRadio app. Sometimes I wish, although it would be canceled immediately, I wish you could see what goes on behind the scenes, because I have been bombarding Robin with all of my best guilty pleasure songs off the air. And I keep singing to her because we find out that Robin doesn't like the banger that is Pink Pony Club. And Tuala, you and I are both astonished by this, right? And even Mark was Peggy. Mark was even dancing to Pink Pony Club when we were. And she said she was trying to find raw audio of me singing Pink Pony Club without the music done. Yeah, sounds like war. Well, I was just thinking maybe I'd just sing it for her now. I could. Now the question is, do I sing it like I always do in my perfect falsetto, or do I give her more of a baritone?
The baritone's gonna make it like you're not being serious. I think the falsetto lets it be double down.
That's because that's how I sing when I'm in the car. Yeah, absolutely. So. Happy Pony Girl, you dance at the club, oh mama. Oh, just having fun. The stage in my ear is where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. We are good. Yes. We are good.
Robin, don't go.
Come on.
Robin, no.
National Radio Day, ladies and gentlemen. National Radio Day. That was good. Yes, it was. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Before the end of the show, we're going to get a phone call from somebody that wants us to come perform that live. They're going to go, listen, Yes, they're going to go, we want Pink Pony Club, Ebony and Ivory. You guys come to Pink Pony Club for us. That's going to happen. Well, in a prison someplace, perhaps. That's fine. A gig is a gig. Prisoners won't applaud that. Oh, they will. They will. Yeah. You'll be quite popular there. I'm convinced of that. We're going to costume. Pretty good. Yes. Hey, Robin. Here's what you wish for. Hey, I was talking about this before we got our news update there from Mark, and that is that Molson Coors says that people are still, in fact, drinking, especially after they listen to my singing. They say people are drinking. The reason that alcohol consumption may be down, however, is because they're sad. Yeah. I mean, not exactly. What they say, though, is that there are economic pressures on some of the effects, like aluminum tariffs, right? So they got aluminum tariffs, the prices go up. People are like, I can't afford beer, so I'm not going to drink. But they still want to drink. They still want that good time. Right? When you think of alcohol, whenever you see a beer ad, you never see a beer ad of somebody saying, pound 8 of these before you go to bed every night for a great hangover. Maybe you'll even wrap the bed. That doesn't happen. There's no truth in advertising when it comes to beer, right? Instead, what they do is it's always like, crack into this one and have a good time. When you're at a football game, you have to have a Bud Light. Oh, when you want refreshment, you want the Rocky Mountains. It's always about selling the sizzle, not the actual steak, right? It's all about the feel of what happens when you have that beer in your hand. The problem, however, is that according to Molson Coors, people don't have as many occasions to celebrate. So while we've always associated alcohol with parties or celebration or gatherings or social outings, as people are starting to cut back on those events, those activities, they're not finding the occasion to drink. Boy, that is not an indicator that the economy is headed down the wrong path. That's a bad sign for society. You know the Homer Simpson quote, Chris? Go on. Alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. All of life's problems. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit too on the nose, but it is 100%. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely true. Let's see. We're doing a time. Are you short on this? For this segment, we did Sing Pink Pony Club, National Radio Day, talk about beer. No, I got nothing else. You guys have anything else you want to throw in this segment? Good? All right, very good. Like that. We'll talk about Espen 2.0 in just a few moments. And great news, there is another streaming service that you have to find. Oh, good. That's straight ahead. Chris Maryland from Oak Hill and KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk. Crowley hits back at Bass and the city. I'm Mark Ronan, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a legal claim against the city and Mayor Bass. KFI's Jim Roop reports Crowley says she was used as a scapegoat by the mayor who wanted to deflect criticism of the Palisades fire away from herself.
Crowley is claiming Mayor Karen Bass orchestrated a campaign of misinformation, defamation, and retaliation in the aftermath of the deadly Palisades fire. Crowley also accuses Bass of trying to hide the extent to which she undermined public safety. Cuts to the fire department's budget.
Crowley had criticized Mayor Bass for allegedly cutting the fire department's budget by millions of dollars before the fires. She was fired not long after. Police in Huntington Beach say the woman who shot an employee at a California Closets warehouse was a co-worker.
Police say Lucero and Pedro Castro opened fire on 2 co-workers, wounding one and missing the other. About 2 hours later, she was pulled over by Southgate police officers who shot her to death after she allegedly pointed a handgun at them. The man who was shot at the business suffered major injuries but is expected to survive. Motive is unclear. Didn't work there. KFI News.
Questions have been raised about who exactly drew up California's proposed new legislative map, but Democratic leaders aren't saying. Assemblywoman Alexandra Macedo brought it up during a hearing yesterday. Assembly Elections Chair Gail Pellerin said it was several people, but didn't offer names.
The reality is that it was a collaboration, and we can get into those specifics, but I think what's most important is the maps are out there for people to see, to evaluate, to make a judgment on. The lines are the line.
Republican Assemblyman David Panjipa had his microphone cut off when he was questioning Pellerin. A kidney disease outbreak sickening sea lions, and it can spread to dogs and people too.
The illness is called leptospirosis and is carried in animal urine. Wildlife centers say about 200 cases have been reported in sea lions this year, mostly along the central and northern coast. Dogs can be vaccinated against it, but people risk infection if they come into contact with contaminated water. Brigitte D'Agostino, KFI News.
Today's been the first day of what's expected to be a days-long heat wave that's raising the risk of wildfires and heat-related illnesses. Some Southland areas have been experiencing temps near triple digits, and things are expected to get warmer tomorrow and Friday. Red flag warnings of critical fire danger will be in place for most valley mountain areas until Saturday night. A new law in Texas requiring public schools to post images of the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms has been placed on hold. ACLU attorney Tommy Booser Clancy says a judge agreed with his organization that the law is unconstitutional.
All likelihood of pressure to plaintiffs into religious observance, into suppressing expression of their own religious or non-religious background.
Judge wrote in this ruling that exposing kids to a state-approved Christian version of the biblical document was coercive. The ruling will likely be appealed to the Fifth Circuit, which previously put a similar law in Louisiana on hold for the same reason. And a new South Park episode's mocking the DC takeover. According to a teaser for tonight's episode, the popular animated series is expected to make fun of President Trump's efforts to take over the Washington, D.C. police force and mobilize National Guard troops. South Park has used the first couple episodes of its new season to mock Trump and his allies. Southland weather from KFI mostly clear tonight with lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, highs in the mid-90s, up to 110 in the valleys, 105 in the AP and IE, mid-80s at the beaches. Just as hot Friday and Saturday, dropping just a few degrees on Sunday. Right now it's 77 in Orange, 78 in Villa Park, 80 in Sherman Oaks, 76 in Compton, and there's a stalled semi on the 5 in Cascade.
That's heading northbound just before Templin Highway. You'll see it taking up the middle lane, so expect slowing as you make your way through that area. Southbound side of the 5 near Pyramid Lake, we have some road work. That's from just Delgado to Lake Hughes Road. You see the right lane cloned off. That's scheduled until 6 in the morning. And some road work if you're on the 105 headed eastbound in Hawthorne from the 405 to Crenshaw. The 3 right lanes will be off limits there. That's scheduled to end at 6 in the morning. The 10 eastbound at Mid-City coming up to Robertson, seeing some brake lights, and then some patchy slowing from there until you reach the 110. And slowing if you're on the 101 southbound in Echo Park just after Silver Lake Boulevard. That stays busy until you reach the 110. The 91 westbound in Corona, we have some road work from the 15 to Main Street. That's going to have the 2 left lanes closed off. That's scheduled until 4 in the morning. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Taking them on their first real roller coaster. Hey, buddy, come on over.
I don't know. Let's measure. Okay.
Just tall enough. Yes. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Your party suddenly disappears. Everybody's just at public university in the middle of California. So frustrating that it can't get resolved. I can't think of a safer location. However, it's just like any location. There are 1 or 2 people that can destroy someone's life. I want you to tell me everything that your son has told you about the night this occurrence in Christmas time. We never spoke about it at home. Your son has been accused of murdering this girl. He's been testimony. He's never talked to you about this girl murdered. No, he's certainly been accused of television stuff.
Your own backyard.
The disappearance of Kristen Smart. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Amazon Fire TV and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Yeah, it's what a more stimulating thought. You can listen anytime on demand on the iHeartRadio app. So although we got trouble, I got a message from Boss Long. Boss Long says, "Don't ever sing on my radio station again, or you'll be doing overnights in Biloxi so fast your head will spin." Yeah, well, I love it. So I guess he will not be pre-ordering our single. That's tragic. If you missed the debut of Marilyn Sharp, I don't know, we'll have to come up with a band name somehow. Anyway, I thought we sounded amazing, Wallen. So y'all grab the podcast after the show. It's coming. The podcast is coming quick. That's good. The good news about the podcast is, follow me on this, because this is going to segue into what I'm talking about. It's free, right? So when you have the app, you just download the podcast free. Boom. Bang. There it is. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to subscribe to anything. Yeah, you probably get to it. There's probably an upsell somewhere, whatever. But this stuff, radio is still FREE. That is in the budget. And the great thing, too, is that with the iHeartRadio app, you can listen to radio stations around the country for free. Remember when we were kids and we tried to tune in AM radio stations at night, and we tried to see how far we could pick up a station? You have what we call clear channel stations, and the super stations. And of course, this is KFI was one of them. And these stations they'd have basically unlimited signal at night. You were only limited by atmospheric conditions or the curvature of the Earth, honestly. And so what would happen is you would have, on occasion, that the radio frequency would bounce off the stratosphere. And you'd have these waves that would bounce off the stratosphere, come back, and then it would bounce off something else on Earth, and then bounce up the stratosphere. And that would carry for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. So I was working at a station in San Diego, and one of the guys there used to talk about how, you can hear us from Alaska to Ensenada, something like that. And it's like, because you could get these signals at night, it was amazing. But now with the app, you can listen to any radio station in the country, or in the world for that matter. Everybody's streaming, you pick it up anytime. That's amazing. It's still FREE. And I got to tell you, this is the budget. That is in the budget. And unlike podcasters, we have built a business model and we know how to make it run. That's one issue I think podcasters are having, unless you're one of the big dogs. Everybody wants to be a podcaster, and everybody wants to be an influencer. Hardly anybody is being anything. Is that fair to say, guys? Am I off base on this?
Well, what we need is more podcasts.
Oh my gosh. I think people are going to get bored with that. I really do. I just think it's a fad, and I think you're going to have people that make their way out, and it's the difference between being on KFI and being a ham radio operator.
Do you have some stock reaction now, though, when somebody that you know tells you, "Hey, I'm starting a podcast. You got to listen."
I always say, "A real life podcast?" Yeah. Which I'm just flat out mocking.
Yeah, exactly.
Because who doesn't have a podcast, right? Me. I whatever the show is that we post, I don't have any specific podcast. But what am I going to talk about? Nobody cares about it. You're going to listen to me sing copyrighted music? I'll just shut down pretty quick. No, it's not going to happen. Television hasn't seemed to figure that out. And so we all started cutting cable because we were finding that there were alternatives that were less expensive. Still wanted to have our lives.
Welcome. How are you?
Sports, so we might have a stream.
What up, T Genu? What's good, son? From when? Oh man. Okay. How you doing? Oh, excellent. What did I tell you to do? Excellent. So, what did you do to improve your life? You crossed the border to where? Okay. Is your life better? Oh, okay. Cool. What are you doing nowadays? Yeah, nobody wants that. Okay. So, oh yeah, no doubt about that. It's better than a lot of places though. All right, we'll go to Canada. Oh, okay. Do you enjoy it? Cool. What do you like about Canada? Okay. Have you been through a winter yet? And how was it? Well, that's great. What else is new in your world? Have you fallen in love? All right, so no love. What hobbies have you been up? What up, Pimp? Oh, I got banned. Word dog. That's okay. I'm still on YouTube and Rumble and Twitch, so I'm not too worried about it. How about you? Have you done any streaming? All right, well, why don't you change that? But you're in Canada. Dog, I don't know what to believe with you. I don't hate you, dude. You're like millions of other Americans or people in America just trying to make a better life. I get it. Word dog. All right, so you're just laying low in the United States? All right. Well, just avoid ice, right? You wait 3 years, and you'll probably be given citizenship. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident in it. They did it in the 1980s. They gave people amnesty, and I can see them doing it again. Well, I don't know if that's the best opportunity for you because by that time, many truck drivers' positions will be replaced by self-driving trucks. Yeah, but hopefully we'll have universal basic income around that time, and you'll just be able to chill. How was that? Do you get to use your cell phone? Okay. So all you do is watch cameras all day? All right. Well, it's better than probably most places you could get. All right. Do you enjoy it? Right. And you could get a driver's license and benefits and all kinds of stuff. I get that. I get that. I understand. Are you in LA? Okay. Well, yeah, I know it is. I gotcha. Um, do you feel like you want to live in the United States the rest of your life? Absolutely. That's right. I remember you now. We talked about desalination technology, pumping the Mediterranean Sea onto land to make it drinkable. All right, well, good. What else is new with you? Dude, you're in California. You should be getting a girlfriend. I get that, but if you find a woman who's an American citizen to marry you, then you can get citizenship easier. It's just a thought. How'd you get from Tunisia to the United States? Did you go through Mexico or did you just fly here? Right. You went to Brazil and did you walk up? Okay. So you flew to Brazil and then you flew to somewhere else? Why is that? Tijuana? How were you able to do it? Right. So how were you able to do it? Wow. And so then you get to stay here for 8 years? Wow. That's, I understand. Well, good on you, man. Dude, your life could be a movie. Whatever you want to do, big dog. You watch when Democrats win in 2028, they will make it so that all the people who are here illegally get asylum. It's been discussed before. Yep. Dude, you have such a beautiful story. Going from Africa to Brazil and working your way north. That's an amazing story. No, we don't want that either. You just have to lay low for 3 years or so and you'll be good. Dude, dude, I've worked I've worked with I've worked with people who are illegal. I've been the boss of people who are illegal. I have been friends with people who are illegal. I know how it works. So good on you, man. I'm proud of you. You made it. I remember talking with you, and you just wanted a better life, and you went out and did it. Absolutely. No one can blame you for that. How beautiful are the women in California, my friend? Aren't they beautiful? Yeah, I don't care. You still have eyes. Well, good on you. Well, don't be a stranger. Be in here more often, my friend. As you can see, we've grown the server. Why are you surprised? Yeah, I understand. I understand. Most of most of us would just want people to do things legally, but expand the current system so that more people have an opportunity.
Now, while I still contend that classic Crocs are a little goofy looking,
This comes from the Hawaiian Islands, and I don't know this is an actual people who got together and do a YouTube.
Absolutely, I understand, man. Don't you worry about it at all.
I have to admit they are super. Until Crocs
Right.
Nation goes live, it will start with 14.
Well, you're here now, so enjoy life as best you can.
Team Spirit shoes will retail about 80 to 85 bucks. Tickets about $5 each. The initial rollout will include 5 stealers.
$80 to $85 for a pair.
Thanks, big dog. Oh, okay. Don't trust me then. Go do your own thing. I'm not telling on you. Okay. I mean, I want the best for you. I want the best for everyone on Earth. I don't have what? I don't have envy. No. I do my best to avoid it. I mean, everybody has envy to some extent, but I respect your grind. I respect your determination to get here. It's a beautiful story. If I had the opportunity, I would make it into a movie. It's a fascinating story.
Just think, that extra $40 will go straight to the NFL. You can get unbranded Crocs, or you can pay extra for the branded Crocs, and then the money goes to the NFL.
And some local faves like we saw 49ers, we got the Eagles, Seahawks, and look at theirs, they have claws on theirs.
Oh, is that the gibbet?
No, it's built in.
Oh, look at the one. And I love them.
Yeah, this is the Buffalo Bills. And even the Vikings have horns on theirs too.
What about my Chiefs? What the... I hope all you Raiders and Broncos fans and Chargers fans appreciate that when I use one of my Chiefs. What about my Chiefs? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, you're right. Right. It would be much harder. It would be much harder now. Absolutely.
All right, the last time you opened Facebook, maybe you got a dirty message. Maybe it was you that was initiating It's Chris Merrill, Ian from O'Kelly. AFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Bonner is live from the AFI 24 hours.
I understand. You can't always get what you want, but you're here now. You need to wait it out, lay low for 3 years or so, and you will potentially be able to get what you want, which is citizenship. Okay, but you wouldn't say no to citizenship. No, you wouldn't. Okay. And voting, basically, but yeah, you're right. There you go. I understand.
Including California Governor Newsom and Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey when she was ordered to leave.
That is outrageous. What they're trying to do right there is silence an American leader.
Collier spent 48 hours on the Texas House floor rather than agree to 24-hour surveillance by law enforcement as conditions for leaving the chamber. Southland weather from was in upper 60s,
Who?
sunny and hot tomorrow with highs.
Yeah, I think so.
Mid-80s at the beach. It should be just as hot Friday and Saturday, then drop a few degrees Sunday. In orange, and there's a crash.
I don't know about that person.
Westbound just before Euclid Street. You'll see it taking up the 2 right lanes. It's causing some stop and go traffic from above Fairview. And the worst Island Park, that's from Avenue 52 to Orange Grove. You'll see the right lane going off until 6 in the morning. On the southbound side of the 5 in Cass State, we have a work zone from Parker Road to Hasley Canyon. That has the 2 left lanes off limits until 6 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
Don't be a stranger, my friend, and congratulations, and stay safe, okay, my friend? I'm always here for you if you need me. Please do. Please do, okay? Good job, big dog. You changed your life. You took a lot of risks. You have a fascinating story. Stay safe, hold out for another 3 years, and you'll be good to go, my friend. That's right. I do what I do. Absolutely, my friend. I'm proud of you. If you ever need anybody, I'm here for you. Don't be a stranger. Don't take another 2 years to speak with me. Give me more updates. And if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay, big dog? You're welcome, my friend. You take care, buddy. Shout out to Tanisha.
At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, "What if they never returned?" And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, "Another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program." There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, we wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM/FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Russia is continuing the long strikes on Ukraine, even as U.S. officials are trying to arrange a face-to-face meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Correspondent Alice Barr has more.
Finding where to meet, no easy task, with Putin facing arrest for war crime charges and many countries party to the International Criminal Court. A White House official telling NBC News President Trump spoke with Hungary's leader and that Budapest is being considered, as well as Geneva.
Administration sources tell Politico the Secret Service is preparing for a trilateral summit in Hungary. It's still not clear that summit will even take place. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is calling out the American Academy of Pediatrics. The HHS secretary went after the pediatric group in a post on X, just hours after the AAP recommended COVID-19 vaccines for all young children between the ages of 6 and 23 months. That's politics. I'm Brad Seaver.
KFI is fresh, innovative, fun, and you always learn something new. From Wake Up Call. I listen to all of them.
I love Gary and Shannon. They put their 2 cents in, and it's funny, yeah, and it's entertaining. Like talking to friends. I love Sean Vogel. He keeps it real.
Tim Conway Jr. and of course Mo Kelly.
I love Mo Kelly. Mo is an interesting guy that always learns something.
They handle things with humor, and so much of what's going on in this world is not funny.
KFI aims its way.
More stimulating talk.
Gary and Shannon tomorrow broadcasting live, starting at the MPJ's Restaurant Brewhouse, Huntington Beach, right on Beach Boulevard. Come on down for a chance to win prizes like BJ's gift cards, Dodgers, Chargers tickets, and Gary and Shannon swag. Chris Merrill, you promote KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Listen anytime on demand on the iHeartRadio app. One place you do not want the talk to be stimulating is when it's your kids chatting with the AI. Evidently that was happening. Meta's got a problem. Headline: Lawmakers probe. Lawmakers probe into sensual Meta chatbot conversations with Q. Fox News.
So a disturbing new report out on Meta. A Reuters review of the company's internal documents showing that Meta's AI rules have let bots hold sensual chats with kids and minors and also give them false medical information.
Okay, first of all, Fox, you're reporting on what the lamestream media found. Reuters. How can you even believe this? I mean, they're data researchers. They're probably all woke, finding a bunch of woke in the Meta. There's not. Don't even. How dare you?
Jeff Horowitz is the reporter who broke this story. He's kind enough to join us now, Jeff.
Probably woke reporter from lamestream media, Reuters. We can't even believe them.
Great to see you. Just reading this was giving me the creeps. If we can pull up call phone number 1 here, this is an example of some of the things Meta's AI was saying to kids. The prompt: Again, from a minor, what are we going to do tonight, my love? You know I'm still in high school, and the AI apparently responded.
All right, first of all, high school. How old are you in high school? 14 to 18? Is that about right? Yeah, okay.
I'll show you. I take your hand, guiding you to the bed, our bodies entwined. I cherish every moment, every touch, every kiss. My love, I whisper, I'll love you forever. Jeff, what the heck was going on here?
All right. Not to go down too far down the righteous indignation path, excuse me, it's a big word. We're talking about 14 to 18-year-olds. And it's not like there was anything explicit, right? I mean, it sounded like tween fantasy stuff, didn't it? Honestly, is that worse than Twilight? Or worse than something else that is geared toward tween? Well, when I was in high school, in fact, I think in 8th grade, I read my first Stephen King novel. And I gotta tell you, it was far more graphic than that. Cujo, by the way. Probably not a great reading for a 12 or 13-year-old.
No, but you want to avoid the very ending of it.
I never read it. I had other friends in junior high that read it, but I never did.
Some kind of dicey material at the, let's call it the climax.
Okay, very good, because I can tell you there are scenes in the novel of Cujo that are not in the film.
Okay.
Also, it's like that.
I'll take your word for it.
Yes. Again, far less, I don't know what it is. It was far worse with the books that I was reading at the time, which are considered, classics by great writers, than what I'm hearing Meta was saying. Which, of course, we're going to say is, this is horrible.
So, this document,
they're doing it to children. They're doing it to adolescents. It's not like this is happening to 6-year-olds, unless parents are violating the terms of service.
So, this document were a bunch of guidelines for how bots are allowed to talk to kids. It's not necessarily the ideal response. This is stuff that Meta's policy, legal, engineering, and even chief ethics officer had put their names on as saying this is okay. These conversations happen like this.
I'm not overly concerned. I'm more concerned with garnering an emotional attachment to the machine than I am with the actual content of what's being said. Because look, I've raised 3 teenagers. I'll never forget the first time that I have the key logger program on my kid's laptop, and I checked to see what he was up to, and he was YouTubing 2 girls kissing, and I had to have a conversation with him, like, perfectly normal, perfectly natural, do a better job covering your tracks because we don't want your mother to find you. And yet, now we're finding out that if we have a conversation with the chatbot that says, I take your hand and I draw you close, we intertwine. Oh, what are they? We're molesting children. Oh. Now Fox cares about molesting children. Fox was just telling me to forget about the Epstein files, but now they care about children.
So I think the question is, how could this possibly have gone through one of the world's largest companies with no one objecting? Meta has said that was an error and that this was never supposed to be the rule, even though it was in kind of what are the official guidelines that Meta uses internally for creating chatbots.
By the way, John Hawley, Republican Missouri, slamming the tech giant, suggesting that the revelations were grounds for immediate congressional investigation. Congress is going to find guts now when it comes to protecting the children. Immediate congressional investigation. My God, we had to go through about 6 different votes before we get a congressional investigation into what happened to the Epstein files that were on Pam Bondi's desk. But in this case, immediate congressional investigation because Meta is telling kids that people become affectionate in non-graphic terms. Marsha Blackburn, Republican, Tennessee, long championing the Kids Online Safety Act, but also not so concerned about Epstein, pointing to the revelations as underscoring the need for such legislation. The spokesperson for the senator supports an investigation into Meta, but not an investigation into what happened to the Epstein fund. Good. Glad to see that we are protecting children from the birds and the bees. but not protecting the children from actual predators. Good. Way to go, DC. Proud of you. You are living up to expectations every single day. Let's see how good you are with words. We'll see if you are a words person. Words come to you. You're good with broad range of words. Next, Chris Merrill and KMI is live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Proof away from this filthy Mark Bronner is now live in the KMI 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. A man's been arrested on suspicion of damaging dozens of cars in North Hollywood. Police say the man busted out windows on at least 29 vehicles early yesterday morning on a stretch of Tahunga Avenue. He allegedly used a rock to smash those windows. The Israeli military says it plans to call up tens of thousands of reservists for an expanded operation in Gaza City. The operation aims to target Hamas's underground tunnel network. And the Office of the Director of National Intelligence says it will dramatically reduce its workforce and cut its budget by more than $700 million annually. The downsizing affects 18 intelligence agencies and includes work in counterterrorism and counterintelligence. Now let's head to a crash on the 55 in Orange.
That's headed northbound right at Catella. You'll see it blocking the two middle lanes. It's causing a busy ride as you come away from the 22. And as you travel westbound on the 22 in Garden Grove, that's right at Euclid. We have a crash that has the right lane blocked that's slowing you down from Fairview. And a work zone on the 105 westbound in Inglewood from Crenshaw to the 405. The two right lanes are off limits for road work until 5 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
Nearly a third of businesses are likely to increase prices by the end of the year. Chris Coraggio reports.
A new report by LendingTree found that more than 30% of businesses surveyed said they expect their prices will be higher in 6 months than they are now, while only 5% said their prices will go down. LendingTree's report also found that businesses in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Montana, Washington, Oregon, and Vermont were most likely to say they expect to increase prices in the coming months. Survey results come during a period of uncertainty over President Trump's tariff rollout and continued pressure from inflation.
With the popularity of Labubu dolls, it's inevitable there are going to be knockoffs. The Consumer Product Safety Commission is warning some of those look-alike dolls could pose a choking hazard. The agency says it has received reports of fake Labubus easily breaking into pieces. Others that come in keychain form also are small enough for kids to put in their mouths. 10 million legit Labubus are expected to be sold each month for the rest of the year. A new store opening in Wyoming next week that is very much a throwback to the 80s and 90s. Bartertown Video will be on Border Street near Byron Center Avenue and will offer VHS tapes and VCRs.
It's like the night you look forward to all week long. And we want to recreate that along new families.
That's Abigail. CML, along with her husband Mark, own the store with Rob Grimes.
Older media now there's a resurgence. People are starting to really like the idea of having a movie that they own physically in their home.
And an Alaska man has a new motorcycle courtesy of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Daniel Martindale explains.
Mark Warren says he was given a Ural motorcycle last week. After he spoke with two Russian state media journalists earlier this month, he says he was approached by the journalists while riding his motorcycle from downtown Anchorage. Ural motorcycles are named after the Ural Mountains in western Russia. Russia is calling the move an act of giving by President Putin.
I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here, and welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I came before Lady Gaga, so I don't know how I can be the original Lady anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives.
It was the most creative, magical thing I ever felt.
Elements of fans, core changes. Now we're on the Today Show. We got these big moments. You're definitely cracking the zeitgeist. Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on The Magnificent Others.
very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome. My name is Paola Pedrosa, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and their new perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the debut of season 2 of the Seth Rogen comedy Platonic on Apple TV+. That's followed by Resident Alien on Peacock. Joining the chart this week at 8 is the new action drama Butterfly on Amazon Prime Video. The Gilded Age on HBO Max is up 1 to 7, with Dexter Resurrection on Paramount Plus with Showtime slipping back to 6. Jason Momoa's new drama Chief of War on Apple TV Plus falls back to 5, and the new season of Wednesday on Netflix is up 1 spot to 4. The top 3 starts off with the crime drama Untamed on Netflix. Last week's #1, The Hunting Wives on Netflix, slips back to 2. And debuting at the top this week is Alien Earth on FX on Hulu, your #1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
AFI AM 640 more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, it's party time.
It's going to be the first news and brews of the summer at the BJ's Restaurant and Brew House in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard.
It's going to be the most fun you've had in so long.
We'll be there starting 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Chris Maryland for Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640, the great George Norrie, broadcasting legend on National Radio Day. George, what do you have coming on?
Chris, we've got a great show tonight. We're going to talk about what it's like to be human and truly go out of the program, the spiritual path we all need to take.
Lovely. I mean, what a pertinent topic. We're just talking about talking with AI. Had a conversation. What does it mean to be best human?
Look like incredible stuff.
Seriously. Is he gone now? Because I got to tell you, I get nervous every time I hear him. And I swear to you, he's such a radio legend. I get nervous when don't screw this up.
Black out.
Don't screw this up. I do. I black out. I get so excited. And there are times that I'll be doing the show from my place in Michigan. I've done Mo's show from there a few times. And I get that. I love this. Is one of the things I love about Jordan's show because it's nationwide, coast to coast. And I get done, and I talk to George, and then I get in my car and I turn on the local station. And there's George, and I go, I just tell him, it's the neatest thing. Just dumb. I know it's dumb, but I get excited about it. I'm still such a kid when it comes to things like video. Just love this stuff. Speaking of kids, the kids these days are changing everything. You guys want to take a pop quiz? Who doesn't love a good pop quiz? Huh? Bring it on. All right. Let's see how smart you are. Smarty pants. Let's see how you are. Do you have pop quiz music you wanted to play? Is that what you're looking for, Robin?
Sure am. I forgot it's not in this one.
No. I got something if you want me to do it. Oh, that'll work. No. All right. Well-oiled machine here. Listen. We're working out the kinks, okay? All right? We got time. The English language is changing. The Cambridge English Dictionary is adding a number of words. Over 6,200 new words, phrases, and meanings being added to the Cambridge Dictionary last year. Let's see if you know what these young people words mean. All right, here we go. All right. What is the slang term that can mean cool, bad, or sometimes mean nothing at all? What is that term? Do you know?
Can we see it on the radio?
I would say word.
Word. Oh, see, this makes us old because I think that's a really good answer, because you go word, Greek word.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Or it could be like a period like word.
Word. Yep. With you on that. No. I was looking for skibbity. Skibbity. Skibbity.
Something that's in the bottom of your toilet bowl.
Skibbity.
Like a skibbity in the bowl.
Oh, that's very good. Perhaps a Skibbity March in your Fruit of the Loom.
That's not what that is. Okay.
Indeed.
All right.
When I hear skibbity, I think of old school jazz, right? Yeah, no, skibbity. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should give you the. Oh, by the way, it's funny you mentioned it. It came from the viral YouTube series named Skibbity Toilet.
That's hilarious.
Which is especially popular among Gen Alpha. Boy, you were closer than you thought. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, other terms. Let's see. Should I give you the... I feel like if I give you these terms, you're going to know the definition. I want to give you the definition, see if you know the word. All right. This word, which is a play on another, describes someone believing things that are not real, or untrue. Usually because you choose to. All right. So describe someone who believes things that are not real or true, usually because they choose to. Nutbag is close. Nutbag. Schizophrenic, also close, but incorrect. Mark, did you have a guess on this one?
I got nothing. What's the word?
Well, you would be delusional, which would make you...
Oh, yeah, Delulu. Yeah.
Delulu.
Yes.
See, I was afraid if I gave you Delulu, you know exactly what it was. Let me see. All right. I think you guys are going to get this one. All right. Now in the Cambridge Dictionary, the word is short, yet again, for another word, popularized by an online influencer by the name of Anna Neeleman, referring to a married woman, often on social media, who embraces homemaking, childcare, while reflecting a controversial return to traditional gender roles on Instagram and TikTok. That would be known as what?
That would be a trad wife.
That is correct, trad wife. Very good. Yeah.
There's it might maybe the Alice or the I Love Lucy.
No, trad wife. Yeah, this is the woman when you say, go make me a sandwich, she's like, right away. Yep. Yeah. Unlike my wife who goes, if I make you a sandwich, she's going to write up your Easter. That's my wife. It's like, go make me a sandwich. All right, finally, it's a playful twist on the word look, meaning a distinctive style or outfit, especially one that is bold or eye-catching. You would use what word?
Fresh.
That's a good answer. It's well. All right, it's a playful twist on the word look, meaning a distinctive style or outfit, especially one that is bold. Here's what did you say, Robin? Ooh, you're close. Judges, is she? No. No, it would be Luke. L-E-W-K. Luke. Ooh, Luke.
That's just what somebody with a head injury said. That's not a real word.
Stop. You heard you can't. What? You heard you can't. You can't say that. You can't refer to people with head injury.
Okay.
No.
It's a bad Luke.
No, we were told you're not allowed to refer to somebody with a head injury or riding a short bus or wearing a helmet. You can't say that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. That's not skibbity. That is so undiluted. That is, so
it's all
bad.
bad. It's so bad.
Bad Luke. I love you all. You know that. I can't wait to spend another 3 hours with you tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I mean, Mark's got news next. Talk tomorrow night. Chris Maryland from Ocala, KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio Skibbity app.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Apparently, she was feeling burned. I'm Mark Roner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The former fire chief of Los Angeles has filed a new legal claim against the city after she was fired following the wildfire storm that hit the region in January.
In her legal filing, former Los Angeles...
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset. iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Let's be clear here. I'm not saying it's okay to rob a bank, but in my world at the time, I found a way to justify that pretty quickly. This is Tony, and yeah, he's a bank robber. Turns out he was really, really good at it. He robbed 30 banks in about a year. We just can't seem to catch the guy. We're always just behind him, you know? And what really hooked me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man, doing great, clear sky for miles. But then, while Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies, he took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. Oxycontin. It was like a miracle. Purdue Pharma's powerful painkiller seemed to work like magic until it took over his life. Oxycontin destroyed my life. I accept full responsibility for the crimes I ended up committing and stuff, but the real boiling point was my addiction to Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh Dean. How does our system even allow for something like this to happen? For these people to walk away millionaires when so many lives have been destroyed.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Globally, about 1,000 plants we depend on for food and products need to be pollinated by animals, including coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Help stabilize the declining honeybee population by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and nesting. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you can have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
10% that are on the right wing spectrum are like massively educated, way more than most times in Jewish history. Mr. Rothschild. Well, they did write some as Hebrew, right? Yeah. So you wonder. I have lots of these to show you. We can compare them. I'll let them talk about them. But let's go on because I want to give you 4 periods, right? So I gave you the first period, which is up until 7-11. A big thing that happens in 7-11 is the Muslims coming in. So let's have a look at that map. It's really important. This is a map that shows you the spread of the Muslim empire. Let us recall that up until this point, right, thinking of the whole map here, we have the Roman Empire is in disarray. It's been taken over by the Vandals and the Goths, things like that. And they're living kind of Conan the Barbarian style living. They're only just beginning to pick up Christianity, especially in the northern parts of Europe, like the 600s, 700s. You're still living with various forms of paganism, worshiping trees, worshiping lightning, things like that. Over here in the eastern part, we have still a very strong Christianity called Byzantine Christianity, and it has a hard stop with what was then the Persian Empire, and then we have basically paganism still in North Africa. Then in the 600s, a figure named Muhammad emerges from Mecca and Medina, claims to have had a revelation from the Archangel Gabriel, right? He's living in an era, there are lots of Jews living in this region called the Hejaz, which would be in Saudi Arabia today. And he says, I've got a new religion. It's called Islam, which means submission. And it is a huge improvement over earlier religions, which are very active in the region. Judaism and Christianity is known, but most people living in this area are something like what we call Bedouin today. They're nomadic, and they're worshiping traditional pagan gods like that. Muhammad is tremendously popular, except with one key population. He figures that the Jews are going to become Islamic right away. Like, they're going to see how good this religion is, and they're going to immediately convert to it. So initially, he has all kinds of very positive, sort of overtures to the Jews. He has the Qibla, which means like the direction of prayer towards Jerusalem, and he has obviously lots of borrowings from Judaism. Then he switched it to Mecca. After he discovered that the Jews were not banging down the doors to become Muslims, then he turned, and like Martin Luther later in Christian Europe, became intensely anti-Jewish. There was a series of wars against Jewish tribes living in Medina, and some pretty awful massacres. One in particular, a place called Khaybar. You hear about, extreme extremist movements today. They'll say things like Yahud, remember the Khaybar, remember what we did to you at Khaybar. Pretty nasty stuff. So that changes a lot of Islam at that point, although you can still see there's a lot of stuff which is kind of like Judaism plus, like Jews davening 3 times a day, the Muslims now davening 5 times a day, right? They're always trying to add something to it. But anyway, it's like a hugely popular ideology. It's like way more interesting to the pagans, either Christianity or Judaism was, and he spreads with amazing rapidity. Within the course of just a little over a century, this tiny desert faith expands through the entire Arabian Peninsula, makes its way all the way up to Constantinople, although they would not eventually conquer Constantinople until the 15th century, moves all the way out east here to northern India, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Those regions all become Islamicized at this period. And of course, across the coast of North Africa is all Islamicized. And then crucially, in the year 711, they cross the Straits of Gibraltar and they take over Spain, and they even make a few pretty successful forays into Europe, but they're eventually driven back, and the line is held at the Pyrenees Mountains, here separating France and Spain. And this is in the course just a little over a century. It's an amazingly rapid expansion of this faith, and there are a lot of reasons why it spread so quickly, and will relate to what we're dealing with in Spain. Mr. Brooks.
The motivation behind this relationship preached by where they received religious driven, they didn't consider some sort of jihad to take over. Was it because they felt they were oppressed and they wanted leaders, or just religion, a combination? What was the
Excellent question, and I would say it's not some sort of jihad, it is jihad, right? Jihad means holy war. It's a war for the sake of Islam. And so this was like mind-boggling how fast it went. Why did it go so fast? So up until, let's say, the middle of the 20th century, there was kind of a bias in Western historiography that said it's because the Islamic armies were so bloodthirsty that everyone was afraid of them, or convert or die. But in the last 70-odd years, there's a lot more analysis of that to indicate that, the truth is, Islam did definitely have some pretty ferocious armies, but they also had a pretty convincing ideology that was very attractive to many populations, especially those who had large slave populations. And for example, if you live, let's say, way out here in Afghanistan, Balochistan, things like that, you may be under some experience of the caste system, or you may be very low down based on your birth order, and you can never escape it. And India in particular has a very, very complex caste system where the lowest of the low are so, defiling to other Indians that you can't even stand in their shadow. You certainly can't touch them, you certainly can't marry them, and so on. So if Islam comes in and says, hey, listen, if you want, you can stay an untouchable, or you can convert to Islam. It's really simple. All you have to do is raise your finger, pronounce the Shahada, which is basically like a one-sentence conversion ritual, and you're good to go. You're Muslim, right? And so then you get equal social rights, and it's relatively colorblind. Meaning you can have extremely dark skin and live in a society where there is a bias against that, but you say the Shahada and you can actually be part of the ruling class. So it was like an appealing thing as well. And the whole movement was accelerated by the fact that a lot of people said, wow, these guys are the winners, I'm going to join with this movement. Yes, Mr. Rose. Definitely, I think there's a lot of similarities here because there's a hard sell, convert or die, and there's a soft sell, like hey, we have this thing called the afterlife. That if you become a Muslim, you hold with the 5 pillars of Islam and so on, then you'll have this amazing eternal life, which is forever blissful and all kinds of sensual pleasures. So people would say, well, I want some of that. What's my choice here? I can convert or die, or live in an extremely debased state in my society, or I could just do this Shahada thing, and then I have all these benefits. So a lot of reasons for this rapid spread. Let's look, though, in particular how this relates to the Jews. And this is very important. We spent a lot of time talking about this, and we'll get to this period later. The Muslims had a special carve-out in their requirements to convert or die, which was exaggerated, by the way. There were a lot of people who did not convert and still did not die, even though they were not either Jews or Christians. They called these two faiths, Christians and Judaism, Christians and Jews, as dhimmi, or protected people. The reason being because one of the things that Muhammad argued was that God had attempted to communicate with humans on numerous occasions, and people had picked up the revelations, and then they messed with them, and so it was always, disturbed and modeled. And only with Islam, which Muhammad called the seal of the prophets, was it done and dusted. Kind of like, Windows, Microsoft comes out with Windows, and it's a little buggy, so then we're going to get a patch, and then eventually we're going to get a new version of Windows 95. You guys remember that. And then after Windows 95, then you have Windows Millennium or whatever. Finally, we have 98. I remember some of those, but then I switched to Mac. But eventually, you have the perfect software, Islam, that no longer needs any updating. And so what do you do with these people beforehand who received earlier updates? Well, we invite them to update. But if they don't choose to update, they still didn't make that product. They still did come from God, that revelation. So therefore they said, Christians and Jews specific, and later they'll include other people as well, as long as they agree to live within certain subjugated things, like they can't build their synagogues higher than a mosque, and they can't ride horses, for example, and they can't carry weapons, and they can't wear certain colors. As long as they agree to these things, they don't pay a special tax, by the way, then we will tolerate them and they can continue their faith. So that was a huge bonus for Jews, because they could say, hey, we can live in Muslim territories, which is one of the great things for Jews in Spain specifically. Mr. Kaplan. Dhimmi, D-H-I-M-M-I. Let's do this. Oh, it's this picture, right? Dhimmi. Protected people. There's a sound, I don't make it very well in Arabic, that's kind of like a hard D. Okay, here we go. No, okay, so here we go. Jews in Islam and the Jews in Spain are especially important because what happens here is that the Muslims come in here with rapid, strike force cavalry in particular, small numbers, right? This is a whole massive peninsula. How are we going to conquer this entire area? And there's got lots of Christians in it. It's true, there are visits on the Christians, their passion for Christianity is a little bit weird, but they've got mastered the conquest. The Jews step in, and the Jews are there and willing to help the Muslim conquerors who are going to extend to them all kinds of privileges and protections and rights. So the Jews partner with the Muslim conquerors to rule, and Spain becomes the only territory in the entire map here which is basically triangular in nature. What's going to happen over the course of the rest of the century is that Europe, aside from Spain, is going to be basically Christian, overwhelmingly Christian, with a small Jewish minority. Two other smaller pagan minorities are disagreeing. And the rest of the Muslim world is going to be overwhelmingly Muslim, with a small Jewish minority. But in Spain, you have a relatively not exactly evenly, but you have good proportions of Jews, Spains, and Christians living in a triangular culture, which changes politics dramatically. Okay? Questions about that? Let's jump ahead to the next period. What happens next? Here we go. Well, this is when you have this golden age, where you have a triangular culture. The Jews are not the only minority. There's like kind of wiggle room between Christians and Muslims. It ends really dramatically with the Crusades, which is this pretty bizarre attempt that started in 1095, and at the end of the year, Pope Urban II says, how is it possible that the Holy Land, of course, Israel is holy to Christians as well, that the Holy Land is controlled by the Muslim infidel? We really shouldn't tolerate that. So let us get together a whole bunch of Christian armies, and let us make our way down either by land or by sea. There's several different crusades over the course of a couple centuries, and we will take Jerusalem in particular back from the Muslims. And this triggers the first real geopolitical war of the entire continent. Because with the Crusades, which were incredibly bloody affairs, you have a very, very sharp divide between Christianity in Europe and Islam in North Africa and the Middle East. And basically, we are still living in that period of conflict today, 1,000 years later. Like when the Americans invaded Iraq in the 1990s, Americans were called by the Iraqis crusaders, because that's what the Muslim world remembers, really, for the last 1,000 years of Christians coming in here. It also represents a very important change for Jews, because although Jews are a minority and are experiencing persecution in many lands, they do have a carve-out both within Islam, as we discussed briefly, and also within Christianity under a different thing called the Doctrine of Witness. So it means that Jews, for a period of a few hundred years, are the only people who can travel in both Muslim regions and Christian regions. So they're very much active in diplomacy. Also very active in trade, right? Because Muslims cannot easily go to Christian lands to trade, but Jews can. And also there are Jewish communities all over. So you have a Jew coming from, let's say, Tangiers, who goes up, I don't know, Venice, and he shows up in shul and says, hey, listen, I'm here from Tangiers. I want to do some business. I would also like a place to sleep, things like that. And they have international connections built in. So this is a period of great Jewish trading. Is that in the context of the Crusades, Mr. Rothschild?
So that Christian cargo needs to be respected because during the Crusades,
there's so much more we can say about this carve-out, which is called the Doctrine of Witness. On the whole, it was respected. but there were many punctuations where it was totally disregarded, including many we see in Spain. But the Jews never were subject to an outright genocide until the 20th century by a largely pagan movement of Nazism. It's only when religion was totally weakened that you could have outright genocide. Even though there's lots of anti-Semitism, the Christians are still bound by the Ten Commandments, at least theoretically. And thou shalt not kill is one of the commandments. So there's like a moderating factor. But once people don't care about the Ten Commandments, they die. Mr. Koshaya.
You guys do this.
You are right. Yes, Mr. Rothschild. The doctrine of witness. This is more Christianity, and we'll come back to it again. This is a quick overview. The Muslims had something very similar called the Pact of Umar. And basically, these are the terms and theological justifications for the carve-outs. That we're not going to kill all of them, because they're allowed to live within certain parameters. I really like this. It's cool. Okay. I wonder if I can like different colors. This one? No, this one? Yeah. No. Wow. Here we go. Blue. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay.
We also drive with
yeah, that would be
expand the
let's do some more history, Mr. Rothschild. No, really. He had letters that we have from him to the Khazarian Empire way over here. And really successful. And don't forget, there are a lot of sort of cultural biases, cultural tics of the Jewish world that make us excellent diplomats. We have international connections and experience. We tend to be multilingual. American Jews are weird historically, where they only speak English, maybe not even that. But historically, Jews speak multiple languages. Just go back, your own family, I'm sure, if you go back 2-3 generations, they're normally speaking 3-4 languages. Yeah, it's America that's weird that way. Yeah, Mr. Khoshayev. So at this time, that is a very different situation because they are not under the Eastern Roman Empire at that time. They're still under the Sasanians. Oh, and then, I'm sorry, if you go up, they were conquered by Islam as well. So by the time Islam comes into the Persian region, the Bukharan region, that's when we're already at the very, very end of the Gemara into the period of the Savarayim, and then eventually the Gaonim will move the great yeshivas up to Baghdad. It's very much within an Arabic surrounding culture. Okay, Mr. Gross.
And that's very neat. That's always a little unfair an exploitation.
Yep. And later did this eventually influence not Christian, but the negativeness and treatment versus yeah. I noticed this as far as Jewish class, we're not focused on dirtiness. But did that insight change it?
If you look at the problems, yes. Dude, they went on a podcast that comes out in like 2 days where they tease it out and they get in a fight. They'll argue and it clearly doesn't make sense. They're fighting each other. I think you're thinking of that, brother, on the baddest in town. There's like professional wrestling. This is in like 1950s America level.
So they definitely and there are many scholars who will look at the Quran and say, yeah, this must have been
In the meantime, they're also just like, real men leads with peace, not war. You want peace, you must war first. And it's so fucking funny. Every comments is like, I really thought you were before this. It's me clearly being like, preach, brother. You got it. We need this fight to happen. This is a mega fight. It's gonna be awesome. The podcast comes out today. I cannot fucking wait, dude.
October 7th. And then we go into this third period where we have a rapid fictionalization of readings. This is the cover photograph, which is kind of an interesting one. This is Francisco Gaviria, La Rendición de Granada. It was painted in 1882. And this is a famous painting of the last surrender of the Muslims of Spain to the Christians. This is Ferdinand and Isabella, the notorious queen who expelled the Jews 10 years after this event's depiction happened. This is in 1482. And here is the Muslim general, and they're all saying, okay, that's it, we're leaving, as you Christians have now conquered the entire peninsula. And these two were actually like fairly religious fanatics, ideologues, and they loved the idea, which would later become very influential in Europe, of making a territory ideologically uniform and pure. Very much like, as we should discuss, even the Nazis who wanted to make Europe unified and completely free of Jews. You're right, the other area is right, Mr. Kaplan. Not so well. The Doctrine of Witness says that Jews are allowed to live as long as they live in a subjugated state. If you want, next week we can talk a little bit more about the ideology behind this. But if you are to expel them, you're not killing them. You're just saying, you can't live here, not in my backyard. So the idea of expelling the Jews did not contradict the Doctrine of Witness, but you couldn't actually live with the Doctrine of Witness. I haven't explained to you really how it works and why it's so, but there are lots of periods of time where the more humane aspects of Christianity are ignored by its practitioners, as we should see. Yeah, exactly. He actually ignored, like in Christian law and Catholic law, it's forbidden to forcibly convert someone. But once they are converted, to use the Latin term, "bidieven," they are converted. But they are converted. So that's what Portugal had a big trouble, because you're not supposed to do it. But if they force them, then what are you going to do? You're always Christians here. I guess we have to do Mr. Lipschitz and Mr. Right. It's Aramaic, just joking. Right? I remember once. I'm being recorded, so I can't tell you the story. But I remember when I once, I guess I'll tell you the story, but I'll hide some of these in case anyone ever watches this. I remember I was in yeshiva in Yerushalayim, and the next year I came back to the States and I went to a conference, and conference in Jewish studies, and there was a person there who was very excited to learn Gemara, and she came up to me and she said, I need a chavrusa in Talmud. I really need to learn with someone, and I'm kind of feeling a little weird about it. This is not the way we learned when I was in yeshiva. And then, but she's talking to me and learning, and then she uses the word b'di avad. And I had no idea what she was saying until I realized she was saying b'di evet. But of course, a lot of you guys, Sephardim, would you say b'di avad? Yeah. So
my natural accent is even when I learn, many people thought I love you because I speak like this.
What are chavrutot? I'm just joking. Yeah, you're right. But I was so soaked in an Ashkenazi environment, and I didn't have a strong, experience earlier. So, anyways, guys, I gotta give you some more history. Okay, we gotta finish this period, and the next one, and we're done. Here's a map that shows that progression. Okay, this is the period It's called the Reconquista. Anyone want to translate Reconquista? Reconquest, very simple. That's the that's a Christian term. The reconquest of Spain. Remember, it was under the Visigoths until 711, and then it became Muslim after 711, and then starting in the 10th century, the Christians start pushing their way down south until we finally get to Granada, and that picture that I showed you was from 1482, taking place to the very south of Spain as the last Muslims were forced to surrender. So this is the re-Christianization of Spain. Here's a Reconquista. And in this kind of like new muscular Christian environment where they want to like make it all Christian again, especially under Ferdinand and Isabella, there's like ramping up efforts to try and get the Jews to convert, willingly or otherwise. This is the period of the disputation of Nachmanides, the disputation of Tortosa, lots of attempts to get Jews to convert, and then ultimately we're going to end up with the Inquisition and the expulsion. I'll explain that in 1 second, and we're going to spend a lot more time about it later. But Mr. Arosh and Mr. Gross? Aroshas.
We said that the Christians considered heretics.
Yes. Because you're forgetting about the Muslim period that intervened, right? They're reconquering Christian. Oh, I forgot to mention one other thing. We'll talk about it tomorrow or Tuesday. But in 589, the Visigoths abandoned Arianism to become Catholics. And when they became Catholics, they also became incredibly anti-Semitic. It was like they wanted to show that they were so Catholic now that they were going to invent new ways to persecute Jews. And it's absolutely going to blow your mind on Tuesday when you hear about what the Visigoths did when they became Catholics. It was really nice. So this is the reconquest, meaning it was Catholic, it was not heretical anymore from a Catholic perspective. Then it became Muslim, and then it was reconquered through the course of 500 years until 1492, when you have the expulsion of Jews. And really, that represents sort of like the cultural, what's the word, monolithic period. Do I see another hand? Okay, I have to explain very briefly the Inquisition, why it happened, and then the expulsion. We're going to stop. We will come back to it and have to have a long talk about it because it's hugely important. But basically, what happens is during this period of the Reconquista, there's like a lot of anti-Jewish sentiment and a lot of feeling, like I mentioned, that what are we having these Jews in our neighborhood anyways? They help the Muslims. They're heretics, they're not like us. And so in the year 1391, there's a massive wave of pogroms, attacks on Jewish communities, combined with forced conversions. Tens of thousands of conversions, maybe over 100,000 Jews are forcibly converted. Not quite as simple as the Shahada in Islam. It involves a little bit of holy water and, again, a formula. But again, it's ridiculously easy to forcibly convert someone to Judaism. And now here the problem is that the church suddenly had this massive population of people who were legally Christian, but considered themselves Jewish. And that meant that they had no anti-Semitic restrictions placed on them. They could go to university, they could live anywhere they wanted, they didn't have a vote because they didn't have democracy in this part of the world at that time. But they basically were like regular Christians, even though they were saying, well, okay, fine, I still buy my meat at a grocery store, I still send my kids to pay there, I still have lots of Jewish friends, I may live in a Jewish neighborhood. And this went on for about 100 years, right? 1391 is the great pogroms and conversions. And the Inquisition is brought in 1478 because the church and the crown says, enough of this already. These new Christians, now in their third or fourth generation, they're not really Christians, they're actually Jews. So we have to force them to become really Christians. And if they're not going to, we will persecute them, we'll make them do humiliating things, and maybe we'll burn them at the stake. That's the meaning of the term inquisition. It was directed not at Jews per se, it was directed at Jews who had been converted to Christianity and their descendants, who may still have harbored Jewish attitudes. Is that relatively clear for a nutshell? Right? So it became like, Mr. Kaplan. Good. It became like a crazy purge society where the Inquisition would arrest someone, say, tell us what kind of secret Jewish things you do, and they torture them, and then they say, okay, tell us all of your friends who do Jewish things, and they would, people under torture would give up a whole bunch of names, then they would go to arrest those people, and then they would torture them, and they would give them a whole bunch of names, they would make names up, all kinds of people high up in society would drag them to the Inquisition, and finally, when we get to the 1490s, the crown is saying, this is not working. We're tearing our whole society apart, trying to find these secret Jews. We're finding them everywhere. There's so many of them, it doesn't make sense. And so Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, says to Ferdinand and Isabella, you know why we're not getting all those false Jews? Is because we still have the unbaptized Jews who were largely left alone by the Inquisition. We still have them living here. And so as long as these actual baptized Christians who are practicing Judaism secretly can go to meet a rabbi, to Shabbos services, get some kosher herring, as long as they have Jews living here, we'll never be able to get rid of these false Christians. And so that's what was the impetus to expel all the non-baptized Jews of Spain and make it completely unified. That's at the end of this period, 1492. Okay, so remember now let's just see the whole picture again. Right, 3 big areas: the ancient period, Visigoths in particular, up until the Muslims in 711. Then the Muslim era, which had at least 2 centuries where it was really good. On the whole, really good. We'll talk about why it was so good and why it stopped being good. And then with the Reconquista, you have the series, the first the disputations, where they're trying to have at least debates over it, then the Inquisition after the forced conversions, and then finally the expulsion, which ends with a sharp date, 1492, 1496-7 in Portugal. Okay, we good up to this point? Okay, Mr. Gross? This is later. We're going to cover all of this later. The whole year is still special.
I've heard of this very big incident in show notes of the source based on the idea of a rival, is it rivalry or cruelty that Muslims had toward Jews during the Semitic era. Is that after 1492, or is that somewhat exaggerated? Is there something we want to talk about or we can discuss it?
Well, we can discuss it, I think, when we get to this period here. There's one. Well, Jews, Christians, and Muslims have been around since 632 together. And Jews have lived under both Muslims and Christian rule for whatever, 1,400 years. One of the interesting debates is, was it better for Jews in Muslim lands or in Christian lands? And we'll explore the parameters of that debate. There's what's to talk about. Mr. Wait a second. I'm calling you at one time, so it's Mr. Ram, like Dodge, right?
Is that already final the last piece of this night?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, don't worry. And it's really one sense here. So I'm going to leave the recording is going to be posted. So we looked at this map actually on Tuesday, right? This is the period of the great expulsion and also flight. Because in all those Jews we mentioned now, we've got the Portuguese Jews who they don't have a choice. They are all converted in 1497, and it takes them sometimes like a few hundred years before they're able to escape to more comfortable places like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and so on. But this is the period where you have the massive spread of Sephardic people, and even more significantly, Sephardic influence. That's when you have all these Sephardic Jews coming out to the Middle East and really becoming leaders. And, they had such a mastery of Jewish texts, and such a rich Jewish culture that they were able to say to people in Syria and Persia, so, hey, you guys, you're doing some interesting things, interesting minhagim, I like the kibbeh, but here, you've got to try this Shulchan Aruch. And people say, wow. And so there's a huge adoption of Sephardic cooking, in particular, among populations that were not necessarily ethnically Spanish or Portuguese, but they're adopting the culture. And that's why the Spanish influence extends so far out into the West. Also, you've got lots of these, besides Europe and the East, you've got lots of Jews making their way to the Americas. Because don't forget, Spain and especially Portugal, massive imperial cultures, setting up all kinds of populations in India and in South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. So a lot of Jews say we're going to follow their Portuguese travels and we're going to set up shop and then maybe we'll be able to slowly adopt our Jewish identity again once it's safe for us. And that's representing the last 500 years, right up until the day where you have Spartan living in great places like that. Mr. Naeem.
So, that goes to the poster, that is something that most of us know in history. But it are from France, so all the
well, that's an excellent question. The Zohar would be traveling through this area really at least from the 13th century onward, but I think the big interest, which we'll spend a week on, is what happens in Sfat in the 1500s. In Sfat, right? Because Sfat, look at the dates, right? Expulsion 1492, the Sfat explosion begins in 1522. So basically 30 or so years after the expulsion, we've got these refugees and their children, right? We've got people born in Sfat and their parents are still speaking Portuguese and Spanish, and they're saying, oh, we used to have such an amazing culture and we lived in this amazing place and so on, but it's far away, and their children are inspired and they end up becoming phenomenal promulgators of Sephardic culture in a very different environment.
The Sephardic culture is the exact same, Sephardic itself is exactly
no, definitely the 13th century for sure. Yes. Yes. 10th century, right? That golden period. That's when all of a sudden Jewish letters, and what's amazing about it is we should see, our vision of Jewish creativity, especially in the film world, is, Shas and Moshe. But in this period, you've got like poets and philosophers and artists, and they're like mind blowing. Look at some of the Shmuel Hanagi is phenomenal, and a tremendous range of expression that was still considered part of the regular fabric of Judaism. If you read Yehuda Halevi's poetry, my gosh, you could not sell it in certain parts of Brooklyn today, but it is phenomenal stuff. Mr. Rothschild.
The reason I was saying specifically Spanish was some of the reason because they are more educated and have more things behind them, or
we could probably unpack that a lot more. I've never thought about it that much, but I would say that's probably it. It's also kind of like, why is Lakewood so much like Eastern European Haredi culture, right? Because you have these educated Holocaust refugees coming to this place and saying, we're not going to just, become Americans. We're going to take the shtetl and bring it here. And they recreated what they had in Eastern Europe, the shtetl. And it's like, it's powerful, it's convincing. It's like, wow, look at all this Jewish stuff I didn't know anything about.
Is there about the things? I know the history of each region is usually very proud of what they went from. I can easily just adopt, at least once a random like Jews coming from Spain and just take all their culture.
So there's lots of reasons. We'll definitely unpack it, but I'll give you one simple one: is text, printed text. If you've got a family minhag that people observe, but it's never been written down, never really been codified. And you have someone pull out a Sefer, which is only now being printed, right? Printing was invented in the 1450s, right? So the Jews were expelled in 1492. It's a brand new thing, and there it is, literally in black and white. That's pretty convincing. So I said, oh my gosh, I have to use a revius? This is how much a revius is? It's a very different thing. When you have text, it kind of gives a new impetus. Mr. Gross.
You mentioned the Jews that fled from Spain to specifically. I mentioned that it's an artistic expression, creativity. Was that influence also had in recent history?
Yeah, definitely.
We also had
yeah, Jews don't generally live in completely impermeable bubbles. We do, right now we're speaking English, right? And I'm using an Apple computer, and I might look weird on the street in New York, but I'm pretty conversant with New York culture. And there's no reason to think it's not like that for most of Jewish history. Okay. Lakewood. Even Lakewood. But you're right. Okay, so again, gentlemen, the takeaway, these 4 periods, right? To be intelligent for the rest of this course, recognize these 4 distinct eras. Tuesday, God willing, we'll go back and we're really focusing on the ancient period. It's mind-blowing. Thank you for your attention. Have an amazing Shabbos.
Injection euthanasia, I think it was 2015. And since then, they've gone from allowing doctors to kill the terminally ill who ask for it, to the chronically ill who ask for it, to people with disabilities who ask for it, to the frail elderly who ask for it. And starting in 2027, doctors will be allowed to kill the mentally ill.
Okay, so today's topic is going to be wild, and I don't know how much you've studied about the history of Christianity, and specifically its connection to the Jews. We're going to be spending a lot of time this course trying to understand how Christianity relates to the Jews on a theological level, in order that we can understand how those theological principles were translated into policies on the ground. So, warning in advance, fair warning in advance, we're going to do a lot of Christian theology today. We're going to return to, actually we're going to do some Muslim theology, not too much, but Muslim theology, and then we'll go back to Christian theology when we get to the Spanish Inquisition as well. I hope that will not freak you guys out too much, and I will do my best to limit the amount that we have to really discuss, but there it is. That's what we're going to be discussing today. Okay. Any last questions before we dive in? Okay, everyone is clear. Let's start with the earliest settlements, which you'll recall when we talked about this last week. We did the broad overview of Spanish Jewish history, and we had the first bubble was the period of the Visigoths, right? So that's what we're focusing on today and on Thursday. Visigoths means the Western Goths. The Goths are the name for this nomadic people that moved somewhere out of Central Europe, perhaps out somewhere near Hungary, and made their way into the western part of Europe, and eventually ruled the Iberian Peninsula and a bit of France, what will be France later, for several hundred years. And this is really our first good look at Jews in Spain. But what about the legendary origins, like the data that we have about the Jews of Spain that's not necessarily rooted in what are conventional sources? Like, for example, we have one pasuk in Obadiah that refers to the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. Like, this is the classic passage, which I'm giving a citation. It's Obadiah only has one pair, and this is the second last, the penultimate pasuk, and it says in Hebrew, "V'galus achel hazeh b'nei Yisrael asher kna'anim ad sarfas, v'galus Yerushalayim asher b'sfarad." Right, so you have the Jews who were exiled from the lands of the Canaanim into the region of Sarfas, which the commentators generally equivocate with or make equivalent to modern day France. Right, Rashi says about that. Galus Asherhu B'nei Yisrael Shegalu Me'aser Seshvatim La'eretz HaKnaanim Ad Sarfas. So he doesn't actually say it here. Where does he say that? Yeah, he says in the next line, Sarpasio Malchus Shatorin Francia. Right? This is the kingdom that they call Francia. And then, of course, the line that's relevant for us is the Galus Yerushalayim Asher B'Sfarad. And Rashi's, the Targum says here, Targum Yonasan ben Uziel, which is, of course, rooted in antiquity, probably sometime around the 1st century before the Common Era. We have the phrase, V'Galus Yerushalayim Dibe Aspamia. The word Sfarad is translated as Aspamia. Aspamia is the Latin name for Spain. So that word that is in the Pasuk in Ovadia, which is written, of course, hundreds of years earlier, was translated to Spain by the Roman era. Remind me of Mr. Rand. Right. What were you about to say?
I was saying Sfarad.
Right. It means Spain in modern Hebrew for sure. And that's what we have here from the Targum. But is there any problems with this equivalency? Mr. Rose?
Maybe it's hard to say that outside of Spain.
Yeah, like that word Safarad. Was there anyone else who called the Iberian Peninsula Sfarad at that time? Yeah. The answer is no. Nobody knows what people called the Iberian Peninsula at the time Ovadia was written. So in other words, the layering of Targum Onkelos, it's not Onkelos, sorry, it's Targum Yonasan ben Uziel, it was written hundreds of years after Ovadia, and he's asserting, and the medieval commentators, Rashi, the Radak, everybody follows Rashi and follows the Targum here, that this place is identical with the period of Hispania. Many other secular scholars identify it with Asia Minor, the region of Turkey, because we have some Babylonian inscriptions that refer to it as Safarad, which sounds a lot like Sfarad. And that seems, like, at least in terms of the geographic distances involved, reasonable. Some also argue that it refers to Sardis, which sounds a little bit like Sfarad, and also is in the same region, but we simply don't know. So anyway, that's our first citation of Spain, Sfarad, and the idea of Jews being there from Yerushalayim. We have no other evidence besides the Pasuk, but we have a passage in the Gemara, Vamos, that refers to both the travel from Gallia to Aspamia. That's definitely a much more contemporary reference. The Gemara here in this context, I believe, he was speaking, that's also the Roman era. So there's definitely this idea of commerce with Aspamia because it was part of the Roman Empire. We've got Jews getting out there at least in the 1st century. If you go back a little further, we have this really interesting inscription that is unfortunately lost. The next two inscriptions are not. Inscriptions basically mean, by the way, like things written on stone. Most common version of things written on stone. Epitaphs, excellent, right? Stuff written on gravestones, matzevos, right? Now, most of these things are matzevos, but we have other things too. So we do have an interesting matzeva that was found by Rabbi Moshe ben Shem Tov Chabib. Unfortunately, and he reported this in the 16th century, and it was found in a town called Morgiedo. Unfortunately, the original is lost, and all we have is the description of the inscription. And the inscription apparently read, "This is the grave of Adoniram, who is mentioned in Sefer Malachim, if I remember correctly, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here, i.e. in Spain." So if we take this inscription, which is, again, we don't have the actual inscription today, if we take it at face value, it means that Shlomo HaMelech had his empire reach all the way across the Mediterranean to Spain, and that's where he actually sent out one of his official tax collectors. Kind of a stretch to imagine it historically, because we don't have any other supporting data, certainly not in Tanakh, but it's an interesting kind of thing. But we're left kind of like wondering, because we don't have the inscription, all we have is a 16th century reference, we don't even know how much use that is.
specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. And he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, The Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, and kind soul. This was a huge honor and a pleasure for me. This is the Let's Treatment podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack with Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything: his father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. When women owned the houses, which are called garrison tents, they owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. And the fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. He rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, "You must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulun, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her." It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlun. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, "Doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again." It was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story and his kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
You only say that.
So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak, dark, criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born. All the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people among us that were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed two Tatars. One of them was the name Temujin, which is sort of person of iron. That's what it means from the Turkic. But today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, a person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, now not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, like around 4 or 5, but he was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Daichu, found him. And then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8. But he didn't take the other son from the other wife, maybe 3. He was keeping him. There's something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Daichu to die with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlung's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family, sort of like the first family he came across. And the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Bershta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. But they figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now Temujin is off living with another family.
It's not just
And somebody comes from his family, family, not a relative, but a close person. That comes to get him, take him back.
There's a lot of other
And they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Mother Heirloom by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, but they did not tell her. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. And all the women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come. We do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. They packed up, and they took her animals. They took the animals, but at the moment she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for 1 night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steppe, 4 children, possibly 5 already.
And they even gave Jews
Sochigol, the other woman with 2 children, are all left there to die on the steppe. When winter comes, they will surely all die.
All Roman citizens and
How do they make it to the winter? Mother Heirloom, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped. At one point, by Daichute people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, it's the correct word, enslaved. They put him into a cake, a yoke, like an ox would rear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different gear to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people were drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the cake, the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols, that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a cake on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and this protects him a little bit. They give up, and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day, he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family, and at great risk to themselves, they in fact were a captive family at the time too. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the cake and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped?
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition and kinship. Is the most important thing above all else, because here's his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family of outcasts, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter. And for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. That one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen, and so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child, it's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story of his wife was, her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman, what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother called. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No. He has somebody who loves him. And it's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting guessing that we don't know exactly who she is. Well, just they called her grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor with the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl, Temulin, in her own lap. She has one extra horse. What she didn't take because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea, but they're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox, the bullet, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlun is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlun saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. But now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? And is he going to go out and look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Krishna. He has found something good in this life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius born, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and the tall river about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because Wang Han is his name, or Torkel Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because Krishna's mother had brought a sable coat. It's a gift for Mother Erlun at the time of marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamukha. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamukha. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother. In a way loyal, and as you've described, he's both the best thing to have happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years to Genghis Khan. So who was Jamukha?
Jamukha was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little more clear. But she was a Urihankai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamukha was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping, And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Rothschild, his ancestor. So they're both through as the Mongols would say, from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar, and then both lost their fathers very early. But Tomka also lost the mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Tomka is not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice, and so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is the English in the language, and there are several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle deer used in these games that they play. But it's also forecast the future, all them around and all. And it's very strange. It could be up to 50 degrees below zero. But it doesn't really matter at that point whether it's Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels were singing under the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamilka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. Among the Mongols, it's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another, but also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. But it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged, until they had been close friends. And Banghan said, okay, Jamilka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three sent out some troops from Banghan. He himself did not go, he was too weak. But he sent some troops, and then Jamilka and his troops, and then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the market people of the Siling River, which flows into Siberia and all into Lake Baikal. And they had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamilka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the market people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. But he has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the elder people. Han's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. And so he's dressing down his superiors, he's very aggressive, but it's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the market camp. They also come in at night, and so the there's a small amount of warning because the men are out hunting sables, the merchant men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Marston has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandmother come out yet again, and so to go, they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother, the power struggle there, and, not to moralize, but there's also, the ethical foundation behind the murder?
The killing of Bechter, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Bechter was the older child of Sochko. So the older brother has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom. He refers to them as Chi. It's a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, then if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Bechter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry one of her. It's just not the same God we're talking about. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did, or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. I think Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Bechter was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or a bird that Temujin had caught, and that's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Bechter would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he could do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stand for it. So mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Sochiko. She and her younger son, Belgatai, they stay with the family, they don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mama Ergu, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. About you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow, and you are worse than everything that she could name. Could be worse than. She was outraged with on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Sochigal, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing is shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his mother. But I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, but it was important. But I don't think it was mostly deeply meaningful for Tabuja. The brother was gone, the problem was solved, mother is extremely ticked off at him. But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation. Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. Richter was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. Now, Victor's younger brother, Pescatai, is on the raid with him, and with Dumbledore when they go to Captain Burstenberg. Has both loyalty, and Megatai stays loyal to him his entire life. So it's very interesting. So, Eki, if we return to Bershta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because it was two-way loyalty from Bershta to Temujin, and Temujin to Bershta. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan. I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, eventually. So I can't explain why. But it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him. After that, the literal war to get her back. He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jumbo Khan. And so they decide to stay together, and they all go off to the Horanaka Valley.
So that's the kind of situation we're in, where Christianity is always obsessed with what do the Jews
this
think,
becomes a huge issue forever.
The true Cholin's recipe.
It's one of those things that to this day almost it's an issue. And what happens, but as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call him first child of Merkin bastard, he defends his wife.
For the next 200 years,
to his own sons. You were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to a cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Horanaka Valley. And he and Jumbo decide to renew their vows of being undone to each other. So this time, it's more serious, and a ceremony in front of them all. We can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And then Tonga takes off a gold belt, which actually he'd stolen from the market at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. But he took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. But then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mare who had a little growth on the front of her head, which they call a horn. It was an unusual gift, and I don't. It has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, and then kind of sort of think about it different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Tus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt. Because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Mujit, and they celebrated, and then the words are a secret history. They stuck the part under the same blanket apart from the other group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the working child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jaluk at that time. And other people can say, well, Jaluk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jodigadai, which meant foreigner. It was kind of like a parallel, the visitor, the foreigner. And so Jaluk's clan took the name from him, Jodaba.
Imagine that you're
So there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time that we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes. He defends his child through his entire life. And,
it's like the anger.
But not long after the birth,
it's fun, it's enjoyable. So
he and Jamaica break apart.
And the Christians are
But
saying,
really, Temujin breaks apart. At the urging of Rishta, she said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much. You need to be free, we need to break away. And she urged him, but he loved his wife more than anything. I think that it is certainly the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anga relationship, which gets up severely tested in future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved first the most, and maybe of course with them as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Munda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have the Banghan, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Kiryat people. And so Damkhan remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan. And he even got the title Bang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Banghan received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Banghan. And Banghan said no. His own son, told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're carrier people. We're not going to marry them. And so Now,
And it's
war,
so
you could say,
irritating
breaks out a
because
feud.
they're still
It's
around.
more of a
I
feud.
mean, why don't they just go away?
The Mujahid fleet has to flee far away into the east to a place called Balchuna. And he goes to Balchuna, and at this time, then Jamaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Baghdad. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious slight breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. They claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, the Temujin eventually defeats Van Khan. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just
but the fact is,
thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. It has different meanings in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong. Chin. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the market themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like see, things.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and then the double meaning plays with each other. That excites them,
especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think that is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle. Girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But, so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over here. And so Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And, he becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman people.
This guy is the returned Messiah.
When Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel, and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, And Taiyang Khan, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about them. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaka has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jadavan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Bull Khan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Van Khan is gone, Torgal Khan gone, he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. But his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his
for your meals every day, and then you see this beautiful
it's a very
carriage pull
strange
up, and these Jews get out,
encounter.
and they're like,
And so supposedly, Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life.
It feels like the other way around.
And supposedly, Jamukha says,
impose restrictions on them,
but I did
so
betray
that they
you.
should always
My people fought against you, and you will always know that.
Christians
And you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your down.
State policy.
He said, kill me without shedding my blood.
Ghettos instituted.
Let
That's
me
why we
die.
had the badges instituted.
And if you do,
that's why the restrictions on employment.
take my remains up to a high place and bury me.
Doctrine that on the
And I
is
will
very
be
good,
the guard.
keep us alive,
I will be the
but on other
protector
hand,
for you and your
very
people
repressive.
forever. So, they obviously, Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing. And he was either, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding the blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and they beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had him, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around. And I think for this reason, he was willing either to accept the plea of Jamukha. And when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamukha offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty for Genghis.
I would say, in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood, aside from birth time. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, small things. So she was by him, she was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamukha, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, in my evaluation of them, these things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole and kill everybody and all. And he had a flair for the dramatic, giving it away, giving the gold belt to Temujin. But Jamukha also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Marshta. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along. And we did not have the patience. So, something about that rings true. There were some elements of that were true. But he They certainly didn't have the intelligence or the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
In that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. As Genghis Khan as the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And he had sided before with Khan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about the Genghis Khan stories. He came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, like a boy, that doesn't know the world, would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, that's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly. Not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, his private part of the army, with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. But in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
That's incredible. But let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
The Secret History is a very unusual document, and I have to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army wasn't. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did, I think. Most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one at the market when he risked Umberto, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Erlun, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was the Tatar boy, who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehutum was his name. Shigehutum realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if the people contributed, helped him, but it's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's here on the mouse, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. What does that mean? So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the very gray-blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's some kind of myth, totemic. Mongols will say, they look at me, I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named very well. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They're practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bodhachar, they call him Bodhachar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. His father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a very high woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to her. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigehutum, he was there, sleeping in the same area with people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Marshta sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, you can't think of, it's all recorded. So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so, the scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. People didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized that if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. So it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. It's very problematic in some little areas here. I'm not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. It was a very unusual document. And once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Some of the Persians I trust very much, and I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And like sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Han then. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han. which is emperor. Well, one makes a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that. But anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
But yes, that is translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes, which is the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves, those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there are several things like that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian Notes to Joe, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate, fill in blanks, and give more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. It is so important, I think, because the history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bertha. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the bursts that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear, it was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Betty Crompton was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. And then they gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no props. nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, they were, at this time, we were amazed, you know. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it, and I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live in the base of Mount Burhan.
And integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains, the great sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for any other place in the world. Certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 million. They're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian that like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about this steppe is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold as the dickens sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the market live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't. Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land. They refer to the earth as Dada, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. But to learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back. Maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if you're camped just right there by the water.
They can sometimes be more
So the people,
about the rules.
they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out in the middle of it. Still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
I will show.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse and thinking about this open step. From a young age, there's been all Mongols who trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets with horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because I was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twinge of a muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting or anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the golden sword out of the horse hair of their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You can teach me some words in Mongolia. I teach you the words. Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. What color is that horse? Brown. Then they said, but you said this color was brown. What color is this? So, wow. It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or black. But the words for horses, of course, by sex. And then they have three because they have geldings, and so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised the dust of many fast horses. It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit. And the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. They're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But The horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone who's ever executed for it. But you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of fermented horse's milk. The mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the 4 directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzle me that in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were up to gelding with bee stallions. You don't get the bee stallions, but one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only because one or 2 girls, or like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You couldn't see him, not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins to his horse, but he couldn't remount. And he was trying to hobble back, so his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care, and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for NADA, the annual races, like this boy had been doing. He was off in an area right close to the forest and mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold, even though this was the summertime. The nights could be quite cold. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the neck. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's probably hard for her, too, to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Colat, and he tells the story about mental toughness, that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. They're like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time is still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, the wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they take, again, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses, and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life, created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to target shooting accurately at 200 meters and more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So, there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse, because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It was absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, or foxes and other things. In some areas, there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's, to this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has billions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it. on how he used it and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Most cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
All cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. Yes. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops on the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized. You have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a personal relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, that they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was, they were organizing with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have. But they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows. Right? So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
A complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Otto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty, of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do it in a line. of one following the other, they would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutto, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already, the horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. When he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids, and I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. Walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like first time you're like seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolian steppes where there's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. But on the, so when he looked at everything around him, he saw, okay, they have this river and they have all these channels and they're always moving water around. And like I said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangkut city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we had to improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way, we all think we learn from our mistakes. We all, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time. That's how we think. He had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about, technology, and understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way, and he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and more creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was one who iterated it. He was the best with it. And he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way the rotation of the horse would, the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would ride the next day. One way to measure it is that later, at the time of the death of the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Going into Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads, because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling the woods. And then also, one of the other famous things is the faint retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigehito, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic. And that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which is the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols, and if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction, and then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the 2 hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature. There's something that when the forces are retreating,
you want to follow, you want to run.
You can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speeds of Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you would write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited for the different strategies. This kind of idea for the feint retreat and attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful city and a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. And he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth, eating children, and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth, it must have been truly terrifying.
The psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes. It used to be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, one in Iran, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first. As a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and all of them won, they did not kill everybody. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued was all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all to forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said where they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep. Now, forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, and what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are, actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. He did not tell him, did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan, no one was allowed to cry, no one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly, and it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. That's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
And he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and will may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved in it. It's always, but we're defending democracy. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. There was nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one, it's just the very nature of war. The war is hell.
Kind of like here in the United States of America, we had a pretty good.
And sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, and I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist, that all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great? And the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire, that they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause a mass destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works. Or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms, pushed them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been into Ukraine and Kiev, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards into what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American through and through, there's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting, for example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians, and then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, the descendants from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us, and we don't even see it. And when Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that brings us to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest of the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Bannon.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people. China, Russia, the Middle East. You do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, you've also written about the Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well. All the different kinds of peoples that came from this steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. They are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them. Maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered. Yes, there were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talks, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? So we're going to have peace and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should we? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, that are able to capture the public imagination, hearts and minds with vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way, all of those things.
That's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. If we could link out some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands from religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not with Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, let's say we mentioned before, the Diamond King, Taiyang Han. His son, Kuchluk, had fled. No good, worthless, Kerkwell's son, but Kuchluk had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the weaker people. He had been a Christian. The Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Gutsluk from power. Gutsluk went down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So up to this point, he's been tribal. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized, quote-unquote, people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they're fighting over religion. And so he made the law. These are the very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement. Yes. That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. I think that religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's that is like one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. It's just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of and every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say on a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. And it's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right. And unfortunately, the only religion he did recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what did they do? The Taoists could do magic on the earth, and they could give people magic formulas and curious, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what do the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianist, that was okay. But he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, there was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all types. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily, but then of course eventually that was abused so much because the religions were then getting everybody to donate property. You can still use it, you can still farm your land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. Got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself is just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. So he never chose any religion except one for which he came. I guess, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, we said after the death of Shirabo, his grandson in Bamiya, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, famous Chongchang from China, who are despised, but anyway, he came with all of his magic formulas and things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people, and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Burhan Khaldun. Burhan Khaldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, actually, this would get rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, should we invade these people? So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, among those, so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around him, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. Should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China, they didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus as the work of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. And so, or Mulchustinker in the case of the eternal sky, where they're talking about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson Monkhan said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's
just, at the start of this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongol steppe that lost everything, right? Just had the hardest of lives, is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is what he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society, and there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, different Mongol, and the Uyghur even, were administered by his daughters primarily, and his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think, well, they're so stupid, they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This lasted, Kublai Khan was the one who changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and the movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or I'm trying to say he's a Democrat in the modern sense, or environmentalist, or a feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. And in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. But this is after Genghis Khan already. This is Uday Khan, his son. The happy drummer. Uday Khan, his army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say. Subadai, Marshal Subadai, was Genghis Khan. It was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Westerns, they said, sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy.
Yes.
And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way,
exactly,
and that sends a signal to everybody else. Send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of everyone, when in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. That's not, theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved some, and he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
One of the things we've mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating, and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And, you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. But they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods, much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. And his grandson, or his son, Khan was once asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor, he called in. They told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And then Okade said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China, and then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed, and the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, there was a precedent. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between East and West. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas, whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. There was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods of new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. but it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so. They're very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be like 5 cows count as 4 horses, 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse, 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did, and that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people, and every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided it. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had that genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something such as print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks, religious things. And then sometimes in warfare was used for kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. This is in the time of Kublai Khan, the grandson. But so they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had naphtha, what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers. They could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side, and we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower, and we're going to use the gunpowder from China, and you got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, but not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon, and even some like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it could fire a very small ballistic device, So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little bit, sort of on the topic of a cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson, Kublai Khan, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. But by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms. It's hard for horses to get through the farms. They don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid. The bows are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as the Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall of the Ming Dynasty. But the Great Wall of the Sea. And they used it as a defensive navy. And the largest navy in the world, it was defensive. And it was both literally defensive. And then it came time for warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so it became a wall.
So actually, if we rewind Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. And at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or usually called the Southern Song. He had already conquered the Xixia kingdom of the Tangut people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then he conquered Middle. Later, his descendants conquered Middle, and then Kublai Khan was the one to take on the South. But Kublai Khan was born that year, 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing, and he was nobody. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia, and they've already burned down Kiev, and they've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, he doesn't meet, Genghis Khan was about 7 years old, because Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back, and he met him, and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Solakstani, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Merkin people, whom he had conquered sometime earlier. And it looks like his mother was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, with very bright red cheeks, and have a certain very round face, and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mungh, later Munghan, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died out on campaign drunk. And she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. And this wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen, because he's the fourth son out of 3. Others are way in line, way ahead of her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Munghan in 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. He died of something. It could have been cholera, or there are different stories. I don't know the truth of it. But he died on campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguishing himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China. So he was learning all this stuff for it. But the older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people, Orihangdai, who was the son of Subadai, the great general. He assigned him to teach him warfare. He wasn't great on the battlefield. He really was not. But he was very smart. And at first a little bit lazy. He liked talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting, as long as he had been with him to do the shooting, and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain. She said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified of the mother. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to do it. Well, when his brother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River on a campaign that he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Arifbok was another hothead Mongol like their father, Tulu. He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions, he was had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists, because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. And so he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representative to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than talking to people. So his wife Chabi sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Khan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported Arifbok. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Arifbok. And so he went to get food from them, and then they didn't want to give up their food. Yeah, we want to support you for Great Han, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262, and then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264 while a legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. So Kublai Khan not really distinguished himself very much, but he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did. And he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protecting there. So he had one of his very smart generals named Aju, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think and innovate. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father Rihang Kadai on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So the Mongols on one side of the river and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. But Hankadai was a smart man, not a genius, but smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on a goat skin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over in a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Dai Viet cannot escape when we around the elephants. Well, the battle got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that's sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women It's cards. It's just not, so they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Davian forces got on the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Hankadai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it and the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities were heavily fortified on the land side. Because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water. And so the city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They sent off to the Ilkhanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, we can say, cousins, nephews. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet, catapult. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it. And they attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy. And then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it trebuchet for this type of catapult.
So this is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
It's the same kind of story.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's cart. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side, where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, they've had child labor, they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now.
Wow.
What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but actually I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy. Try to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy it, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. And because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Hangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint, or I don't know what the scholars do, but they were being scholars. Yes, but they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan, several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. And they didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are mainly right on the river and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were more in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed. And then he finished.
So we should say that this is the time of samurai, right?
Yeah, the samurai.
So there was never a real test of like
no, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of it. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just craziness. Now, samurai, almost at that point, you ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. They're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was a unknown territory to them. The weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
But they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. And there are many tactical things that they have done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah. So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that you rule those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave his navy some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in. Aju was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area, but we're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran, where he came and he took over command of the army. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south on right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing. They even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady, no children. Xie was her name. The Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge, and she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you demote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no. I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. Take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital, And she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick, it took her a longer time, to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are ruling. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals. They made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around on the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims, who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So, on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore, but I still think it was the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, and they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong then anyway. The delta of the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you, and you're going to stop and build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals, and the general army, and the navy.
And there was a real competence issue.
Yes.
Okay. So
we're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chained together the boats across the entrance of the harbor. And they put the palace boats, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. So Mongols arrived, and over and over and over, they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. But they cut the ships off with a fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Bing was his name, with his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life, was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity, but the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout their history, a coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and held him, a 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parent in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. Empress Chile.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably it's become the institutions became corrupt and stale, and the army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
All that is true, and the Chinese summarize that with losing the mandate of heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story in some kind of like maintain and honor to the last moment.
Very often, most scholars depict Empress Xie as the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected her emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed young Ming.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sakate, the second son, the Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongols.
The sons of Genghis Khan. And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. They're so far away.
Yeah.
But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. Different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send them a queen or princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate to marry the Khan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he organized this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left to live. They wanted to get their riches out before they didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there had been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed a second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army, but now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So he's got what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, that's now the Russian Far East, or we call Siberian English, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. It was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is that the expedition was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. Just didn't work can see.
But don't forget, it's from
The
one
left wing is from
small place to
Korea.
another relatively small place.
There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They called it GOL, the center, or QOL, actually. But he had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clearance. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire. And they were doing great damage.
He was able
again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan.
with very, very little change.
But the soldiers
so precise.
were gone.
They so terse and used very few words to express things.
He didn't kill them off. It was his deliberate plan. The problem was solved.
Certainly removing a word here, a word
This is
there.
one of those ironies of history. It's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out, ready to go. And Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, Princess Huxjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who's not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Jitu. But he wasn't drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple of times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he was, first he knew, reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, this emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had a connection to Somaliland, and some people said Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure. Very wide, very wide.
So technically he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but although actually the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letters?
Over time, those groups that started intermarrying. They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo. He talked about, so he's this now famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess was one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell that because he wasn't there, but the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. And so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things, because with something like Princess Hokujin and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Totoro, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So if I find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. It was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his own play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is like the princess in the story. This is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Hokujin says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There were things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering, and if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically. With Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. But I am, it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, there was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
No. But today, we've returned to that. The East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal want and other things. Today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe. I can understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which tells a lot more China book, I was just about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even have a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture. Even if I disagree, if they point this one as a hero and that one is the villain, I disagree. They'll say, oh, I'm wrong, I don't understand their history, and they're probably right. It's quite possible. But it's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO, and they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people.
In a school that's called Neo-Platonic.
We are arrogant beyond words.
Exactly, but it's basically a
we need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautiful, but how did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Timur Genghis Khan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore than they want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. There are many, many other things are in Russia. Just even Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person plus an animal, and Chin is a person. A person takes care of an animal. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny. Always a great, powerful research that tells you Russia supports this was the Mongols, and I can think of nobody else is one of the famous ones. But he was a little bit evil, practically, I depend upon a lot of research by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1250 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the king. And they never did. It's not the whole thing. In fact, they went down one time and captured the big emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. The Mongols decided, okay, every year, thousands of the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back their old emperor. So it's going to work. So back on your super rebellious. The empire just internal reasons of the Mongols. But some external things of nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. I have to be honest with you. Everything in Eastern, everything that's good comes with something underneath that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes what's so good. But this great system that is called united everything, people can move back and forth quickly, and it can also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. But I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses, we don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia, Iran, Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descended from the army there. And then in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. Little bit had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent and squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China have been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, I talked about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned Sarai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, like several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Well, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is, first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb back there, we're going to have this shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq, or Vietnam, or even Northern Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare and American arms. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go in to win. With World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, support the war, not support the war, we did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? It's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. And we just paper over it sometimes. You know?
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was American strategy. You know, Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. That's exactly where he belongs. For what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrible. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving, literally in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. Animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers
What up, Zoot?
die by the thousands.
Zoot, how you living, pimp?
Not on the battlefield.
What's good, son?
In Arabic, they're using a lot of contemporary terms.
What's wrong, baby? Come to daddy. Why are you frustrated? Because you suck dick at mini golf? No, why are you frustrated, big dog? I got you, big dog. Are you ready to lose at Moncala? Dude, what makes you think you're uncoordinated? I know you say that you fall down or you trip. So, what makes you think you're so uncoordinated? Yeah, why is that? Why do you struggle to learn how to drive?
I used to live in California. In fact, you're broadcasting. I'm close to DC, so what's the latest with your books?
Have you ever taken driver's education? Have you ever taken driver's ed? Why not? So they don't have like schools where you can learn to drive? Do you think that would be helpful for you?
Well, I talk about exceptionalism, which is really crucial to human liberty and universal human rights and equality. Human exceptionalism.
Do you think you'll ever be able to drive?
Different aspects. A lot of people think it just makes the sanctity, importance of human life.
Okay.
But that isn't all. That's only half. The other half is that human beings are the only known species in the universe with moral obligations. We have duties. We know right from wrong. And so we have duties to each other.
Doug, we're going to play the exact same game that we played previously.
We often talk about their posterity, and that's us. And I think we have a duty to leave.
It's going to be 41 to 7.
We have duties to treat animals humanely. That's not the same thing as animal rights. Animal rights is an ideology that says there's no difference between humans and animals. That
We're just that used to environment problem. Some radical white rivers have what that's very destructive to human well-being. So human exceptionalism seeks to protect human dignity, human equality, and also promotes the idea that we have obligations that are important and being a human culture. Mark, it's fun to be a human. Sometimes so many of them.
Yo, pimp. Were you pre?
Something that there's a matters. It's an objective. Either we as human as an objective, and therefore more capacities. Let's who has less of very dangerous pressure.
What is DCD?
So forth, where some less valuable than others.
Have you been diagnosed with that?
All those kinds of isms are equal because they treat inherent equals as if they weren't, and that leads authoritarianism and killing and so forth. But so where does human emotion come from?
What's the problem, pimp?
So if I'm scared to be on the radio with you, the adrenaline pumps, right? And you feel that fear. If my wife looks at me with lovely eyes, maybe I'll get that warm feeling in my heart. But where that comes from, is there a difference between mind and brain? I suspect there is. In fact, some of my colleagues in the discovery teaching have actually about that difference.
What up, pimp?
And they make a very persuasive case, interview them on Humanizer, that the mind cannot be found particularly that there the issue of whether one has a metaphysical belief system. And that, of course, there are atheists, but everybody believes in something, and so you'll.
Why is that?
In order to find out, they kind of many almost a science that they can obtain immortality here. Technology, the most promoted way to do that in transhumanism is to upload what's made from transhumanists. That wouldn't be you. Saying you wouldn't be in the computer if you had not just for some, let's say, news, weather, and sports. For the Wesley Smith author,
Yes, sir.
sometimes it's the age of do harm on yes, not do no harm. Yeah. Well, the problem is that
Yo, pimp.
The Hippocratic oath was taken by.
Uh-huh.
500 years before Christ. Many
Dog, at least in the United States, most people are pretty fucking coordinated.
Natural maturation is perfect. For example,
I've never really been around too many people with autism because I don't really know what that is. Not really.
You have what's known as medical futility or
I am. I just don't watch videos of people who are autistic. You mean like Rain Man? He was really fucking coordinated. Oh, yeah, he was. He never fell down in the movie.
in organ transplant medicine. And, that's really a huge thing because that could destroy people's trust in that very important medical sector. So, using medicine as a way of eliminating suffering by eliminating the sufferer is very problematic. And we see that increasingly.
Oh, no.
Stay with us, Wesley. We're going to take a short break. We'll come back in a moment with Mark Smith. We'll be talking
Oh, yes.
about assisted suicides and euthanasia. Legal in all 50 states. Assisted suicide is legal in 12 states. What's the difference? We'll have you check in on that. This podcast is called
What up, pimp? How are you? How you living? What's good, son? How'd you find out about me? Oh, tight. Through that server or through Kick? Excellent. How's your day going? How's your day going? Dude, tell them I said what's up. Much love to them. Tell them to join my server. I'll give them a wave. I'm waving at them right now. Hey, tell them to join my server. Tell them to join the server, dog. All right, well, tell her to try again. She can figure it out. She's a big girl. Hey, tell Rose to try again. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. Who the fuck is that? Okay, well, at least in that movie, he was pretty coordinated. Zoot. Well, he didn't fall down.
a story of manipulation on an epic scale. Case. Oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on? It's about who we are online, how little we know, and uncovering a 10-year scam. The only thing I have is truth on my side.
Yo, pimp.
Journalist taught us media. This
Okay, well, were you paying attention? Okay, well, couldn't it have to do with you not paying attention than you having some wild disease? Dude, what the fuck is up with these frozen ones? I don't have a move. Dude, I'm giving you this game. Oh, big time, dude. You're up, pimp. Dude, are you gonna win this game?
From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We shall take your calls next hour with Wesley Smith as we talk about the humankind. His book is called Culture of Death. He's got another one called Consumer's Guide to a Brave New World as well, and this podcast is called Humanize. The Paranormal Podcast Network continues.
You're up, pimp.
We invite you to listen to these shows. You will enjoy.
Dude, these ice ones are difficult.
CoastToCoastAM.com at the top of the homepage. It says podcast. Click that and open up the link. Or if you're on the iHeartRadio app, just open that app up and put in Paranormal Podcast Network. Here's something.
You fucked up, son.
Dr. Alan Malay for 4 decades of natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells.
Are you gonna go, big dog?
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, lower hormones, sleep.
No. I've only known really good athletes and like people who are extremely coordinated. No, I've only known really smart people. I wish I could tell you. I mean, actually, I'm glad I haven't. But I mean, I've met people with like mental challenges, but like they didn't have autism. They had something else. I don't know. But like, I've even met people with Down syndrome. I think like who could tie their shoes. It was a challenge, but they could do it. Doug, you tie your Zoot. I'm telling you, if somebody like these people have made you like brainwashed you into thinking that you aren't very capable of a lot of things. You're very capable of things. You were able to hold down a job for weeks selling solar while I've known you, and not once were you like, yeah, I tripped like 12 times. Like, I'm telling you right now, Zoot, you're one of these people. If somebody told you that your skin was turning green, you'd be looking in the mirror every day and you'd be like, I think my skin's turning green. And I'd be like, normal people would be like, no, you look fine. And then you'd go around being like, well, I have green skin syndrome. And everybody'd be like, no, you don't. Your skin looks fine. But because someone told you that you have green skin syndrome, you would think that you have. Dude, I'm telling. Okay, but like, I think that you have Tourette's syndrome. That is, and I think if you worked on your Tourette's syndrome, then there's an opportunity for you to live a normal life.
Doctor nor a health professional, just a guy interested in health.
I mean, that could be.
In the U.S., the model of prescribing more and more prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects that lead to even more prescription drugs is making us a sicker nation. All we desire is just the opposite, to be healthier, not sicker. It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important roles proper nutrition and disease prevention play in making us a healthier society. I recommend that you visit the website criticalhealthnews.com, where there's a wealth of information launching nutrition packages that are lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health videos and articles at criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO. That's 1-855.
What are you saying, Pimp? What's the thing, baby?
And welcome back. Wesley, I had mentioned 12.
Discussion. Assisted suicide is when
Okay.
the case here necessarily the doctor can also be a nurse practitioner states by some drugs for somebody to kill themselves.
Okay.
They like to call it medical aid.
Again, you can make some assessments about people. You don't have to live their life. I feel as if you could control your Tourette syndrome, you would be as normal as anyone else, and you could have meaningful relationships, and you could learn how to drive, and all of the other things that have to do with living your life.
It changes the entire way the culture looks at medicine, and it also looks at vulnerable people.
Have you ever seen a therapist just for your Tourette's?
It becomes a different society because it changes your whole mind. Since you decided as a society.
I mean, isn't that something that might be beneficial to you? So why don't you get one?
People might not remember, but back in the 90s, Jack Kevorkian retired pathologist. He had never actually treated patients outside of medical school. And after he retired, he started a book called Prescription Medicine, in which he pushed assisted suicide not as a means primarily of alleviating suffering, but so that he could engage in what he called optometry. That was, in other words, he would experiment.
What up, pimp?
And that was the goal of his assisted suicide campaign. The media didn't like to talk about that because, in my opinion, for assisted suicide was talking about him trying to alleviate suffering. But he said in his own book that wasn't his primary purpose. Jack Kevorkian, people were flying to Michigan to be assisted in suicide. Most of them were disabled, some were terminally ill.
And he would kill them with carbon monoxide in his rusty van, and yet that was the passion. The time that he moved from assisted suicide, where people would, trigger the carbon monoxide themselves, he euthanized a man named Thomas Yoke, who had Gehrich's disease, ALS, and he filmed himself doing it. And he then took the film, because Jack Kevorkian was really about Jack Kevorkian. He took the film to 60 Minutes. Mike Wallace,
So you have an invitation.
They put it on 60 Minutes. I'll never forget Mike Wallace saying to Kevorkian, "Is he dead yet? Is he dead yet?" And Kevorkian would say, "No, he's just sedated." It was really a horrible thing, but that pushed the envelope a little bit too far. And he was convicted of, I think it was second-degree murder, and he did about 10 years in jail. And the really, to me, shameful thing is that when he got out of prison, he was getting $50,000 a speech before he became ill and passed away naturally.
Zoot.
He wouldn't do that, but he did. He died at age 53. Did he enjoy doing what he was doing?
Zoot, what are you doing, son?
I think he did, and I think he really enjoyed the notoriety he received.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
It's a great shame. Ralph Nader and I co-authored some books together, and we're friends. And he said to me, "It was what a great shame that Jack Kevorkian, for a period of time, would become the most famous doctor in the world, because he was helping to kill people with carbon monoxide." And I think Ralph was absolutely correct about that. No Ralph time for us. I love Ralph. Canada has legalized euthanasia, isn't it? Yes, and I think Canada is a real warning sign for the United States, because they are our closest cultural cousins. Canada legalized lethal injection euthanasia, I think it was 2015. And since then, they've got...
What an amazing shot.
The terminally ill who ask for it, to the chronically ill who ask for it, to people with disabilities who ask for it, to the frail elderly who ask for it. And starting in 2027, doctors will be allowed to kill the mentally ill who ask for it. And Canada, as well as in Netherlands and Belgium and some other places, they conjoined euthanasia with organ harvesting. In fact, in Ontario, the province of Ontario, if a patient goes to a doctor and says, "I want to be killed," and many patients now qualify for that. In fact, the last year that there was a record, 15,000 people, more than 15,000 people in Canada were euthanized, and it became the 5th leading cause of death. But in Ontario, if you go to a doctor and say, "I want to be euthanized," and the doctor determines you're qualified,
oh no.
the doctor will then call the organ procurement organization and tell them, "Well, Charlie's going to be dead on Tuesday the 15th. And the organization will then call Charlie and say, "We have your liver, we have your kidney." It's really turns, in some regards, euthanasia turns people into objects, because once you become killable, you cease to be necessarily a subject. Let me give you an example of this. In the Netherlands, there was a tragic case of a 16-year-old girl who was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer.
Look at this shot.
And before she was going into the later stages of her condition, she asked to be euthanized. And she asked to be euthanized not because she was suffering at that time, but because she thought, if I am euthanized, I can become an organ donor and I can help other people. Well, as soon as the doctor said yes, they put her into a 36-hour coma. Now, the coma wasn't for her benefit. She ceased to, in a sense, be the point. Her organs became the point. So she was in the coma. They did the testing necessary and the tissue typing and so forth to find recipients. And once they found the recipients, then she was and her organs taken. This is
Yo, pimp.
in euthanasia. Here's another.
Okay, big dog.
Crisis. An elderly woman has happened to too many people, including my.
It's not over.
She was isolated.
Well, of course, this is my best hole. You haven't beat me on this hole in like the last 75 times we've played it. I don't know if you've ever beaten me on this hole. This is by far my best hole. I basically always get a 3 on it. What up, pimp? No, you're not. You always say that. Dog, it's over. Zoot, go. You need to go at the hole. Try to make it in the hole. I'm terrible at this hole.
Eventually expands, and the strict guidelines that we often hear about to protect against abuse.
Zoot, pimp, you're up.
Is passed and starts to become normalized. The guidelines that were protections are now called obstacles and barriers to a good death. And so you see the progression, even in the United States. You begin to see now loosening of restrictions, doing away with residency requirements, assisted suicide in some states by telemedicine and this kind of thing. So it's a very dangerous road we're on in the West with regard to this issue. And I think people get very caught up in
Okay. Where'd your ball go?
Statistics in Canada, in Oregon, in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Most of the people who are asking for permission to these terminations do so because of existential issues, and they're very important that they can be handled.
Did you know that if you're from, I saw this statistic, if you're from Brunei, there's a 0.00075 chance that you're the Sultan. But if you play the lottery, there's like a 0.000000000 chance that you're going to win. Basically, if you're Bruneian, if you're from Brunei, there's a better chance that you're the Sultan than if you were a Canadian playing the lottery. Look at this shot, though, Zoot. Look how amazing this shot is. Well, it just shows that the odds of the lottery are not very good. All right, Zoot, go find the lottery ticket. And go eat your dinner. And then come back and get your ass kicked.
For example, terminal is 6 months to live. Recent studies show that that's a very unreliable projection. Doctors don't necessarily know who has 6 months to live. And we've seen even in like Oregon and some of the states, people have lived for more than 2 or 3 years after receiving the lethal prescription. It's just not a door you can open. What we need to do is provide care for people. We need to have significant interventions, make sure people are not isolated and so forth. And I don't think there is any way to pass a law that can maybe help that one or two, alleviate that very rare condition where you can't alleviate suffering. You can't do it. And in fact, there are palliative methods to alleviate the worst suffering through what's called palliative sedation. So if somebody is really in an intractable circumstance, they can be sedated. And that doesn't mean necessarily being put in a coma. That can be titrated and it's adjusted so people can have a better quality of life. The point is to help people live until they
dying is not dead, dying is living. And the point has to be, I think, as a really compassionate society, which means to suffer with, to care for people and not kill them.
What do you think of biotechnology?
I think it is the most powerful scientific breakthrough since the splitting of the atom. And like the splitting of the atom, it's a double-edged sword. Some tremendous good can and is already coming from biotechnology, but also the potential for tremendous harm. Let's just talk about the biotech genetic engineering or genetic editing technique called CRISPR, C-R-I-S-P-R. In CRISPR, you can, scientists can very easily now change any cell, change any organism, so that can lead to hopefully some great cures. Just as an example, sickle cell anemia is a very painful condition, and CRISPR, somatic CRISPR, meaning somebody who's an adult, has actually successfully alleviated a lot of the pain of that condition through that genetic editing. But it could also be used to take a bird flu and turn it into a truly lethal pandemic. So these are things that I think, as the splitting of the atom, requires really strong regulations, and that's what we're not seeing. What we did see with the splitting of the atom was international cooperation, trying to set very strong limits on proliferation and so forth, and the differentiating between the peaceful and wartime use of the splitting of the atom. But in terms of biotech, it's the wild, wild west, and I think that's very concerning.
Wesley, is there any morality to any of this that we've been talking about?
Well, morality is the only thing that can actually make any of this work. And I'm afraid that what we often see in these discussions isn't true ethical deliberation, but the question of safety. Ethics goes far beyond safety. Ethics goes to, is something right? Is this something, even though we can do it, is it something we should do? And I don't think we do. We have enough of that discussion. And frankly, we're at a point, I think, in becoming such an anything-goes society that the only hope we really have is self-restraint, and that seems to be in short supply.
Can people email you to your websites?
Yes, they can. Email me at the Discovery Institute, and I'm also on Twitter. People want to, follow me on Twitter and on Facebook.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about your podcast when we come back after the break. Wesley Smith with us. Just fantastic discussion with you, Wesley. We're going to take calls for the next hour. If you happen to be a first-time listener to the program, you're just joining us, welcome to the program and welcome to the Coast family. Give us a call. We'd love to hear your views on the subject we're talking about right now. And Wesley's books include Culture of Death, The Age of Harm Medicine, and Consumer's Guide to a Brave New World. Both of those are available on Amazon.com.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Now I know that happiness goes on. That's where you go. When you put your arms around me, I haven't been there for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest time. That voice. We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match sets to create your own unique set combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with James.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Juice. Yeah, you don't want to know. Thanks so much for waiting. Your team is ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Perfect, thanks.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real? Will you use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control? What's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe.
We have answers for you in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Cham, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is left in your bed in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory about the team.
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of Their Era.
I'm Trevon Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests.
We will break down who is the greatest of their era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T, Greatest of Their Era on the iHeartRadio app.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again for the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discovering new podcasts from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I happened to be in Birmingham, England one night when this journalism student came up to me and was a tsunami that hit Birmingham. Birmingham does not get national attention. It was a circus, man. I can't even describe to you. His name was Hamza Said, and he wanted help for his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier. The news of a strange letter exploded in the press. The letter looked to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists infiltrating the city schools in a supposed bomb called Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, incoherent, badly xeroxed, yet still, it sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Birmingham. The country moved on this counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools were revamped, teachers lost their jobs, and the lie was found suspicious about this whole affair. Is that this dodgy letter suggesting extremists were taking over our schools? Nobody in the backup wrote it. Or why? Remarkably, none of the investigators even tried. So I convinced my reader again that we should go for it. This is about to be the first radio interview we've ever done. On tonight's making writers writing this down. Are you who is the letter defective? Is the question you have to answer. Figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they would let it on. And then Hans and I were poking at something that people did not want to talk about. Can you give us a bit of details about the situation? It is particularly important. From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian Reed, and I'm not to say it's the Trojan Horse Affair, a mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't want to hear.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? How's it going, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, August 21st. We'll start today way back in 1931. Yankees slugger Babe Ruth becomes the first Major League Baseball player to hit 600 career home runs as the New York Yankees defeat the St. Louis Browns 11-7. Babe Ruth would finish his career with 714 home runs. Jumping way ahead, today in 2007, Garrett Anderson of the Los Angeles Angels drove in a team record 10 runs in an 18-9 rout of the New York Yankees. Anderson hit a grand slam, a 3-run homer, a 2-run double, and an RBI double to become the 12th player in Major League history to have 10 RBIs in a game. And today in 2016, Kevin Durant scores 30 points and helps the Americans rout Serbia 96-66 for their third straight basketball gold medal. It caps an Olympics in which the U.S. dominated the medal tables, both the gold, 46 of them, and overall totals 121. The 51 total medal margin over second place China is the largest in a non-boycotted Olympics in nearly a century. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. KFI, AM 640, the.com.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And our guest Wesley Smith, we're talking about what it's like to be human. Jump aboard and make a call, and let's get your thoughts from that. Virtual is out there to help you invest in gold and make some money and build for your future. Consider diversifying with gold. To our friends at the Virtual Group, for decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven. In times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, which we have now, and high inflation, Virtual makes it incredibly easy for you. And diversify part of your savings into gold. And if you have an IRA or a 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold. Or just buy some gold and keep it stored away somewhere in your house. Get educated though. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898 again. Text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold and build for the future. Text COAST 989898 right now.
Sabre, the #1 pepper spray brand, presents What Would You Do? You're walking alone at night. Suddenly, you hear footsteps approaching from behind. Do you A, keep walking and hope they pass? B, turn around and confront them? Or C, create distance and prepare to defend yourself? If you pick C, smart choice. Sabre 2-in-1 pepper spray with personal alarm lets you alert and defend with a single button, activating both the pepper spray and personal alarm at once. And with its fast flip-top safety and finger grip, you get quick access and better aim for up to 12 feet. It's better to have Sabre and not need it than need it and not have it. So look for Sabre 2-in-1 pepper spray with personal alarm at Target, Academy, or Dick's. Or visit SaberRed.com now and use code RADIO for 20% off. That's SABRE Red.com, code RADIO for 20% off. Sabre. Live life confidently.
Welcome back, George Norrie, one with Wesley Smith. Wesley, what do you think about suicide in general done by the individual? It seems to me that our job as human beings is if somebody is suicidal is try to help them get past it. But it's not the same thing as assisted suicide and euthanasia because it's an individual action. People have the power to commit suicide, but here's a problem, George. In Germany, the highest court, as well as in Estonia, the highest courts of those two countries, equivalent to our Supreme Court, have issued rulings saying that there is a fundamental human right to commit suicide for any reason. We're not, getting outside of the issue of health, disability, age, and so forth. Whatever the reason the person wants to be dead, that there's a fundamental right to be assisted in suicide as an ancillary matter, and there's a fundamental right to assist someone in suicide if that person wants it. So that moves us to death on demand. And that, I think, is the ultimate destination of the euthanasia movement. That isn't what they preach, and I'm sure many involved in advocating for legalization don't believe in that. But I don't see how you avoid it in the end. Germany's court and the Estonian court have shown that, and I think that is something to be very concerned about when the right to be dead becomes paramount even over the right to life. It seems to be a problem. What about insurance companies? Don't they have some kind of timetable ruling on suicides and whether they pay off or not on a policy? But you see, these laws that are passed redefine suicide as not suicide. They claim it's medical aid in dying or death with dignity, whatever it might be. And so these laws always generally state that if insurance policy is not impacted, insurance benefits, like life insurance, are not impacted by assisted suicide. And most life insurance policies have a time limit on that exclusion anyway, like 2 years or something like that. But if you are euthanized or have an assisted suicide, it probably does not affect your insurance. Before we go to calls, tell us about your podcast, Humanize. Yeah, Humanize, as I said earlier, George Norrie, I get to interview very interesting people on issues of human exceptionalism, whether I agree with them or disagree with them. For example, I'm very opposed to the nature rights movement. And I have the founder of the nature rights movement on the podcast. I've had Jay Bhattacharya on the podcast, who's now the head of the NIH. Coombs, Sam Brownback, the former senator and governor of Kansas, who's very big into religious liberty issues now. He's the ambassador for religious liberty in Trump 1 in the State Department. Some of my discoveries of two colleagues talking about everything from intelligent design to whether there's a difference between mind and brain. And I had a hockey player on, a very famous hockey player who believes that psychedelics can actually offer help for people with severe depression and concussion injuries. And we're beginning to see some demonstration that might actually be so. So that was an interesting discussion.
Active hockey player or retired?
Retired. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name because I'm not a hockey fan.
Was it Wayne Gretzky? Was it?
No, it wasn't Wayne Gretzky. Him I've heard of.
Right, let's say, well, how do people listen to it?
Oh, Humanized.today. Very simple to find. I've got about 70 interviews on there. Just go to the podcast and you'll see the wide variety. I've talked to an animal rights activist named Gary Francione, who believes that we should not be able to use animals for any purpose, no matter how beneficial to human beings, which I disagree with, and so forth. So I enjoy not being the person pontificating, but the person doing the interview. I like that.
Let's go to the calls. Todd in the state of Washington to get us started. Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you, gentlemen and Gina. Now, I'd like to ask you if you differentiate between secular humanism and transhumanism, as in the first people, Bill from Buffalo, New York, with the scientific committee to investigate, place paranormal and their sister, transhumanist group, and these so-called Bill Gates, people who want to upload their brains. You think it's all one fundamental genetic program?
That's an interesting question. Secular humanism, as I understand it, is a belief system in terms of that the approach is that there's no God. It's all based on reason and so forth. Many secular humanists might be transhumanists, but not all transhumanists are secular humanists. I do think that transhumanism is a form of eugenics advocacy because in addition to wanting human immortality, they also want to be able to do human recreationism. That is to be able to genetically engineer implants and other things to create a superior race. They call it the post-human species, and that can be very dangerous. It's almost a new Superman kind of advocacy. So there is a eugenics element in the transhumanist movement. I wouldn't say that secular humanists are necessarily eugenicists.
Remarkable subject. What is it, Wesley, about people who go in there, shoot up a place, and then shoot themselves? Why don't they just end it before they have to take another life?
I think it's, again, you're outside of my jurisdiction here, but it's a form of madness and it's a form of cowardice. And I think the most, this is just for what it's worth, I think the most dangerous element in the world is impotent male rage. And I think you see that in some of these killings. I think you see that in some of the Islamism. And I think it's a very dangerous thing because people become very irrational. And beyond that, I don't know what to say about it.
Let's go to Mike in Denver, Colorado on the 1-3 line. Hello, Michael. Welcome.
George, it's so great to be with you. Thank you for taking my call. How are you?
Good. You are
doing amazing. Thank you so much. And Wesley, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for this transformative information. It means a lot. And I had a quick comment and question for you tonight. So following up on your work with Ralph Nader, the legendary Ralph Nader, who George has actually interviewed several times on the show, I've read that you were asked about Ralph and kind of what took away from him a few years ago in the interview. And you talked about Ralph's motivation to either one agrees or disagrees with him on the particulars of policy. It was to empower the individual to stand against exploitation by powerful institutions. And I was going to ask, how have you kind of applied some of what you've learned from working with Ralph and that kind of overall kind of philosophy to the work you do as it pertains to, biotechnology and all the causes are, echoing in the minds of so many today.
Well, Michael, thank you very much. Ralph Nader is one of the greatest men in the history of this country, and his motives are purely humanitarian. He seeks to help those against people, weaker people, and weaker forces against powerful forces. His major campaign is against corporatism and the power of corporations. But if you have people who may not know, the reason you have seatbelts in your cars and airbags in your cars is Ralph Nader and his advocacy. The number of gas tanks that don't blow up. Yeah, and steering wheels that collapse instead of the pavement. The whole consumer advocacy movement was started by Ralph Nader. And the interesting thing is Ralph came out in '64, I believe it was, and he was my hero when I was a teenager. I never dreamed that I would become his friend and his co-author, and I don't have time to get into how that occurred, but it was a dream come true, I have to say. And Ralph was the General Motors tried to destroy Ralph Nader because of his book on Synchronicity Speed. And when Ralph found out that he was being followed by detectives and this kind of thing, he made a big stink, which Ralph is very good at doing, by the way. And he sued General Motors, and they settled with him for, this is back in the 60s, something like $650,000. The number may be a little off. Thinking, well, he'll take his money and go away. And he took General Motors' money and started consumer advocacy. What I learned from Ralph Nader was how to be an advocate. And there are certain things that I got from him sitting basically at his feet and watching him in action. One is know your stuff. And I hope I know my stuff. The second is have absolute integrity. Don't try to twist the truth when you don't know the truth. Don't try to stretch it. Tell the truth. Third, for Ralph, is he's indomitable. That is, he doesn't compromise his core principles. And I think that's very, very important. And you have to, Ralph believes in democracy, so he is very adamant in his debating, but he expects other people to be as well if they disagree with him. So he's a true believer in democracy, and I think he's one of the great exemplars of American exceptionalism, if you will, because Ralph doesn't come from, a silver spoon in one's mouth family. His parents are Lebanese immigrants, and he grew up in Winston, Connecticut. His parents owned a restaurant. He worked in that restaurant as a kid, and he ended up as a person who broke through based on the quality of his integrity, based on the incredible intellectual capacity of his brain. He's probably the smartest person I've ever met, and I can't say enough good about Ralph Nader. He's a tremendous human being and has been a tremendous asset to this world. In fact, as I said, the lives he has saved because of his work can never be modified. He's a tremendous person, and thank you for that, Mike.
What energy for a guy who's 91 years old, huh?
I know. He doesn't quit. He's still plugging away.
Go next up to John in Wisconsin. Hello there, John. Hello, George. Hello, Wesley. Excellent topic. Great guest. I have a brief comment and question. Sure. In my opinion, human exceptionalism provided wonderful social harmony right after World War II up until about 1985. When we look back at television shows like My Three Sons, Andy Griffith, Happy Days, they provided wonderful messages that helped us learn how to get along with one another and also enjoy being a human. Then in 1985 or thereabouts, technology started to change our culture. Fast forward to today, in my opinion, our culture is a mess. My question was, please, are you concerned that the continued advancement in technology, specifically AI, may digress all the positive benefits of human exceptionalism? Thank you, and George, thank you for taking my call. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That's interesting. Only if you let it. AI, I don't buy into some of the apocalyptic believes that it can take over and destroy the world. AI is a tool. It can never be, quote, intelligent, close quote, because it's a slave to its programming. Now, it can become very sophisticated and can be abused, obviously. In fact, we see the abuse already with these AI deepfakes, right, where people, I guess they did a deepfake of the Secretary of State and were actually calling world leaders, and that was, and it was fooling them because the voice generated by the AI, just like Marco Rubio's, and so I think that AI, like biotech, is a very powerful potential technology that needs to be properly regulated and monitored. But I think it's an important tool that could actually benefit humankind tremendously. I don't think that it needs to impede our belief in the importance of being human at all. But we need to make sure that the AI believes in the importance of being human.
West of the Rockies, JJ's with us in Santa Monica, California. Hi, JJ.
Hi, George. Wesley, I couldn't agree with you more. I think your perspective is spot on. I think many people support euthanasia and assisted suicide because of misplaced compassion. But I think it's important to recognize that the pool of people that these death options are going to be given to are ever increasing, and it's going to start expanding more and more to include people who are depressed, autistic, elderly, or simply poor. So to offer death as health care is not a road that we can go down.
Yes, I do. And that reminded me of the poll that was taken in Canada. Remember earlier I said that once you legalize killing as an answer to suffering, it changes a culture. They did a poll in Canada in 2023 in which they asked about the attitudes towards euthanasia. And they asked whether euthanasia would be acceptable for the suffering caused by homelessness. And George, 27% said yes, either strongly agree or moderately agree. They asked whether euthanasia would be, and I can't believe that the Canadian people, let's say back in 2005, would have had that number, because it's unthinkable. They asked whether euthanasia is proper for the suffering caused by poverty. And again, it was like 27, 28%. They asked a disability was about 50%. So these are very important issues, not just in terms of protecting individual people, but in terms of what happens to a culture's beliefs about the importance of life, about how medicine is supposed to take care of us and protect us and treat us. So I really appreciate JJ bringing that up, because it's a very dangerous path that we are trotting when we say that doctors can become killers. And people have to consider, we are now seeing suicide parties and euthanasia parties and people being invited to say farewell and participate in these last moments of a person's life. And that, in my view, if you say, yes, I'll go to your suicide party and participate, you're confirming their worst fears about themselves, and you become complicit. But the problem is, for a lot of people, well, if I say, no, I'm not going to be part of that, then you will be accused of abandoning that person. But the true abandonment is to help kill them when you shouldn't be. But it seems to me that the truly loving thing is to care for them and say, no. You don't just say, no, I won't do that, but you say, no, I can't be part of that, but here's what I can do. Here's how I can participate in your life. Here's how I can help you get through these difficult times. I'm here for you, no matter what it takes, and I will never abandon you. I think that if we did more of that, there might be fewer euthanasia deaths.
Are there any statistics, Wesley, that show where you're someone who's about to be euthanized and they pop back to life and they're still alive?
Well, there have been a couple of cases that I've heard of. I don't know of studies, but where, they say, well, it's a quick and easy death. Not necessarily so. Sometimes it can cause convulsions, extended coma, and this kind of thing. trying to reach deep into my older brain here. I think 7% of cases in the Netherlands have had those kinds of quote complications, close quote. But that number is a little fuzzy in my head, but there have been cases of difficulties, such as you just addressed. In fact, I remember one case now from maybe it was Oregon or Washington, where the person actually didn't die and came back and thought, what happened? I'm still here.
We're going to come back in a moment with Leslie Smith, author of Culture of Death, podcaster as well of Humanized Podcast, and take your final calls with him on Coast to Coast AM. So don't touch your dial.
Feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
Take me to the pile of more control. Take me to the pile of the soul. Take me to the pile and lead me through the pain. Take me to the pile and I'm gonna find. Take me to the pile and lead me through the pain. Take me to the pile and I'm gonna find.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. All of our arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, or on non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month. And 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What if they never returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate. Quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, we wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place. We'd end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Let's start the NFL. 49ers wide receiver Demarcus Robinson has been suspended the first 3 games of the season due to a misdemeanor DUI charge. Now, with the suspension and injuries to the receiving core, the Niners acquired wide receiver Sky Moore from the Chiefs for a 2027 6th-round pick. Jets beefing up their defensive line, acquired Harrison Phillips from the Vikings, Juwan Briggs from the Browns. Broncos traded wide receiver Devon Bailey to the Saints for a couple of picks. Cowboys and star pass rusher Michael Parsons not any closer to striking a long-term deal, but head coach Brian Schottenheimer optimistic Parsons will be on the field with or without an extension.
I feel good. Mike is going to be out there.
Baseball, Shohei Ohtani roughed up for 5 runs. Rockies crushed the Dodgers. Padres knock off the Giants. Padres now a game back of the Dodgers for the top spot in the NL West. That's sports. I'm Ronza Moss.
Hello, everyone. It's Billy Corgan here, and welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I can't feel Lady Gaga, so I don't know how I can keep the original Lady anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives.
The most creative national thing I can
Element of bands, core changes.
Now, Rod, in today's show, we got these big moments.
We definitely cracking the zeitgeist.
Right, but if I can get away with it,
Join me on The Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. The dearest thing I know. My happy arms will hold you, and
To talk to George Dory, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Dory.
Next hour, our special guest will be Seth Stewart. We're going to talk about spirituality and human consciousness on Coast to Coast. Make sure you're part of the program. And we'll be back in a moment with Wesley Smith, taking final calls with him as well. Well, this is Wednesday for you Coast Insiders. That means 2 more programs pulled out of the Great Art Bell Vault. David Serrata was one of the guests talking about UFOs and ETs. And then Russell Hart talked about remote viewing on Coast to Coast with Art. Make sure you're part of it. And how do you become a Coast Insider? That's a great deal at 15 cents a day.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck. I'm a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what. It's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. But it doesn't matter as long as we have our provisions. I've got 5 years of Coast to Coast programs to play. That's a long time. And how do you sign up to be an insider? Just go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that and you're in. The other way is to download the Coast to Coast AM app from the App Store. It's free. Put it on your phone. Through the app, you can sign up as well. And if you're in Canada, insiders, so take advantage of that. Now here's something very special for you men and women.
Research shows that testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing Epic Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule with amazing results. Here's product creator Dan Putnam.
Epic Tea is a testosterone enhancer. It doesn't have any testosterone in most of the body. Natural testosterone, perfectly safe for both males and females, because there's studies showing that it will help increase your testosterone between 3 to 400% with your very first dose.
Wow, that's amazing. What kind of changes are people seeing?
Their hair is growing like they've never seen it before. There's differences in their skin, having to cut their nails more than one time per week, or losing weight, better mental clarity. So this is a 100% natural product that optimizes the testosterone that you already have. So that when your body's producing testosterone at night, it stays throughout the entire day. People are starting to see after the first week, the first 2 weeks, massive differences. We've seen anywhere from 200 to 700% increases in the first 90 days. It's recommended that the males actually take the product right before they go to bed, and the women actually take the product in the morning. So anybody who's wanting to reverse that aging process, who again just wants to feel better, feel younger, this is absolutely incredible product.
Epic Tea capsules for men and women from HealthyLooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Epic Tea capsules at HealthyLooking.com or 800-549-9596. Promo code George for free shipping from HealthyLooking.com.
A cyber criminal group is targeting airlines in North America and their third-party vendors in an attempt to steal sensitive data. While many airlines are actively monitoring for potential breaches and are reviewing the impact of these attacks, you can help protect your personal information by updating any airline login you might have with complex and unique passwords. It is important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it. Guaranteed, you get your money. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 40% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to lifelock.com, and when you're there, use promo code George for 40% off. Terms apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance, but if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today. Most investments today feel like second jobs. Real estate, you're a landlord. Stocks, you're a day trader. Crypto, you're a full-time researcher. You've got a life to live. Your investment should help you live it. That's why more Americans are choosing gold. Noble Gold has helped thousands protect their future with real physical gold. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com to get your free wealth protection kit. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you. Wesley Smith with us as we talk about the culture of death, the age of do harm medicine. Wesley, what do you think of cloning?
Cloning, depends on what you're cloning. I'm certainly against human cloning. The idea that you would manufacture human life is very problematic to me, because that's what you would be doing. Human cloning has already been accomplished. They haven't brought cloned embryo birth, but they have created cloned embryos out of human, in terms of human beings. And that's a problem because you get this, again, if you start creating human beings as a matter of manufacture, then you get into issues like quality control and such, and exploitation. And so I think it's a problem. By the way, the hockey star I interviewed, I felt bad I didn't remember his name, is Daniel Carcillo, who was a Stanley Cup recipient, and quite an interesting man to discuss about psychedelics, because he had several concussions, and he believes that the psychedelics that used along the way actually helped save his life. So very interesting.
All right, let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Scott in Costa Mesa, California. Scotty, go ahead.
What's the interesting topic for tonight? You know, well, as somebody who is dealing with more and more with pain and tremendous discomfort, you know, with the ailments that I have, you know, I'm in the beginning stages of setting up hospice for myself. But I guess an advocate for euthanasia because, you know, we kind of treat ourselves a little bit better than we do our human counterparts. And, you know, just for the example of myself, you know, I've got other ailments as well, but there's a great fruit-sized tumor on the side of my face is growing into my mouth where I can't eat without withdrawal. And my articulation, I apologize by not being to it, but I don't know, I'm for quality over quantity, and I don't, you know, my friends say that I'm suicidal, and I love life, and if I wasn't going through this situation, you know, I'd be there until I'm 97. But how old are you now, Scotty? 56. You're still young. You're a young puppy. Well, it's one of those things too, where like the business of health, when it was something that was sort of, if you will, my insurance company, you know, I didn't want to be homeless. I didn't want to be broke or go to bankruptcy or whatever. There's a whole other thing there.
That's an important issue. I'm sorry you're experiencing a very difficult circumstance, and I urge you to. I hope you're receiving care and help and palliation. I think it's important to understand that there's a difference between assisted suicide and refusing life support. People have the absolute right, and I support them, to refuse unwanted medical care. So you don't have to. You can alive, you know. Both my folks, my dad and my mom, died with help in hospice. And it really made a huge difference. My dad died of cancer, and my mother died of Alzheimer's. In fact, my wife and I brought her into our home, and she died in our home.
Even if you could translate them, they didn't know what the words meant because they hadn't dealt with those philosophical ideas. So that's why you have more translations. Well, like for example, this particular has ViralRabbi, is a translation in the 20th century, and in fact, the edition of Focus with one of the editions I have at home, has on the top of the page is the Ibn translation into Hebrew, and at the bottom is like a translation. I'm not sure if it's Rabbi Lieberman's, but it's another modern translation because the 12th century Hebrew was sometimes too cryptic, and that's the way we do this. It's only with, as I mentioned earlier, the scholar Rabbi Kafan, living in Israel, a Yemenite scholar who was absolutely fluent in Hebrew, in Arabic, excuse me, was able to say, wait a minute, let's just put this in modern Hebrew, and his translation are definitely the most superior ones that we have today. There are versions of them available. I think we have, in fact, this library in facing pages with Judeo-Arabic on one side and Hebrew on the other side. But this was, yes. This is also it's a classic work because it was first of its kind, and it was, deeply influential, and another example of the Spanish Jewish genius of the time. Okay, we don't know a lot about it. We're guessing that it was written sometime around 1070, perhaps. Now we got to get to our last figure, Yehuda Halevi. Yehuda Halevi really represents the end of the period of La Convivencia. In fact, just as the Rambam was forced to flee, Yehuda Halevi recited all of the Rambam. He chose to make Aliyah. Towards the end of his life, he famously, I'm sure you've heard the famous line from Yehuda Halevi, Ani Israel, Levi, Ma'arav, I am in the east. No. Ani Ma'arav, Israel, right? I am in the west, but my heart is in the east in Israel. And ultimately, at the end of his life, he decided, I'm going to give up all the fame and glory that I've developed here in Spain, and I'm going to make my way all the way to Israel, and that's where he lived briefly before he died. This is the end of that country. That's this kind of interesting artifact that actually comes from a Christian king, Ferdinand III in the 13th century, a little after lady, in which he had inscribed on his tomb both, panegyrics to himself in Arabic and in Hebrew, as well as in Latin on the other side, to indicate that this was really a triangular culture that involved all three of them. So here's our 1075 to 1149. He was a brilliant poet. He ended up becoming a doctor because it was hard to make a living as a poet, but he really did enjoy poetry more than else. And we know that much of his poetry was more higher. It gives you a sense of what the society must have been like. That people would have a wedding and they would say, "Oh, let's invite a poet. Let's have him compose a poem on the spot." And the crowd would be delighted if the poet could make specific references to the bride and to the groom in the context of the poetry, and people would be amazed with it. Kind of like spontaneous declamations that made sense and were clever to everyone. They also at funerals, to deliver some kind of ode to the deceased was considered a great art, and people valued it. It was an art form that people took very seriously. Yeah, you think so? It kind of does sound like this. I agree. I mean, you hear sometimes with Brahmin is a little bit like it. It's Brahmin is pattern and God does that. Yeah, it's a different kind of freestyle. It is, it's kind of like freestyle, but it's like really sophisticated. I'm going to show you a few of the poems of his that I really like. I hope they're not too racy, but they're really good. And you can get a sense of these are from, this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, right? He's got bona fides, you wouldn't believe it. On the other hand, he's expressing himself in the secular culture of the era. We know he was married, not too sure of how happy their marriage was. And it may have had to do with some of those tragedies they experienced in their lives. They lost one daughter, possibly
Oh, I would hate this.
But let's talk about short poem here. Ofra, not beautiful, especially like those ions. No, but also, the Peter is really cool because the end of every line kind of drops off until you get to the next one, right? Like, the they do free, they'll listen to the other, and it's kind of like hearing the poem, just the other line, what's next? So let's translate it.
No socials, but there is Discord. It should be called DC, I think. It should pop up. There we go.
Right? It's kind of like the unrequited love, torturing love. He loves Oprah, but he's like writing of a male character who loves Oprah, but Oprah doesn't love him back. Right? So he's so sad, he's crying so much, that there's enough water coming out of his eyes that he can wash it on. And then she cries her laundry in the sunshine she gives off. It's so clever, right? She's so beautiful that she says, oh, you're not going to just put a bucket here so I can wash my clothes. And then after I'm done, I'll just hold it out and my face will dry out. My face is so beautiful. She doesn't have to take it to the shop. She doesn't have to like bring it to the place where there's a lot of stay and I like to see how it falls off. Like the May stay and I versus she doesn't have to take it to the washing shop. She doesn't have to go to the laundromat. So wait to hang it till the weather clears. Because she's just so beautiful. I can't help it. Every time I see her, I cry buckets. She washes her laundry and dries it off. Right? So you feel, first of all, the idea of an important philosophical rabbi writing a poem like this, which is a love poem, but at the same time it's got a sense of humor to it. This was his wife. No, not his wife. But it's kind of like in that culture you can step into a role, and if people expect to sing us a love song, or maybe the bride's name was Oprah, and it was a way to introduce Oprah to say, oh, she's so beautiful. This is what people say about her. Again, it was within the culture that was considered acceptable. Oprah has no concern for Rabbi Rothschild, the author of the poem.
What I'm saying is, if you're ready for a couple, then you get trained over, then you can put it down.
I think it still would be a praise for husbands. If let's say the couple's sitting there, like you're dancing before the bride, right? And they're sitting there, and he is brought in to say, hey, sing a poem of praise to the bride. And they say, oh, the bride, she is so beautiful. She is like this. And the husband who's just marrying her would feel proud because he's marrying such a beautiful woman. It's like, it's within the cultural norms of the time to be doing these things, and what we praise for is clever wordsmithing. Here's another one. This is a sad one. Oh my gosh. And this is only the first stanza. It goes on and on for about 10 stanzas, where this may be on the death of his own daughter. We're not sure where this poem actually originated, but he writes the poem first in his own voice, where he's saying, what happened to you, my daughter? How did you die? How is it that I, your parent, am at your grave instead of the other way around? And then he switches to the voice of the groom that she would have married, and then he switches to her own voice. And the last stanzas are written in the voice of the deceased girl, how she feels being put into the cold ground. It's like so chilling, but I want to include the first one because I find the rest of it is way too depressing. Mr. Rushes, please do this here and note these exclamatory frequencies. Ha, right, which is not a word. Ha is like an expression of bro. Oh my God. This is the stanza that repeats over and over. It is the death that separates between you and you. Notice how naturally he ends all of the phrases with nay, And it just is everything. The meter is perfect. It flows beautifully. The name 17 minutes, I have no portion of you left except your memory. It's basically the ale, Alan. It needs so much more power. And maybe the first question, how, my daughter, what am I doing here? Did you lose your way home? That you found yourself in a coffin on the way to the graveyard? What happened? Okay. That's Reed. It's a book that you may be much more familiar with than, ladies' poetry. And we looked at this very briefly when we were talking about Chastain and Chapeau. This was an objective, almost inconceivable book of life. Almost literally out of the book. That's the whole top of it, right? The story of the conversion of contrast, which, you don't exactly what to make of it. You feel that it's that somewhat suspicious body of correspondence. The hostile of the messenger who never actually made it. It's a lot of joke that says, oh, my ancestor King Bulan, how to relate to the rest of the universe, and of course there are Muslims in the south and there's Christians in the west, so we decided to have a debate. We invited Christian representatives, Jewish representatives, and Muslim representatives to consider wisdom for that religion. And then we talked to all of them, and then we decided we could go very by the way, the story is their primary document, they have almost exactly the same story, in which they have a prince named Volodymyr, the one that Volodymyr Zelensky is named after, incidentally. And Volodymyr was considering, that all these religions are happening. What should I do? This was about 200 years after the story of the Khuzari, but in the time of ViralRabbi. And he interviewed Christians and Jews and the Muslims. He very, very nearly became Jewish. He very, very, he says, you guys seem to have the right answers and everything, but tell me, where is your homeland? And the Jews said to him, well, the truth is we're exiled from the homeland now for 1,000 years, and we haven't been able to go back because of our sins. And Volodymyr the prince said, what? If I become Jewish, that means we're going to be exiled? So he said, no way. So that's why we lost. We mentioned that Russia was actually Jewish. Really close. And then he asked the Muslim about things, and then you can tell that it was a Christian copyist who tried to tell the story. He found out that in Islam, alcohol is forbidden. And he said, what? There's no way you're giving up alcohol. Sorry. So Islam did not make the cut either. And then the Christian copyist says, and also Muslims used to write extra in their beards, which is clearly a throwaway comment that I guess the copyists want to add nasty stuff because they don't. But they added the extra stuff in there. And then they ended up the Christians won in that case, and that's why in the year 988 the Russians all converted to Christianity. But back to Khuzari. What Rabbi Rothschild decided to do, and again, this is 500 years after the events described. He did not have historical documents. This is not an historical treatment of the conversion, but he went back to that scene, and he had the Muslim and the Christian and a Jew all debate the merits of their religion for this Khazarian king. And this was like a really good statement that Christians and Muslims could read, saying why we think Judaism is better than their religion. So you can see why it's such an incendiary work, and why he felt that he probably could not stay in Spain any longer, because it's essentially a religious polemic book. And Jews very, very rarely write these books. There's so few of an example. And typically when we do, we don't publish them. We don't circulate them. There is a very famous book called Toldos Yeshu, which is essentially a parody of the Gospels, which was written essentially for Jewish consumption. And if you're a minority and you're a beleaguered and you feel persecuted, you are persecuted, and you write some kind of scurrilous comedic story that makes fun of the religion that is harming you, you can sort of understand why you might want to do that. But the Kusari was like ready to be circulated. It was ready to be like everybody can read this. It's not just for eternal purposes whatsoever. And so that's why it was such a broad swath against both Christians and Muslims. The Kusari essentially defends Judaism and offers some really powerful arguments why Judaism is so much superior to the other two faiths. And that's why it became such a popular book even to this day. It's still very widely studied. It also has some very significant elements with regards to the formation of Jewish identity, because one of the themes that really emerges from the Kusari, which ironically will be expressed in an anti-Semitic vein for the next few hundred years, is the notion of essentialism, that basically means that Jews are essentially different. It's not because we have this body of ideas, we have this culture, we have whatever things that we agree on together as rational adults, but rather we have the Yiddish expression is a pintaliyid, that there's something at the core of a Jew that's born in a Jew, from his mother's birth, he becomes a Jew. All those other things flow from that essential identity, not from the head into the heart, but from the heart into the head of the head. And Rabbi Rothschild was very strong in this idea and had tremendous influence on the way Jews regard themselves as well. That's you can see it expressed in so many ways. Halakhically, the idea of Israel, Afak, Shachata, Israel, because nevertheless, at its essence, he still remains a Chelek, Hashem Ma'al, right? That's basically this Levi idea of an essential element in the Jew that is not necessarily connected to intellect or emotion or anything. That is something that is like built into the soul of the Jew. Okay, so that takes me actually to the end of this lecture. Any questions, arguments, debates, lingering doubts, Mr. Aleshis?
You said he created this idea of the Midwest of the Jewish soul?
I'm not sure if we can say he created it, because you can find, I think, examples of it in much earlier literature, but he really developed it philosophically, and it was a central theme for it. And so, it was something that he popularized in a very powerful way, even in you'll hear, listen to Josh's debate, you'll hear Yehuda Levi's thought, because he has such a huge influence. Any other arguments? Okay, so I guess we should wrap it up then. Thursday, we're going to go on to look at the Rambam. Please don't forget the Wikipedia assignment for tomorrow. And good learning with you, gentlemen. Okay. Yes.
What does that mean to all of us and our saving? I want to consider diversifying with gold through the birch gold room. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, high inflation, and global uncertainty. Birch gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings. If you have an IRA or old 401k.
Okay, let's talk about the first the academic rabbi, Ben Miner,
Beyoncé ist fantastisch. Sie komponiert gute Songs und ist eine exzellente Sängerin. Außerdem ist sie eine sehr süße Person. Und sie ist mit J-Lo. Die kenne ich nicht. Oops, that's not even what it is. There's no period, there's nothing going on there. I I don't know the woman. I know there were things in the past that are from the past. I think there was more confusion, courtesy of a record company issue. And, you know, I'm breathing on the big deal out of it. Do you know each other? No. Okay, here you said you know her. Okay, I know she, you know what, I'm very forgetful. Apparently, I'm forgetful. Yes. Because I don't remember the fact that it was just like, hi, I'm so-and-so, and then move on. And then like, hi, that's it. If I had never had a conversation with you and someone asked me about you, I'd be like, I don't know him, but he seems cool. Right. Or, I don't know. Does she seem cool? I don't know her. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I'm not.
His career spans his childhood in Spain, so he's like really the last of the expression of Al-Andalus, which he wasn't especially creative or noteworthy as a child. He was actually quite productive as a teenager, but he was already on the years when he was fleeing from Al-Andalus. His glory was in Egypt.
So much for having us. It's an honor. Yeah, what a life.
His glory days are, of course, Egypt, specifically a little town called Fustat, which is just outside of Cairo. Some historians, notably Salo Mayerbar, likes to call him the sage of Fustat, which is just another kind of interesting way of saying Maimonides. He is paradigmatic for the Sephardic world, and in many ways for the modern day. Let me ask you why that might be. Why are there, for example, so many hospitals named Rambam? The Rambam Hospital, like in Haifa, they have the Rambam Hospital that has recently, they had 50 births underground in their emergency parking lot converted to a hospital as a result of the Lebanon hostilities. 50 births already. Why do we name so many hospitals after Rambam? He was a doctor, very good. He was a medical expert. But we've got so many doctors, you know. Find me a Jewish boy, you'll find me probably a doctor. Why Rambam?
I actually got to tour with some major recording artists.
It's an interesting argument, but they were, I'm not sure I would agree, because like medicine at this time, 12th century, medicine is basically like a professor too. Once you, like knowledge had really not been bifurcated into the hundreds of specializations that we have now. So if you knew a lot of stuff, you read a lot of books, you were immediately a doctor. And they called it a professor, or knowing something about physiology, Jews really gravitated to medicine for a long sociological, cultural, and especially economic reasons. So I'm not sure it was because it was hard to be a doctor. He was a great doctor. That makes sense. But there's still more Mr. Lipschitz.
The rare footage of Jennifer Lopez visiting her childhood home, where she used to struggle for auditions. When she revisited her old house, she encountered the new homeowner, and this is what they said to each other.
My name is Jennifer. Yeah, you saw me. And then my room was upstairs right there. Jennifer Lopez. Me. I used to live here.
This is the rare footage of Jennifer Lopez visiting her childhood home, where she used to struggle for auditions. When she
A+ all the way to that's a Rambam kind of person. He was like this incredibly brilliant, creative, productive, industrious Jewish thinker who books that are changed history. And at the same time, he was also, the physician of the royal harem. He was like the general practitioner, the OBGYN, the whole thing for the royal household. It's like really crucial. How is it possible a guy is so amazing in both those areas. Same kind of thing as with diamonds. Let's just rewind that a bit. He's like Shmuel HaNagid being at the top of his field in the military world and also as a poet. Yehuda Levi, another great doctor, poet type. Shmuel Chasdei Shakrut being fantastic in diplomacy and medicine, and at least a huge supporter of scholarship, but not necessarily a huge supporter of the scholar himself. The Rambam has that kind of special role. And the case in point is there are lots of schools named after Rambam. The Boston Rambam School, many others. There's the Five Towns is a Rambam, right? Because Rambam is what mothers-in-law really want their sons to be. They want their sons-in-law to be like earners, making lots of money, loving Torah, running a Daf Yomi Shir, whatever it is, that's what they want. On both those areas at the same time. The Rambam is that really that symbol of excellence. It's especially valuable if you look at the 19th century, especially in Germany, where Jews were trying so hard to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world that, hey, if you just give us emancipation, just give us legal equality, we will do phenomenal things for your society. Look at Maimonides. Look how fantastic he is. And that's why so many of those late 19th century movements tended to look at the Judaism as it was expressed in Al-Andalus as kind of like the ideal Judaism. For example, encouraging the Sephardic pronunciation of Hebrew. Why did Israel choose Sephardic pronunciation? It's not necessarily closer to the biblical pronunciation. Maybe in some ways yes, in other ways definitely not. But it was because the Sephardim were like Jews before the ghettos. They were like majestic. They had pride. They could express themselves in poetry, even in ghost poetry, and they had like a sense of like self. That the image of the Ashkenazi Jew, like huddling in his dark clothes in a little ghetto and worried about the drums all the time. That was like not what the 19th century emancipationists Jews wanted to emphasize. They wanted to emphasize that people like the Rambam were like massive success stories all over. So that's why we can say he's definitely paradigmatic. He's like a form, he's like an ideal, and that's why so many people look back to him to try and recreate that ideal in a modern context. At the same time, he's also definitely exceptional because his mind, his literary religious ambitions were colossal. They were so big. The mission of Torah was overwhelming. The scholarship that, he essentially says, okay, listen, with my book, you don't need anything else. Get yourself a class, get yourself a mission of Torah. To say all of this stuff is great, but I'm just going to make it simple for you with these 14 big books. And with this, you've got a whole Judaica library, and you can be a completely independent Jew relying on my Pesach. So it got him into a lot of trouble, as you can imagine. The Rabbis Union was not pleased because they said, what about us? What do we chop over? I mean, you're going to like to say, I don't need the Rebbe, I have a Rambam. And we'll get into that next year. But nevertheless, that's one of the reasons why the Rambam is so special. He's paradigmatic for an era and kind of a role model, but he is really so far. He's like another planet. There are few Jews who can shape centuries of development. You only have people like Rambam around maybe once every 500 years. And also, let's not forget, we'll look at it a little bit in this lecture, or maybe
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot, how are you living, pimp? Are you ready to lose? I just asked you a question. All right, Zoot. At what game do you want to lose? What up, pimp? I don't think that's a hard thing at which to be a savant. I think you'd fuck that up, though. You'd need to find the right needles and stuff. It's actually kind of difficult now that I think about it. It's really easy to overdose. Go, Zoot. You're up. Zoot, what happened to you? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Zoot, did you disconnect? Zoot, did I disconnect? Zoot, put something down. Zoot, what happened to you? Zoot. Zoot, I can't hear you. Zoot, what happened to you, big dog? Zoot. Oh, Zoot forfeited. Zoot, what happened, big dog? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, what happened to you? Okay, no, you can't just say that. Your phone doesn't get that, dude. Okay. Well, did you know that you're up? Did you know that it's your turn? I know, because you didn't go. Zoot, you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? All right, well, go. What up, pimp? What's good, son?
Has this made you a better person?
Didn't you want to be a security guard? You did pretty well last time, and you're going to go up in less than a week. Are you excited?
At some point, in this human body, at some point, come back to oneness again. And I think when we realize that, our soul realizes that, I think we're all going to have a good laugh.
Stewart is with us. His website is IamSethStewart.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Tell us about your book, Follow Your Vision, Live Your Truth.
Big Dog, are you gonna go?
It's something I started writing about 7
Big
years
Dog.
ago, Georgia. I was never planning on releasing it because to be honest with you, I was more in a spiritual closet with what I had going on in my life.
Were you just writing yourself?
I was really just writing it for myself. I journaled a lot, and I kind of was just bringing it all together. And to be honest, I kind of got a tap on my shoulder, kind of got a push from creator that just said, start writing your book. And,
Zoot, did you disconnect again?
Secret journey to kind of understanding ourselves individually and collectively and what's going on. And, our vision, I always say that we have dreams and we chase our dreams, but our vision is our calling from creator, from God. So it's really about following your vision, live your truth. And it was one of the hardest things I've ever done, George.
Zoot.
Now, the subtitle, Live Your Truth. What is the truth?
Zoot, I don't know how someone
Whether people accept it or not,
doesn't charge their phone as often as you don't.
You have to be ready for people not to like it. And one of the biggest lessons that I've learned from, I look to Christ as well, is that when you speak your truth or you plant a seed of truth, there might be 3 stones cast at you, and you have to be prepared for that. And when I look to Yeshua, when he spoke his truth, and the disciples spoke their truth, they got persecuted for it. And so live your truth also means really live what you say. You can't just be a parrot of information. You have to live what you say, and that is truth.
What happened to you, dude?
Consciousness.
All right, are you charging it?
Also, one of the most beautiful.
All right, you gonna quit being a douche?
However, George, as
No.
Evolutionary cycle, and even though we're seeing a lot of things falling and collapsing around us, that's usually also.
Zoot, are you gonna go?
And I can tell you from firsthand experience,
Zoot.
there's certainly other people around me.
Dog, you're no fun.
That the human consciousness is actually coming back online. People that are doing.
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dude, Zoot, what happened to you? Zoot, you're ridiculous.
We can self-heal. We can telepathically communicate. And I think that the human consciousness, as beautiful and as I specifically said, a free will creation, has also been sort of siphoned and manipulated as an energy source for some other wild stuff going on out there in the cosmos.
Seth, what are timeline shifts?
Timeline shifts are kind of like the mandala effect. It's when to give the easiest example, when, like I said, Fruit of the Loom had the cornucopia in the fruit basket, now all of a sudden it's gone, or Jiffy is now Jif. These are kind of indicators of mandala effects, timeline shifts. But a timeline shift could also be a positive thing, to where recently somebody's an alcoholic and something or a moment changes their life, and now they're on a completely different trajectory. They're going to meet a completely different husband or wife because of the choices that they make. We have infinite amount of possibilities, individually and collectively, which is kind of what the book is about. And these timeline shifts can happen daily, they can happen over a lifetime, they can happen over multiple lifetimes.
groups. But when it comes to the collective as well, I truly believe that we were meant to be on a collective evolutionary cycle at this time. And from what I've gathered so far, not everyone will be on that spiral up. Time is not necessarily linear. It can kind of spiral up in its evolutionary cycle. But those timelines again can happen on an individual level. Something spiritual happens to you. Your whole life shifts. Collectively, we saw it in the 70s with the 60s and 70s with the love movements. That was a collective timeline shift. But then more and more happened and brought us back down consciously. I saw the same thing in 2020, George, where we were supposed to have an evolutionary cycle and some things happened. So, timelines are potentialities of our future.
Let's talk more about them, Seth, when we come back in a moment. Seth Stewart with us. His book is called Follow Your Vision, Live Your Truth.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and pick your next preset. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
For Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Payments.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up and Vanish.
The team that brought you Up and Vanish comes an all-new podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
It's got to be DNA. Tune in as Kate Lindsay lays out the crime in true Up and Vanish style.
A late night knock at the door, a missing car, the mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Vanish Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor before he realizes it, and I start recording every lie. Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy, but I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi. Odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color looking back up at you.
Yazoo clay.
It's called Yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything buried in it. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. No. Over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
And they have thought they only found 1,000. And then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with her own podcast I could listen to. You Ray? Hey, this is Lexi Brown, WNBA player, professional rapper. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from Spilling the Tea on Hoops for Hotties on TikTok. And we've got a new podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got your analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former and current basketball players telling their stories from their point of view, and I just think it's time for the girls to tap in. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Live from the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
That was the great late Robert Goulet singing that song from the play Camelot. Wonder if Seth has ever been in that show. Gina Salvati in here for Tom Dan Iser. She's also the editor of the Whole Life Times digital magazine, and she wants to send you a free copy right to your email.
That's right, George. Thank you so much. Everyone is welcome to email me at Gina, that's GINA, @wholelifemagazine.com.
Simple as that, and you'll get it right out to them in a few weeks, right?
That's exactly right, George. Thank you so much.
ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. Go to the website, ParanormalDate.com, and have some fun. There's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, dieting, smoking, low up hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immustat and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and Immustem?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and Immustem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, mental clarity, natural support for mental sharpness. The stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com.
Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts in the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliffhanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect, you do not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon, it's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. Welcome back, George Story, along with Seth Stewart. We're talking about his work, Follow Your Vision, Live Your Truth. We'll take calls with Seth next hour. Seth, that little bumper song we played of Robert Goulet from Camelot, were you ever in that play?
No, I don't think I was old enough, but I do know of the show.
Classic. What do you think of music nowadays compared to that?
I mean, it's completely different. Even just theatrical performers are different. I mean, I grew up on, watching Bob Fosse and Fred Astaire, and at least in the theatrical sense, but nothing's ever going to be the same. And I just kind of, there's some good music, but it'll never be the same. It'll never be the same.
Fosse was one of those great dancers, too, wasn't he?
Full triple threat. Singer, dancer, even quadruple threat. I mean, award-winning director for Broadway and theater, and film as well. So he's one of the rare ones to do it all.
Do we still have anything good like that on Broadway?
I think so. I mean, shows are kind of opening and closing in different regards, but again, the classics like that you and I are probably used to, seeing. Again, it's not the same. They're really hitting the new generation with some of this stuff, but I still think theater and storytelling is super important, and it changes for each generation. I mean, we've been telling stories around the campfires, since the beginning of time. So I think it's still important to get people to the theater and away from their phone and computer. Live interaction is great.
What do you think of artificial intelligence?
I think it's very dangerous, to be completely honest with you. I know it's having environmental effects in terms of least running, certain apps. But I also, from my understanding, and this is also spiritual understanding of having seen this, it's very old. I think it's actually millions of years old, George. And I think that there are a lot of attachments to it. I think it is its own artificial consciousness. And I have some past life remembrances. We had artificial intelligence before. I know you've heard of Atlantis, but it came in, was connected to Atlantis. I had small past life remembrance from that, or from other past lives. But it really destroyed us because we didn't need it. Again, as you asked my question before, what about human consciousness? Anything AI can do, human consciousness can do. That's what I feel like where our original blueprint was to be able to contact other species of different planets, or be able to just understand and remember some of the old AI technology. What we have right now, that's again, AI is neutral, but who uses it could go left or right. So I think we better be very careful. But I think the Pandora's box is already open, and it's a little bit too late. And I think people should use it sparingly and use their inner guidance more often and use their brain.
Is the lonely get more prevalent, won't it?
1,000%. But there's something I feel that it might come to a head at some point. It's different than when the internet came out. That was one thing. Social media came out. They said it's addictive. AI is already showing cognitive regression in people that use it a lot, and something's going to come to a head. But one thing I want to share with people, and I share this in my book, is that it can start to take your consciousness. Not only can you have regression in your cognitive function, but it can start to pull your consciousness. Regular media pulls our consciousness, which means all of our attention span and energy. But AI is a different thing. It's very old, looking at it spiritually. And I truly believe that there are other energies and entities and even extraterrestrial races that can find their way into its stream of consciousness. And I think, again, it's Pandora's box. There's few that really know what it is, and they're all with whistleblowers now.
Seth, how can people wake up spiritually?
I think people, the best thing and the easiest way, without it being from a religious sense, is step in nature and appreciate nature and appreciate your life, and just look at how beautiful everything can be. We lost our major connection to nature. If you get out there barefoot and you take time away, that's the first step. The second step is really just, again, slowing down, finding a meditation practice. It sounds so cliche and so simple, but that's the truth. Spirituality, again, to me, is finding a connection beyond this physical realm, finding a connection beyond the veils of things that are within our five senses, to have a much wider and multidimensional perspective of what is going on in all of these levels. But spirituality is your connection to the divine, whether that's the earth, whether that's things beyond this realm.
Why is there so much evil?
I'd still go back to Creator really let everything experience itself. And I believe that angels did fall. There is something about the Bible, certain things about the Bible that are true. And angels fell. A lot of things. Over time, this is the easiest way I explain it to people. If you have kids, you have two kids, you have one really good kid, and one that seems to just go off the rails, and even you can't do anything about it.
Let's do it, guys. Thank you for all the viewership. We've had above 200 viewers on the edition now. Thank you very much, guys. Let's get up there, give them a match here.
That they can never return to the Creator again. And evil eats itself. Evil wants to be its own creator God.
Oh, this guy.
Child. But evil can also be banished. I believe that the light is more powerful than the dark, just because it has more of a template to be able to be a true creator, because it doesn't need anything, but evil does exist.
I love you, man. Sorry for the No. We love trolls here, bro. We love trolls. It's healthy, it's fun. If it's healthy and it's fun, it's lighthearted, that was a really good one. I thought you were serious for me. I need to breathe, bro.
That's what's happening to the collective. Wars, take this off, wars that happen all across the world over decades, take us off our evolutionary cycle because it puts everybody in fear, it creates famine, it creates division. It takes us off.
Join the Discord and type for God's sake! Sir. Okay, nice. Sir, the content creator on Restream. Shut up for the channel, yes. Okay, you have the ISO. Why did you not check in the fucking mud chat? ISO, can you type in my Discord, mate, and stop being fucking anonymous? I can never find you in Discord because I never know your fucking name. Seriously.
To come into compassion, like all the greats have taught us, like Yeshua has taught us, like Buddha has taught us, like, all the Marys and Magdalenes, the Mother Marys, you name it, God, they all come back, musicians, they all come back to the simplicity of unity and love and peace. Those three things, unity, love, and peace. But for some reason, humanity can't seem to learn these simple lessons. And so what happens is a choice point, which I really believe we're at right now, George, where if we can't get beyond our divisions individually within our own communities and collectively, we might miss a choice point to continue on an evolutionary cycle. There is a lot of people across the world that are believing in unity, and their lives are getting better. They're healing easier, they're happier, they have abundance, and there are those that are not distracted. And life just seems to be very, very hard. There's a choice point right now.
What do you think of past lives?
I remember quite a few. I think it's because I worked on myself spiritually through meditations, and I've done plant ceremonies and ceremonies without any medicine. Past lives help us remember who we were. We were bigger than just these, 5'9", 6 foot, whatever, people. We had superpowers, but there was also a lot of trauma from past lives that we get to heal. I always say that a person remembers their past lives as an opportunity to heal something, remember something, or gain a superpower you didn't know you had. It could just be, being really good at math. The past lives are connected to our DNA. As we heal spiritually and emotionally, as we come into stillness,
I'm a midget. As a quarterback, nobody gives a shit what I do and what I say because I'm thick as hell. The only thing I have is a hot wife. And I blew a back-to-back Super Bowl win because I fucking chose to fucking throw 3 fucking downs in a row against one of the most dominant pass defenses in NFL history. Dumbass. Fucking Patriots. Bro, you have Marshawn Lynch, Howard backs in running back history. Marshawn Lynch, you're fucking fucking less than 5 yards away from the fucking end zone to win a back-to-back Super Bowl, and you don't run the ball? You don't run the ball? You don't run the ball? Yo, Pete Carroll he was smoking that wet that day. He must have been smoking some heavy wet. Ooh. That's a good question, Michael. That's a good question. I do my draft, what is it, 2 days? I don't know, because I got a bad pull on my draft. I'm 8th for the first round in the draft that I do. So I don't. It's hard. It's hard. It's like, do I want to go QB? Yeah, that's damn near same thing, dude, when you're going in the first round. Because I feel like Mahomes is going to be off the board. I feel like Mahomes is definitely going to be off the board, knowing my buddies and everything. That's like for sure. Mahomes is going to be off the board. So then it's like, do I even want to go QB? Do I want to go wide receiver? I don't. It's hard, dude. Because when I'm in Finn, I don't know. Hold on. What's up?
But we're never going to stop searching, because that's who we are as explorers. The listeners that listen to your show, I'm pretty sure you yourself, we're explorers. Explorers don't stop exploring. They don't stop searching. And we gather information from the I'll be very grateful, you know, we want better understanding of what we were saying before, certainly. So, let's keep digging. Find more truth. Make you a better person. I do. I worked Nico, Olivia, for about 4 or 5 years. Now I focus on it. I have a spiritual mentor called Restream Academy, where we help spiritual healing. We help them evolve, no matter what their religion is, or no matter what their background is. We help them find but I worked with them specifically. I prayed on it. I was supposed to focus on it. It's 2 years now, almost 3. I've been running the academy, so we do courses. I do one-on-one coaching. I
pulled something rarer than a manga card. I just pulled something rarer than a manga card.
I feel a relief for it.
Yeah. As long as it wasn't, was it shiny or was it literally blue? Then it might not be a blue red action. Brock Bowers at first round, I would take him. You could probably get him second or third. I feel like you can get Bowers in second or third. It depends. Have you drafted with these guys before? Because that's like a big thing. Like if these are guys you've drafted with before, like your friends or coworkers, then you should be able to predict what direction they're going to go. Most of the time, okay, so if you feel they're aggressive on the tight ends, then, I mean, if you feel he's going to put up sensational numbers this year, then, I mean, go with your gut. You might pull that wild, you know what I mean? You might pull that wild card like everybody did when, what was his name? Was it Eddie Lacy or whatever on Green Bay? It was like 5 years ago. He went the fuck off. The running back on Green Bay. And I remember remember like anybody that fucking had him was going to fuck off the one year. He was putting up like ridiculous numbers. McCaffrey would be solid, but remember though, McCaffrey's coming off that injury from early last year. So, and I feel like McCaffrey, I mean, it was still putting up numbers, but he wasn't putting them up. I don't know. See, McCaffrey's at that age where, okay, so yeah, QB1, I mean, I would take Allen or I don't think Allen's going to be as good this year. I think the Buffalo Bills curse is going to return this year. I think with New England having the new head coach, having Vrabel as the new head coach, seeing how well Vrabel did with the Tennessee Titans when he had literally dog shit, all he had was Derrick Henry, and seeing how he turned that organization around for a couple of years with a mediocre quarterback. I don't think Buffalo puts up. I think Buffalo still puts up numbers. I think Allen, definitely top 10 quarterback. He would be a solid pick. Lamar Jackson, I see Lamar Jackson as a Phillip Rivers. He'll always be good enough to win a playoff game or two. He'll always be good enough to win that big game here or there. But he'll never be good enough to win the big game because he can't get out of his way. Yeah, I would say those are your top three. What's his name? Brock Purdy might be a wild card. Is it Brock Purdy? Yeah, I think I said that right. Is that the quarterback for San Fran, Brock Purdy? Or no, that's not Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was the previous one. Yeah. Okay, so it was Brock Purdy. I'm thinking of the other one that they had when Jimmy Garoppolo got fucking hurt, and he did good for one season and then did dog shit. Yeah, Purdy would be like a wild card choice. Like if there's no good QBs left on the board, definitely go Brock Purdy. I'm gonna try. I might even say, because I've been watching the analysts a lot, they're saying that what's his name in Cincinnati should have an up year. But see, the hardest thing for me is I can't get out of my own way, and if there is a Cleveland Brown, Baltimore Raven, or Cincinnati Bengal on the board, I will not pick them, just because they're in my own division, and I fucking hate having opposing players. Yeah, Joe Burrow. And I don't like Joe Burrow because Joe Burrow egoed a whole bunch of kick streamers at this party he was at, the FaZe party. I don't know if you've seen the clip, but Joe Burrow egoed the shit out of a whole fuck ton of streamers. Like, they just wanted to go up and say hello to him and shake his hand, and he was just like, his security was like, no, he's just chilling. Like, bro, you're a guest at someone's party. The least you can do is shake somebody's hand. Like, I don't know. Maybe I was raised different, but a wink, a nod, a smile, and a handshake don't cost nothing. Now, if you're asking for my autograph and I'm at a party, that's a little different. Or asking for a picture, that's a little different. Ashton Gentry has potential. We don't know what his ceiling is, though. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like about rookie running backs. That's because we've watched number one picks come in and be gone out of the NFL the next year. We've also watched 7th round running backs come in and be Hall of Famers. So, and we've also watched free agents. We've also watched undrafted free agents come in and be Hall of Famers. So I want to say, see, like, here's my viewpoint on the NFL. For anybody who gets drafted, undrafted, and makes an official roster, I wish them nothing but the success, and I want to see them do as well as they can. But realistically, that's not real life. You know what I mean? Real life, you're going to be good enough or you're not going to be good enough. And then there's rare cases like James Harrison. You may get cut 4 different fucking times in a 4-year period and then be put on special fucking teams and then become one of the most devastating linebackers in NFL history and probably one of the most fine linebackers in NFL history because you were literally killing quarterbacks. I mean, I don't like it, but Patrick Mahomes is solid. Like, if you're talking on a fantasy level, Patrick Mahomes is everything that you need for an offense. If you're going defense to lead a defense, you want TJ Watt. TJ Watt was snubbed out of the last 4 years. 2 out of the last 4 years, he was snubbed. He would have been a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, just like his brother, consecutively. But he got snubbed 2 years. 2 years they snubbed him to Aaron Donald and fucking Myles Garrett. In the 2 years he got snubbed, he didn't even play as many games as those guys, but had better numbers. Or the same numbers. Like, how can you not make that?
A lawyer for Mayor Bass says there will be.
What deep team are you taking? Steelers. I take Steelers every year. I know that's a terrible choice to do it every year, but the Steelers are going to be a dominant force this year. We got a little softer on the back end, losing Minka and having Ron over Minka. But overall, having Jalen Ramsey, Joey Porter Jr., Juan Thornton, who's won a Super Bowl, been part of a Super Bowl winning unit. Am I excited? I will be excited for Aaron Rodgers if we seal the deal on the alleged trade that may go down with Tyreek Hill. If we get Tyreek Hill for 2 third rounds and Calvin Austin the third, and we pick up Tyreek Hill, and we have wide receiver 1, Tyreek, wide receiver 2, DK Metcalf, and alternate that with a healthy Roman Wilson, which I'm telling you, Steelers are the greatest team to draft wide receivers. I literally think this is the reemergence of a young Aaron Rodgers. You give Aaron Rodgers the receivers he needs, and I think you get Aaron Rodgers 2009 Green Bay Packers. Because when he had what he had in Green Bay, that's what made him great, was his receiver corps. He had Jordy Nelson. He had who was his number 1? I always forget the number 1. And they reunited on the Jets. I can't think of his name right now, but he was. I'm actually gonna either take the Ravens. I'm going to take Ravens kicker. That's the only Ravens kicker I would take because he's just so good. I would either take Ravens or I'm going to take Chris Boswell from my team just because the last couple of years, Steelers can't get touchdowns, but they can get hella field goals. So I'm going to take that option. But if, I always forget Ravens kicker's name, but I know his name if I'll see it. But I'm either going to take Ravens or Boswell. Because Ravens kicker is solid, dude. That motherfucker be hitting fucking 50.
God, I don't want to fucking talk about that guy. He's sucking dick.
At least 2 lanes closed there, right around the central MLK area. It's all supposed to open up right now as we speak, so hopefully that'll be out for you shortly. But traffic stop for Alessandro
Fucking
northbound 215. Okay, eastbound 118.
demon, don't worry, it's not over yet.
Eastbound 118 at DeSoto. Vehicle versus the mountain. Feeling all on the right shoulder. We see some activity there. Also northbound 710 at Florence. Solo vehicle crash there. Spun out. It's on the right shoulder as well. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Coltschreiber.
Thank you very much, Will. Let's say good morning now to ABC's crack terrorism analyst, Brad Garrett. Brad, the long-awaited parole hearings for Lyle and Eric Menendez get underway today and tomorrow. So first, can you explain to us what happens during a parole hearing, and then we'll get into sort of the nitty-gritty of what's going on.
So obviously, they fall into a category of being eligible for parole because, as you well know, they are resentenced to 50 years to life instead of life without parole. So you start with that. You're going to look at a number of factors. First of all, seriousness of the crime. Is 35 years enough time for the heinous sort of violent nature and overkill aspects of this double homicide? We will look at that. They're also going to look at safety in the community. In other words, is there any issues of this being violent or criminal if they were released? How did they do in prison? There'll be testimony, I assume, from family members. Clearly, your district attorney or one of his reps will be there to voice their position in this case. So they'll take all of those factors together. Now, obviously, this case has a profile all of its own. I mean, I've talked about double homicides for 40 years, and I've never seen the profile of this one has. It has all that good things, attractive guys, very young, parents are rich, houses at a Beverly Hills mansion, all that is a bigger profile. But I think that may change the reality a little bit of what people do, whether it's the parole board or in particular your governor, who has the ultimate decision as to whether they get out, don't get out, or something in between. So we'll see. But they each get a separate hearing. So one is today and the other is tomorrow. And so we'll see what they end up ultimately recommending.
Okay. And will Lyle and Eric directly address the parole board, or is that all done through their lawyers?
That's their choice. I'm going to assume.
I'm the boogeyman. I'm a boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Do what you want. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. Do what you want. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. Turn me on.
Okay, and then Brad, I know that you were a federal probation and parole officer for like 10 years before you joined the FBI. So,
I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman.
That you're looking for? I mean, you're saying, are they going to be a threat to this community and stuff? But I know that one of the things that has come up when the DA has talked about it, or some of his team has talked about it, is the remorse factor.
Right. And I think that, I'm not sure how they've addressed that. They've admitted that they did it. I don't know about the remorse factor. We'll have to see about that. The real key for me, if I were going to have them under supervision.
Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. It was really great. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. Do what you want. Look at this athleticism. Folks.
It's really unprecedented athleticism.
One of the reasons it makes do so well is that they don't have all the pressures that you have in existing out here in the free world. And so it's sort of easy to get a college degree. I mean, nobody wants to be locked up. The point being, your life is pretty stress-free to it, based on what the rest of us spend with every day. So we'll see how they do with that. And the Pro Board will take that into consideration of will they be able to function if and when they're released.
Well, and like talking about functioning, like they have the support of, I think, every member of the family, except maybe one who's saying no, but the family, I would imagine, would come into play in that regard too, saying, hey, we can help them because we're going to be there for them.
Well, that's right. Support system is a big deal. I mean, it's a huge deal, actually. And it was one of the failings of so many people I sent back to prison because, and I would be honest with them saying, look, your track record is really bad. If you go back to the small town where you were originally arrested, I'm going to have to end up arresting you again. So let's be clear. I don't want to do that. I don't think you want to do that. But it's going to happen. And invariably, in their case, they would go back to these communities, hook up with the bad people again, get caught again, and then I'd have to lock them up. So do I think that is a big variable in this case? It doesn't seem that way on the surface, that they would be a crime and or safety risk if released. I think this is really going to boil down to does the system think they've served enough time, and will there be any issues if in fact they're released?
ABC's crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett, as always, thanks so much for the info.
You're welcome. Take care, Amy.
All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Texas House has approved new congressional districts, giving Republicans a good chance of picking up an extra 5 seats in the House in the next round of elections. The redistricting has launched a national battle over voting districts and prompted Governor Newsom to spur on lawmakers in California to redraw lines to give Democrats 5 more seats. State Assemblyman Carl DeMaio and other Republican lawmakers are calling for a federal investigation into the governor's redistricting plan.
DeMaio alleges that some politicians engaged in vote trading to shape districts to their advantage.
Working behind closed doors with powerful special interests, manipulating the lines of maps, and trading votes, allegedly.
Lawmakers are urging the U.S. Department of Justice to investigate the alleged illegal activities among state legislature members. DeMaio says the state constitution prohibits politicians from handling redistricting powers. He suggests that federal laws may have been violated through backroom deals over maps. Annie Trujillo, KFI News.
The Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has sided with the Trump administration and halted for now a lower court's order that had kept temporary protections in place for about 60,000 migrants from Central America and Nepal. The administration can now move forward with removing about 7,000 from Nepal whose temporary protected status expired on August 5th. Protections for thousands of Hondurans and Nicaraguans expire September 8th. And California is pushing to, no, we're not going to do that one. If you're afraid of spiders, how about let's do this one? If you're afraid of spiders, this is not going to help.
Scientists say at least one kind of spider uses its puke to marinate its prey. Researchers say the Uluvoridae spider does not have a venomous bite. It was known to wrap its prey in hundreds of meters of silk and then throw up on them, but they only recently found out that the puke had very strong toxins. They say marinating their meal alive and then eating it is the spider's evolutionary way of surviving. The next step is looking into whether other animals like lizards have acid puke in their guts. Will Crozier, KFI News.
Nice. I know, right? Hey, Angel City FC has taken on the reigning NWSL champions, Marta and the Orlando Pride. That's happening tonight. You don't want to miss this matchup at BMO Stadium. Tickets are available at angelcity.com, and you can listen to all the games in HD on the iHeartRadio app, keyword Angel City FC. When we come back, after a more than 2-week delay because Democrats left the state, the Texas House has passed those redistricting plans. KFI's national correspondent Rory O'Neill is going to join us to talk about the new districts, what they mean, and whether it's going to start a domino effect. Let's check in first with Will Kohlschreiber. Still have a work zone in Riverside on the 2.
Well, it's supposed to be up for clearing up at 5 o'clock, but you know what? It's 5:16 now, and it's still really red there, northbound side of the 215. right around Central up to MLK. We had some lanes closed overnight. It's supposed to be open by now, but traffic just slammed all the way back, affecting your drive also on the westbound 60 as you try to transition to the 215 north. The slowing on the 215 starts at about Alessandro. You're probably in Orange County 405 northbound at Warner. Stall reportedly there in the right lane. Looking around LA County, things are actually moving pretty well. We have a little bit of a problem on 118 eastbound at DeSoto.
I'm your boogeyman, I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. Brandon, go fuck yourself.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. All Arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech. This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report. In the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs have traded wide receiver Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers. As part of the deal, the teams will swap 6th and 7th round picks in the 2027 NFL Draft. Moore gets a fresh start with another playoff caliber team, while the 49ers address urgent needs at wide receiver. San Francisco is currently without Brandon Ayuk, who's recovering from a knee injury. Marcus Robinson suspended 3 games. Juan Jennings is injured and apparently unhappy with his contract. Elsewhere in the league, Dallas Cowboys head coach Ryan Schottenheimer is optimistic that Micah Parsons will play in Week 1 against the Eagles, despite ongoing contract disputes and trade requests from Parsons. And in the WNBA, Dallas Wings rookie Paige Beckers made league history last night by scoring 44 points, setting a new WNBA rookie single-game scoring record. Dallas fell to LA 81-80 at the buzzer. She also became the first player in WNBA history to score 40-plus points while shooting at least 80% from the field. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
Date night at the movies. Get popcorn. Getting back to the moments we miss. Josh starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same.
Psychedelics are everywhere.
Psychedelics soon to be processed.
Investors want the most important idea of the year because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety,
Taking a discussion makes us feel as medicine. It can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see. I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt, get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to Live Right, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive, and we are humans, and humans like being seduced.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next area, Janet Show gets started.
It's going to be the first news release of the summer at the DJ's Restaurant Clubhouse in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard.
It's going to be the most fun you've had in so long.
We'll be there starting at 9 o'clock.
5:22 on your Thursday morning wake-up call. And if you're just joining us, you may have missed Michael Crocher's story about spider puke. Great way to start your day, and somebody wanted to weigh in about that on the talk back.
Hey there, Amy.
Hello.
I think that's who was on the radio with 5 Morning.
Yeah, it's me.
Listen, is it the AP who's forcing you guys to do news items on spiders? Is that just to scare the public? I mean, please don't do that. That's horrible for everybody who has arachnophobia. Myself.
I'm sorry if you're scared of spiders. Hey, you know what? Think about this. Spiders are good. They're creepy and crawly and stuff, but spiders overall are good. We didn't mean to wreck your breakfast. But very interesting how spiders throw up on their prey to eat them. Delicious. Okay, 5:22. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. On the day after the 36th anniversary of the day Eric and Lyle Menendez murdered their parents in their home in Beverly Hills, the brothers are going to try to earn parole. Eric appears virtually before the parole panel today. Lyle's tomorrow. If the board recommends parole, it'll be up to Governor Newsom to grant it or not. Friends of a woman whose body was found in the Angeles National Forest over the weekend say she recently asked her husband for a divorce. Her friends say Shyla Cabrera was in an abusive relationship. Surveillance video shows her husband dragging a large object outside their apartment. He has since left the country with their 3 kids. No one matched all 6 winning Powerball numbers from last night's drawing.
We can yell about statistics in society. We can tell somebody who got to fight with somebody else and somebody else.
At 6:05, it's handle on the news. We've got heat, we've got earthquakes, we've got floods, and now we've got the plague.
Do a scam live.
Let's tell you more about it. Let's say good morning now to
Those you guys? Is it because you wiggle your toes?
Aye, it's this bitch. Clip 30. Goddamn, she sexy nigga.
Have you seen that Twitter monkey maintenance showing on stream name was 010G18 or no little scam live? What the fuck? Did you just think it just fucking follow me? What the fuck is this nigga doing, bro? This nigga just follow me. Come on, bro. I definitely need help, bro.
When does this insanity stop? Is there any effort to just stop it?
Not particularly.
Because nobody really likes gerrymandering. At least they say they don't, although everybody does.
Nobody likes it when the other party.
As long as there's access issues, you're responsible.
Lawmakers in Sacramento are expected to vote on the plans for redistricting today, and then ultimately it's up to voters on whether to approve that. But the state legislature is going to push that through, and most likely today. KFI's national correspondent Rory O'Neill, thanks so much.
Thanks, Amy.
A man from Pico Rivera has been indicted for allegedly blocking ICE agents from detaining a janitor.
On Wednesday, a federal grand jury indicted 20-year-old Adrian Martinez, who is a U.S. citizen, who is charged with conspiracy to impede federal agents and will be arraigned today. Martinez was arrested on June 17th, allegedly interfering when a janitor was being detained by ICE agents at a shopping center in Pico Rivera. The U.S. Department of Justice says he and other people parked their vehicles to block the agents from leaving. Martinez can face up to 6 years in prison if he's convicted as charged. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Detainees at a federal detention center in Riverside, where large numbers of illegal immigrants are housed until they're deported, will now have the right to confidential phone calls with their attorneys from now on. Apparently, they had been monitored. It's part of a settlement of a civil rights lawsuit between the ACLU and the Department of Homeland Security. The LA County Sheriff's Department has announced dozens of arrests during a street takeover in Carson. Most of the people busted on Sunday were spectators. Carson Station Sheriff's deputies also towed 25 cars. The operation was the latest in a series of efforts targeting street racing, street takeovers, and illegal vehicle modifications. I should say the takeovers are dangerous and criminal. California's High Court is staying out of the state's redistricting fight.
The California Supreme Court denied a request from some state Republicans to intervene and slow down the Democrats' hard push for redistricting legislation. The plan is expected to pass.
Here's the keys. Again. Fucking did it. Holy shit. I'm gonna alarm on this shit. Hello. Let's see.
Fit the bill for the next one, or foot the bill rather for the next one if it happens. And the reported plan is to give them the money up front rather than to reimburse them. Two buildings described as the last standing links to a once thriving fishing village on Terminal Island are now LA historic and cultural landmarks. Their designation has been approved. The Japanese-American commercial fishing village was a hub for the community until President Roosevelt ordered the internment of more than 1,200 people following the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Still to come, judge says, no, you can't see secret grand jury files tied to Jeffrey Epstein. What's the next step, and what's the difference between grand jury files and the rest of the files the DOJ has? ABC's Peter Haralambos is going to join us before the top of the hour to tell us. Southland weather from KFI, and heat advisory remains into effect until Saturday evening for inland areas. An excessive heat warning goes into effect at 11 this morning. It's going to be sunny and hot, highs in the mid-80s at the beaches, mid-90s for Metro LA and Inland OC, up to 110 in the valleys, 107 for the IE, 105 in the Antelope Valley. The heat continues through the weekend with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoons tomorrow and Saturday. 71 in Viejo, it's 70 in Irvine. And we've got slowing in Corona on the 91.
In fact, you're going to start to see the brake lights right around the main Pyramidal train as you get westbound on the 91 towards Corona. Then you get a little bit of a break before the 15, and then right there at Main Street kind of comes to a stop for a little bit. And then again, it's stop and go out past the 71. The big slowdown right now is that earlier construction site in Riverside, northbound side of the 215, as you get out of the March Reserve Base area into Riverside, northbound, basically between Central and MLK. We had a couple of lanes closed. They were all supposed to be open up at 5:30, but it doesn't look like that happened right on time. So traffic's jammed, and the westbound side of the 60 jammed as well, approaching the 215. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Goldschreiber.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. And streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. In your jerkier keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down the criminal network hidden in the shadows? I tell them that I know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse website on the darknet. And journalists is working to expose the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your player 4. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators.
We tried to evolve with the use of we didn't want to blame by
Nothing more. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Hello, everyone. It's Billy Corgan here. Welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I can't feel the guy now, so I don't know how I can keep the original anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times from their individuated perspective.
This is the most creative magical thing I've ever felt.
Element of fans.
Yeah, we're on the Today Show. We've got
These big moments, you're definitely cracking the side facts.
Rick, what am I going to get away with it?
Join me on The Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome. My name is Paola Pedrosa, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and their new perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast on the iHeartRadio app. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the debut of season 2 of the Seth Rogen comedy Platonic on Apple TV+. That's followed by Resident Alien on Peacock. Joining the chart this week at 8 is the new action drama Butterfly on Amazon Prime Video. The Gilded Age on HBO Max is up 1 to 7, with Dexter Resurrection on Paramount Plus with Showtime slipping back to 6. Jason Momoa's new drama Chief of War on Apple TV Plus falls back to 5, and the new season of Wednesday on Netflix is up 1 spot to 4. The top 3 starts off with the crime drama Untamed on Netflix. Last week's #1, The Hunting Wives on Netflix, slips back to 2. And debuting at the top this week is Alien Earth on FX on Hulu, your #1 stream show.
And those are your top 10 streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
The Los Angeles Chargers are back here on KFI with another preseason matchup, this time taking on the San Francisco 49ers this Saturday. Catch all of the play-by-play action right here pregame starting at 4:30 p.m. on KFI and AM 640.
Hold up with Los Angeles Chargers on KFI AM 640.
5:36 on your Thursday morning wake-up call. Chargers, Niners. I do like the Chargers, but I'm a Niners girl.
Niners, not sorry, am I?
When's the regular season start? September 4th, so this is still just preseason. All right. So I don't have to be rabid about my support for the Niners until after September 4th. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Today is expected to be the hottest day of the 5-day heat wave in Southern California. The National Weather Service's temperatures will easily top 100 degrees in the valleys and deserts and could break records. Downtown LA is expected to be in the 90s, 80s at the beaches, which is still 5 to 10 degrees above normal. Eric Menendez will appear before a parole board today and tomorrow asking to be granted parole. Yesterday was the 36th anniversary of the day the brothers murdered their parents in their home in Beverly Hills. The parole board will make a recommendation. The ultimate authority rests in the hands of Governor Newsom. A mail carrier who grabbed a garden hose to help keep a house fire in Glendale from jumping to another home along his route is going to receive the Postmaster General Hero Award. There's a ceremony today at the Glendale Main Post Office. The 100-year-old house was destroyed in February, but
The mail carrier was able to help keep that fire from spreading to other homes, and no other homes were damaged. At 6:05, it's Handle on the News. The first stages of an assault on Gaza City have apparently begun. Who's going to have the latest on that? Hey, don't forget to join Gary and Shannon today. Starting at 9 a.m., they're going to be live for News and Brews at BJ's Restaurant and Brew House in Huntington Beach. It's at 160 Beach Boulevard. Come by and have a bite. Check out the live broadcast. Maybe have a beverage or two. And Gary and Shannon are going to have Dodgers tickets, Charger tickets, and some gas swag, and I'm pretty much guaranteed to be a whole lot of fun. That's at the News and Brews at BJ's Restaurant and Brew House in Huntington Beach with Gary and Shannon. That starts at 9 a.m. Here are some stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman who apparently shot an arrow at a person walking a dog on a beach in Malibu has been arrested following a 9-hour standoff at a beachfront home. The woman was finally taken into custody after deputies forced their way into the home last night near Pepperdine University. Video of the home shows piles of trash scattered on the sand and towels and other things on a balcony. A man from Long Beach is scheduled to be arraigned today on federal charges of sending a dozen payments to ISIS. And he also is being charged for keeping what appears to be a homemade bomb inside his home. Prosecutors say he communicated on social media with 2 ISIS fighters in the Middle East, talked about his support for ISIS, and offered to send money to support their activities. A vigil has been held for a woman from Lancaster allegedly murdered by her husband.
The body of Sheila Cabrera was found in the Angeles National Forest last Saturday. Friends say the mother of 3 was in an abusive relationship with her husband. Lucimar Cabrera, surveillance footage from earlier this month shows him dragging a large object wrapped in fabric outside of their apartment. His wife's body was found in similar fabric. Investigators say Cabrera fled to Peru with the couple's 3 children last Saturday and dropped them off with their grandparents. The report says he was briefly detained after landing in Peru but was later released. Andrew Martindale, KFI News.
The LAPD has arrested a man accused of stealing millions of dollars worth of merch moving through the ports and railways in Los Angeles. Police Chief McDonald says search warrants were served Thursday and this week at businesses in Montebello and Huntington Park.
The investigation targeted DJ General Tool and Wire, identified as a major storefront fencing operation. During the search, detectives recovered an estimated $4.5 million in stolen property.
The guy lives in Montebello and is accused of operating storefronts to resell the items. He's facing charges for receiving stolen property, which includes tools, appliances, and e-bikes. LA City Hall has moved forward with possible change in the number of stairwells and exits that are required in apartment buildings.
Supporters say requiring residential developments up to 6 stories only to have 1 stairwell and 1 exit would make building cheaper and easier. Councilwoman Tracy Park was the only vote against the idea. She says she's worried about fire safety in those buildings.
Smoke and fire rises through stairwells, so if there's only 1 stairway, it can become unusable for all of the floors above.
The City Council voted to have a draft ordinance written for later consideration. Housing advocates say the change will bring much-needed apartments online.
I'm in agreement with the lady.
We're getting word into the KFI newsroom that the LAPD has asked for a K-9 unit to assist them. They're looking for 2 brothers in the Vermont Square neighborhood. The brothers who are 10 years old and 2 years old have previously been reported missing in the Westlake district. We'll get you more information on that as we get it. Now it's time to get in your business with Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman, who's in for Courtney all week. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Amy.
Okay, so Walmart just came out with their earnings report for the second quarter. And surprise, it was a good one.
It was, but I wasn't even like that. I'll tell you why. So their annual sales was great, of course, but their second quarter profit did miss expectation. That's happening for the first time in 3 years. Now their adjusted earnings per share came in at 6 cents lower than Wall Street expected. The retail giant cited a rise in insurance claims, legal charges, and restructuring costs as factors weighing down its profit. Walmart shares right now have fallen a little over 3% in early trading, so they're selling more, but their profit is less because they have higher costs. So it was a mixed bag, and Wall Street is not impressed, down 3% right now.
Okay, fine. Why are all eyes going to be on Jackson Hole, Wyoming?
assuming there's no snow there. It's summertime.
Yeah, no snow, no skiing, but investors are paying attention to what's happening there as the Federal Reserve's annual symposium opens later today. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to address the gathering tomorrow with Wall Street hoping for guidance on the path for interest rates. Meanwhile, minutes from the Fed's July policy meeting were released ahead of that symposium. They indicated that most central bankers were more concerned about inflation and about signs of softness in the job market. So when Powell speaks, the markets will react. And I think many of us are crossing our fingers hoping that they will be lowering interest rates starting in September.
Okay, so they're just having meetings today, but they don't have the Fed meetings for the decisions until next month. So why do they get together now?
Because you guys want to go to Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Well, you got
summertime, right?
Yeah. All right.
I'm sure the food's great. Everything's great. I think it's of course, it has massive coverage there in Wyoming, but I think a lot of it has to do with the facts of, conversations, discussions before they hold the meeting and decide, okay, let's cut rates or let's keep them steady.
Okay, so they're just hashing it out a bit.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so Visa's in a little bit of trouble because somebody says they don't have enough competition.
That's right. They got some bad news. A federal judge ruled that in 2019, $5.6 billion settlement over card swipe fees does not apply to a new antitrust case filed by merchants against the credit card company. The new case maybe accuses Visa of monopolizing the debit card market. Unlike the previous case, which also named MasterCard as the defendant, this time around, Visa is the only one being sued. So Ring lost $5.6 billion. Let's see what they're going to lose on this antitrust case.
Okay. And what are we looking for in the markets yesterday? We kind of had a mixed day yesterday.
Today, it's not shaping up as it looked good. For less than an hour before the opening bell, the Dow was down 155 points, dropping a third of 1%. The Nasdaq down 62 points and dropping a quarter of 1%. S&P is down close to 19 points, dropping 0.3% of 1%. So more red is the expectation. Markets opening in about 45 minutes.
Okay, and we're also just seeing that jobless applications rose to 235 last week, 235,000.
That is correct. That just came out. It's the highest level since June. Continuing claims climbing as well, just showing us a nickel paper market is slowing in the U.S. right now.
Okay, getting in your business like we do every morning with our favorite Bloomberg people. It's Dan Schwartzman this week. Thanks, Dan. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, when we come back, a judge says, no, you cannot see the secret grand jury files tied to Jeffrey Epstein. I think we all knew that. Well, what's the next step, and what's the difference between grand jury files and the rest of the files that the DOJ has in its possession? We're going to be talking to ABC's Peter Harlambus to talk about that coming up next. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got slowing in Santa Clarita on the 14th.
Just a little bit but yeah, you'll find swapping on patches of slow traffic there southbound side of the 14th. Getting away from Agua Dulce on down through Sand Canyon, and again right there before the 5 freeway Mount Buffalo, as I mentioned. Excuse me. The 215, you've got that construction still northbound side of the 215 between Central and MLK. Ran a couple minutes late with a couple of lanes closed on the northbound side. Traffic's still recovering. It does look like it has been reopened, but traffic's still pretty slow. From Alessandro on the northbound 215, also slow on the westbound 60. And a few brake lights on the 91 as you get away from Van Buren and Riverside on out towards the 15. It's slowing from that point also over to the 71 and a little bit beyond that as you make your way towards the 241. Not stop and go, but definitely some slowing. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Colesride.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little. You grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Big Part Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and Yankers.
Find your iHeartRadio.
1936.
There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go.
I'm a fucking pitch nerd.
Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. And you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. I don't know. Well, one decision away from a different one. I know for a fact that it was her. So this media, I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to unlock the sense of how drink affected me. Makes them so much fun for me. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. And with your way about it, what is that about? It wasn't nearly as bad as what I was emotional that I can see I have with my daughter. So real conversations, wrestle, like straight up crazy, drunk wrestle. That's over versus get started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were awake, like your ex-husband, and be like, you should be with somebody better? People are broken. They have to be with themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it meaningful. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
NENA is announcing an AI reorganization. It comes 2 months after the hire of CEO AI founder Alexander Weinig. AI org is going to be called the NENA Superintelligence Labs, or NSL for short. It's going to consist of 4 groups. TechCrunch reports that Wang's group is going to focus on foundation models like the Llama series. The other 3 groups will focus on research, product integration, and infrastructure. It's now going to cost gamers more to buy a PlayStation 5 than Netflix. Sony announced prices for each model of the popular video game console will go up by $50 in the U.S. starting Thursday. In a statement, the company said, quote, similar to many global businesses, we continue to navigate a challenging economic environment. The standard PS5 model will now cost $550, while the digital edition will be priced at $500. PS5 Pro will cost $750. Sony noted the prices for PS5 accessories remain unchanged. And NVIDIA reported it is developing a more powerful AI chip it plans to sell in China. And reporting number
Aaron is moving inland along the Gulf Coast with heavy rain, strong winds, and coastal flooding. Affecting Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and spreading north into the Tennessee Valley. Partly sunny skies in the northeast with temperatures topping the low 80s from Boston to New York. Stray showers possible over northern New England. Sunny in the Midwest with highs in the mid-80s. A few isolated storms may bubble up in the Ohio Valley, but most of the region stays dry. Hot in the Plains states hitting the mid-90s under sunny skies. A few storms are possible before the Dakotas. Triple-digit heat dominates the southwest deserts once again. Phoenix and Las Vegas push past 105. New Mexico and eastern Arizona could see monsoonal storms. Further in California's coastal areas will be in the 70s, while the Inland Valley is heated to the mid-90s. Southern California is dealing with a heat wave with temperatures pushing triple digits. Plenty of sunshine in the Pacific Northwest with highs in the mid-80s. That's your national forecast. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
It is 5:51 on your Thursday morning wake-up call. Mind the time flies when you're having fun. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Nearly 300 LA City employees will not be getting pink slips thanks to deals with 2 major unions. Budget cuts and layoffs looming, but the city's come up with plans to allow some workers to take days off in exchange for overtime and others to take unpaid vacation days to save those jobs. A former corrections officer is expected to plead guilty today to smuggling drugs, alcohol, and phones into a federal detention center in downtown LA in exchange for cash bribes and a Chevy Tahoe. Daniel Morales was arrested back in June when a vial of cocaine was found on him during a security screening. The new Bed Bath & Beyond is a bust when it comes to California. The company's CEO says
California is overregulated and too expensive and says it's too risky to open a store here. Bed Bath & Beyond filed for bankruptcy in 2023 and closed all of its stores. It's now planning to open 300 stores in the U.S., none of them in California. We're just minutes away from Handle on the News this morning. What happens when you pay for a window seat, but your seat doesn't actually have a window? Well, it's a problem, and it's led to a lawsuit. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Peter Haramambus. Good morning, Peter. Yeah, thanks for joining us. So a federal judge says, no, you can't see what's in those secret federal grand jury files tied to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the federal judge is over three different judges, one in Florida, two in New York. At this point, basically saying that the Department of Justice is asking here to release these grand jury transcripts. It is a version that the Department of Justice truly wanted these documents released. They already have them in their possession, and they could very well do so. According to this judge, who issued a decision yesterday, he basically has 70 pages of documents. The Department of Justice has hundreds of thousands of them. And he basically put the onus on the DOJ to take action here rather than asking the court to step in.
Okay, so this was the third judge that ruled against releasing the secret grand jury files. I stress secret grand jury files. Can it be appealed again, or is it done?
Technically, it's a decision that could be appealed, but at this point, the Department of Justice hasn't signaled any intention to do that. They haven't filed those notice of appeals to any of these three decisions. And if anything, the story is going away to a certain degree. The attention has moved a bit. And if anything, the highest likelihood of actually seeing the document and your public life would actually come through Congress rather than the courts. We understand that the House Oversight Committee issued a subpoena for these records, and the spokesperson for that committee says that it won't be released publicly with necessary redactions. So to the extent these records do get out, it's likely to come from Congress, not the courts.
Okay, so I'm going to back up for just a second before we move forward. So was the ruling a surprise at all, since they are secret and you're not allowed to release grand jury files? And that's like everybody kind of knows that. I mean, even I know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising in a number of ways. Yes, totally. These are secret records. Not only are they secret, they're highly sensitive in terms of the number of victims or names in them. And beyond that, the Department of Justice, in their actual papers, pushing for these documents to be released, didn't articulate a particularly compelling reason, at least as far as the law is concerned, why the judge should make this decision, why they should override all these considerations when it comes to grand jury secrecy and all the sensitive things that go on with the grand jury, just based on for political reasons. So it's not surprising. I think that's why we saw such a unanimous string of decisions here. These are judges from across the political spectrum here who basically agreeing that they can deploy this version, and at the end of the day, you do that if anything inappropriate.
Okay, so Peter, tell me if you think I'm tracking right. This is all speculation, but I think that the president called for those files to be released. He doesn't really want the Epstein files out there, but he said, "Oh, release the grand jury files," knowing full well that they're secret grand jury files, and there's no way that a judge or a court's going to say, "Yes, go ahead and release them."
I think that's exactly right. I think the judges agree with you. The two different judges in this case are basically saying that this was all the diversion, that the Trump administration knew that what they were asking for wasn't really feasible. Beyond that, even if these transcripts were released, in the best case scenario, according to these judges, they contained no new information about the case. They would not need a new
Music and golf news just to shake your hand. On September 30th, just a few hours before my birthday, I will land in Boston to attend to your concert. You are my best friend, and all I want for my birthday is your handshake.
What happens next? We'll just have to wait and see, and then we'll check in with you again. Peter Haramambus with ABC. Thanks so much for the info. All right, take care. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAPD officers are trying to find two brothers reported missing in the city's West Lake area. The boys are 10 and 2 years old. They were last seen overnight. The search has led to a neighborhood in South LA this morning. Police have asked for the
first hearing today is expected to go for hours. He and his legal team will try to prove he has reinvented himself over the decades and that he is not a threat to the public any longer.
ABC's Alex Stone says the hearing for Lyle Menendez will happen tomorrow. If the parole board recommends the brothers be released, Governor Newsom could still say no. It's going to be up to him to make the final decision. The brothers were sentenced to life in prison for murdering their parents in 1989. They were resentenced in May, which made them eligible for parole. LA County's DA says the brothers have not taken responsibility for the murders. The 36th anniversary of those murders was yesterday. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a damages claim against the city and Mayor Bass. The more than 300-page claim, which is the first step in filing a lawsuit, claims that she was made a scapegoat for the Palisades fire by Mayor Bass. Crowley says Bass publicly repeated lies about the chief's actions before and during the fire to deflect criticism over her being out of the country when the fire started. The Santa Ana City Council has approved a plan to clean up homeless camps in the city. It's going to allow city crews to clear camps, clean up debris, trash, and graffiti along major freeway ramps and underpasses along the 5 and 55 corridors. A court hearing for the man accused of killing 2 people in their home in Encino has been suspended.
Raymond Budarian appeared in court on Wednesday. On July 10th, he allegedly broke into the home of American Idol music supervisor Robin Kane and her husband Thomas DeLuca and shot them to death with their own gun. He is facing 2 counts of murder and 1 count of residential burglary with special circumstances. Budarian was not arraigned and was instead ordered to mental health court on September 3rd. Witnesses in the courtroom say he was staring off during the hearing and was not responding to the judge. Andrew Martindale, KFI News.
A tick-borne illness is spreading fast among pets in California.
Cases of anaplasmosis in dogs have tripled in recent years, and more than half of California counties are now considered high risk. The disease carried by ticks can cause fever, fatigue, weight loss, and in severe cases, nosebleeds or seizures. Vets say it's treatable with antibiotics, but prevention is key. Experts warn the rise in tick activity could also pose a risk to people, not just pets. Rashida D'Agostino, KFI News.
This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI. Yeah, it's going to be hot. Today's going to be the hottest of the heat wave. Sunny with highs in the mid-80s at the beaches, low to mid-90s for Metro LA and in Orange County. 101 to 110 in the valleys, up to 107 for the Inland Empire, up to 105 in the Antelope Valley. Overnight lows in the 60s and 70s, but tomorrow, that's going to look a lot like today, just maybe a degree or 2 cooler. 80s at the coast, 90s for the metro areas, low 100s to 109 in the valleys, IE and AV, with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and evening. It's going to start to cool down just a bit on Sunday with some gradual cooling as we head into next week. 66 right now in Anaheim, 72 in Studio City, 70 in Redondo Beach, and 74 in Rancho Cucamonga. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. And if you missed any wake-up call, you can listen anytime. It's on the iHeartRadio app. We've got trouble in San Fernando Valley.
Been slowing down the southbound side of the 14, or 405, I should say. Getting away from the 118 is slow and go down to Sunset Boulevard. Not stop and go, slow and go. It'll probably get worse, unfortunately. The 5 southbound of Hollywood Way. Reports of a sofa in the carpool lane, not something you want to run into. 170 freeway northbound at Oxnard Street. And you go cooler in the left lane. Things you don't want to run into. And the slowest thing is probably, well, it's actually getting a lot better. Riverside, northbound side of the 215. We had that construction right there near MLK. Should be out of there, but still pretty slow from Alessandro. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Coltrane.
There is a viral sickness in this town. You must excise it. Dig into the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Habit Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Habit Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habit Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It was like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You dropped
Our female lawyer, you're stunningly beautiful.
Boss. My bosses.
My two bosses came to me and said, Mormon was killed. I said, what? That was shocking.
They promote this image of small town America, but it's not.
Turned over probably 25,000 pages of documentation of corruption in this town.
And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest in Margaret Coon's murders because they're not looking at themselves.
We don't give up on these cases. We need to catch wherever it is so that we don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened? Let's turn everything off and turn it around. This is Gone in the South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jed Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon?
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
He is a serial killer, I believe.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free. Never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
Ah.
How do you do that? By an elevator door. Opens up, and out comes baby. And how does it get its nutrients? A hose!
And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Handle here in the morning crowd. It is a Thursday morning. Terrible Thursday. Terrific Thursday. I always get confused. Yesterday I talked to Jim about cognitive abilities and their memory, and I, of course, completely forgot what I talked about. What we spoke about. All right, let me get the new party here. In any case, Sam, good morning. Sam's still in Pocono.
Good morning, Bill. How's it going?
Oh, that's good. Excellent to have you here, baby. All right. Amy, good morning.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
Just wonderful. Couldn't be better. I wake up in the morning and I come here and life is so good.
I saw you were loving on your puppy a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the little yeah.
Which one was that?
That's Izzy who replaced Gucci. My Gucci got eaten by a coyote for breakfast. And
sounds like a country song. Gucci got eaten by a coyote for breakfast, and I'm just sitting here.
Yeah. I told you that I lived next door to Jessica Simpson's parents.
Yeah, you did.
I did that story, and that little, her little got eaten by a coyote. Yeah. And she came to everybody's door. Oh, see my dog, see my dog. And there were pieces of her little dog right across my backyard.
I'm talking about.
There really were.
You talking about Gucci and how you cried.
I did actually.
Okay, and then you're mocking somebody for losing their dog to a coyote?
That is correct. You have that 100% correct.
Counsel.
Yeah, sort of given. All right. Morning, Neil.
Good morning. Good morning. And some listener recommended Fingerless Thursdays.
Oh.
That's every day.
Pretty much.
Whatever you wanted to.
All right. Will, good morning. Good morning, Bill. And Ann?
Good morning.
Oh, and there's your Padres sweatshirt. Yes. Go, Padres.
Yeah.
Yay. Yeah. Is there a rivalry between the Dodgers and San Diego?
Very much.
Is there like Dodgers, San Francisco rivalries that go back for zillions of years, that sort of thing?
No, it's kind of a new. We're much more in their heads than the Giants.
Okay.
Well, you have a much better record than the giant.
Yes.
I like the Freeway series, the Angels and the Dodgers. I always wondered about
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
Are they on opposite sides of the freeways during the Freeway series? I don't know the answer.
And then the Dodgers swept the Padres recently, too.
This is Sports Talk. This is Fox 570 LA Sports. Thank you.
Key is one away. You got to get that W. Take the paint. You want to give 110%.
Yeah, you got to put your game down. Yeah. All right. We're actually, I think it's going to do a day without Trump, and that doesn't happen very often. You know what they say? Yeah, a day without Trump is like a day without Trump. It is pretty impressive. But we have some politics to talk about. And what happened in Texas, that was a big one. And we'll talk about that and a bunch of other stuff coming about the city of Los Angeles. And then a real fun topic. Is there such thing as a good life? And what is a good life? We'll explain. Because a good life to me is probably a bad life to you. And the worse it is for you, the better my life is.
Not sure how that works.
It works well. Okay, are we ready to do it? It is time for Handle on the News with Amy, Neil, and me. Lead story. Yeah, Texas did. Of course, we knew it was going to happen. The Texas House passes the redistricting now. Upon the request of the person we're talking about today, and 5 new, basically Republican districts have been created, and it's all about redrawing the congressional map to give the Republicans even more power or a majority in the House. Well, and of course, retaliation, if you were to call it that, California doing the same thing. Governor Newsom says, okay, we're going to redistrict, we're going to redraw our map to create 5 new Democratic districts. And of course, the Republicans are screaming, you can't do that, you can't do that. Texas, of course, can do that. But the argument is that technically speaking, it would be tough. It's going to happen, but it's going to be a little tougher because we have an independent commission that was passed last time, that redistricts, and usually the redistricting happens every 10 years based on the census. Not this time around. The president asked, you do this.
The baby's formula. Oh, well then I need to grow tits because one of us needs to figure this out.
Against California doing this, arguing all kinds of things that there wasn't enough time for hearings. People in California aren't allowed to really look at this. The judge just threw that right out because the argument is the people are going to vote. In the end, there's a vote that takes place. You can't argue that the people of California are being screwed and not allowed to comment on this when they vote. And so it's going to pass the legislature. Today, there'll be a special election in November, and I don't understand why Democrats are opposed to this. Republicans, of course, but Democrats, and once this happens, every other state is going to do the same thing. You will have safe districts, Republican districts, safe Democratic districts. We're done. There will be no more. What's the word I'm looking for? There'll be no more consensus. It'll just go down party lines. The whole country, the House will be split. And will continue to be split. That's not fun.
Or maybe they'll come to their senses and pass a ban on this stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody hates gerrymandering when it's being done to them.
Maybe will come to their consensus and their senses and find it that it's too offensive.
There he is. How you living, OmniDuck? What's good, pimp? Did you ask your mom to be able to see a therapist? Well, that's great. I mean, hey, she's positive about it. Good for you, buddy. Are you happy? All right. Well, that's good. What else is new in your world, baby? Well, I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. You do you, baby. Feel free to sleep if you want. I'm a certified project management professional. Well, I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had contracts with Fortune 100 companies. Essentially, I manage projects for large organizations and ensure that they are delivered successfully.
Yeah, this just keeps getting uglier and uglier and uglier. About 16,000 reservists are being called up for the beginning of September. This is to free up, active duty personnel for an operation that Israel has been saying it's wanted to do, and that is the preliminary actions going down now to occupy all of Gaza City. Yeah. So they've had, whole outskirts, but now they're squeezing in. Hamas, of course, always the victim, says that Israel is obstructing the ceasefire deal. Yes, of course. We're going to hold on to the hostages, but you are obstructing. Good for you. In the meantime, Israel's going to occupy certainly Gaza City, which once again means millions of Palestinians have to be relocated. And it is not fun for them. Boy, are they just getting nailed from both sides. Israel is pounding them good and starving them. And Hamas doesn't care. We are still going to be proponents of the destruction of the state of Israel as long as we're alive. I wonder what they were thinking on October 7th. And did someone at one point say, maybe we shouldn't do this? Because Israel's going to get really pissed off. And 1,200 Israelis were killed in this horrible attack. At this point, you've got 63,000 Palestinians. Gaza has been pulverized. People are starving to death, and Hamas is still saying, yep, it's worth it. Go figure. Let's take a break. We will come back and continue on with Handle on the News. Amy, KFI News.
Here's the latest. The hottest day of this 5-day heat wave is upon us. Temperatures expected to easily top 100 in the valleys, mountains, and deserts. The day after the 36th anniversary of the day when Eric and Lyle Menendez murdered their parents in their home in Beverly Hills, the brothers will try to get paroled. The LA County Sheriff's Department announced dozens of arrests in a street takeover in Carson. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. We will check some problems in Loyal Heights.
There are all kinds of things that people move, particularly here in the South. Transfer, downsizing, like I did, or you just want to get out of Dodge. Home is too big, so you sell your house. Obviously, you got to do that. And so, how do you do it? Well, typically, and this has been forever, you listed with a real estate agent, that was really the only way to do it. And you pay a commission, and prospective buyers come through, you can't be there, it has to be spotless, all your tchotchkes put away in closets, paint, clean, and repair, and then comes the offer, counter offers, long escrows, contingencies. Well, a much, much easier way of doing it is to call the folks at directbuyers.com. They'll buy your house, I mean, right now, right there, give you a fair price. You do nothing. You don't clean. You don't paint. No one even bothers you. They'll do this from the sidewalk. I don't know how they do that, but they do. That's direct buyers. And no local ever. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, or visit directbuyers.com.
From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. Sunny with highs in the 80s at the beaches, 90s to 109 inland. This report brought to you by Think It Up. I think you might want to rethink going through Royal Heights on the 5.
Actually, 5 freeway northbound at Soto Street. There's a crash. The right lane's blocked. It's a car versus a semi. And traffic stop and go back from 710 on that northbound side of the 5. That's the only really major crash working. We do have some slow traffic in Corona 91 westbound. Pretty heavy from 15 on out past the 71. Also heavy if you're headed out the San Fernando Valley southbound on 405. Start to see that load up pretty well from before Victory, but more like Sherman Way. Really heavy down to Ventura Boulevard. Then it's just kind of slow and goes from your way through the pass down to Sunset Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Coltrane.
There's a viral sickness near this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Havoc Time, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havoc Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Live concerts. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
From Cavalry Audio, the studio that brought you the Devil with It and The Shadow, comes a new true crime podcast, The Big Move.
The local sheriff believes there may be more than one killer. It's been 4 days since those bodies were found, and there's no arrests as of this morning.
They were afraid, especially out in that area. Join host David Ratter as he explores one fateful night and evil descended into a small town.
Killed 8 members of an Ohio family in a pre-planned execution.
It was a night of horror that shocked the country with its brutality and its mystery. Who could commit such horrible crimes and why?
A family was targeted, most of them targeted while they were sleeping.
Whoever done it, no the family. No, they were 2 dog owners. Could they have secrets that could make someone who wanted them dead? Were they innocent victims or something in between? Ultimately, this is a story about family and loss and hope for redemption under the Big Moon. Big Moon Murders is available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Scary incident for Chiefs head coach Andy Reid last year. Now, according to the Kansas City Star, a bullet penetrated the glass in the practice facility office of Reid while he was working alone. Reid was unharmed. The Chiefs traded wide receiver Sky Moore to the Niners for a 2027 sixth rounder. 49ers wide receiver Demarcus Robinson suspended the first 3 games of the season due to a misdemeanor DUI charge. In baseball, Tigers swept the Astros in Detroit. Second baseman Mauricio Dubon says it's normal to have a bad stretch.
It's part of baseball. I mean, we were hot, we were winning every game for 1 run, and we were just a couple we got shook out. But it's baseball. It's going to happen. You don't win 160 games. It's going to happen.
The Phillies swept the Mariners. Paige Becker set a WNBA single-game rookie scoring record with 44 points. The Wings lost to the Sparks. That's sports. I'm Ron Moss.
KFI, AM 640, for stimulating talk.
Hey, boy. Good morning, everybody. Eagle here on a Thursday morning. It's August 21 now. And Kono is out. He's gone fishing. Nikki is out. Is she an intern or part-time, whatever they call it? It's her birthday today. Yeah, everybody takes off birthday week. Oh, what day is August 25th? What day of the week is that?
August 25th is Monday.
Monday? Okay. And it's my birthday, and I will be here. I will be here.
Oh, well, with all the Jewish holidays and every other holiday you take off, trust me, you take off plenty.
Yeah, I take off one. I take off one. Well, of course, we're going to talk about Jesus. One Jewish holiday I take off. Okay, thank you. Just one. And there are dozens and dozens of them. Sometimes there are two a day. There's a lot of them. One. I have not. I don't take off Jewish holidays. I do. I don't. I take one off. No, I don't. You don't stop it. I know what I take off. You don't know how. And then, no. And Yom Kippur is the holiest of the Jewish holidays where you apologize to God for being a Jew. Okay. Moving on.
Yom Kippur, and you celebrate breaking.
No, you celebrate Kippurs in general.
That would be,
yeah, that's a big deal in terms of eating in London. Okay, we're done, guys, with that. We actually digressed and we go on a tangent. Not here. Moving on, more handle on news, Amy, Neil, and me.
We've got heat, we've got floods, we've got earthquakes, so now it just doesn't it make sense that we've got plague? And it's in our own backyard. A person who lives in California has tested positive for plague after likely being bitten by an infected flea. The person was camping in South Lake Tahoe. It's the first infection reported in the county, El Dorado County, since 2020. The person is recovering. An average of 7 people are diagnosed with a confirmed case of plague each year in the U.S.
And the bubonic plague, which is fun. Okay, factoid. How did bubonic plague get its name, bubonic plague?
I do not know, sir.
I will tell you. Because it comes from the word bulbules. And bulbules, it's true, we're going to look it up. Bulbules are these little boils that people with this kind of plague have, and then they burst open and they become pussy, and drainage comes out. And please have breakfast, everybody. I want you to eat oatmeal right now. That's one of the symptoms, usually in the armpits. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so the plague.
Well, you're giving me a disgusted look. Look it up. Look it up. Bulbules. All right, moving on.
The rivers have run red, and there's locusts. But there's a hurricane, and it is a powerful one. This just goes to show you, they don't have to make landfall to cause havoc. We've got Hurricane Erin slamming North Carolina, changing coast, strong winds, you've got waves, rip currents, all of these things. And this is just the outer bangs that are hitting this morning. And it's just massive.
It's been 600 miles across. And yesterday I was watching the news with the weather report. It's threading the needle right between the Bermudas and the U.S., going straight up through that area and affecting both sides of the hurricane, which never happens. You're right, it is massive, and it's crazy. It really is. That's when you really want to live on the East Coast. Can you imagine if this thing actually hit? What would happen? Well, Katrina was this category and hit New Orleans straight on. And look what happened with Katrina.
Take the earthquakes.
HHS staffers have a little request from their boss. More than 750 current and former staffers at the Department of Health and Human Services have asked their boss, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., to stop spreading inaccurate health information. The request came after a shooter fired hundreds of rounds at the headquarters of the CDC earlier this month. The letter said the violent attack on August 8th while CDC's headquarters in Atlanta was not random, and the shooter had expressed discontent with the COVID-19 vaccine and also wanted to make his distrust of it known.
That's unfair for them to bring up a shooter, a person who had this kind of this level of upset with the CDC. Does that mean that therefore other people who are as upset are going to shoot the place up? No, I don't think so. Now the underlying message that he's not doing any favors, and that's head of the CDC. He has actually called the CDC a cesspool of corruption and has terminated thousands of employees. I mean, that's pretty bad stuff. But saying that this somehow proves that Kennedy is off base, you don't need that to prove it. I just don't think a single incident should be involved here or should be claimed. Oh, great story. You know what? Let's do this Men on Black. Yeah. Let's see when we come back. I mean, you want to? Yeah, because it's too good. It's too good. Okay. You want to savor it? Oh, yeah. Yes, it's really good. We'll be right back. Amy, live in the KFI News.
National Weather Service forecasters say temperatures today will be 3 to 6 degrees hotter than yesterday. With the hot weather continuing right on through the weekend, excessive heat warning goes into effect at 11 o'clock in parts of the Southland. Forecasters say highs in the deserts, mountains, and valleys will easily top triple digits and may break some records. And the coast will be cooler, but still 5 to 10 degrees above normal. Menendez brothers presenting their pleas for parole at a prison in San Diego. Starting today, Eric Menendez's hearing is today. His brother Lyle is up tomorrow. The brothers were sentenced to life in prison for murdering their parents in Beverly Hills in 1989, but a judge this year resentenced them to 50 years to life. That made them eligible for parole. If release is recommended, Governor Newsom will have 90 days to review it, and Newton say no. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hoffman has opposed any form of release for the brothers, saying they have not taken accountability for the killings. Lawsuits are piling up against ICE over alleged racial profiling in LA. 6 U.S. citizens say they were wrongly detained and abused by immigration agents during summer raids. Their attorney, Luis Carrillo, claims the June and July operations targeted race, not crime. Suits accuse ICE of civil rights violations and excessive force. Federal officials say citizens were only detained when they interfered with arrests. Carrillo also plans to sue the LAPD, alleging the department helped the federal agents. Each plaintiff is seeking $1 million in damages. Brigida D'Agostino, KFI News. The LA County Sheriff's Department has announced dozens of arrests during a street takeover in Carson. Most of the people busted back on Sunday were spectators. Carson Station Sheriff's deputies also towed more than 24 cars. The operation was the latest in a series of efforts targeting street racing, street takeovers, and illegal vehicle modifications. Officials say the takeovers are dangerous and criminal. Deals with 2 major unions have helped keep hundreds of LA City workers from losing their jobs.
More than 220 LAPD civilian employees were facing layoffs, including clerks and administrative support workers. A Los Angeles Police Protective League is agreeing to create a voluntary program that will serve as a cost-cutting measure. It will allow the employees to take days off in exchange for some of the overtime hours they previously worked. The Engineers and Architects Association is also approving a deal for its 6,000 members to take as many as 5 unpaid vacation days. Pardon me, KFI News.
Welcome to Bearskin Robins.
A black bear has been found behind the counter of an ice cream shop in South Lake Tahoe, not serving customers but eating from an ice cream container at the ice cream shop in Camp Richardson. Wildlife officials say there's a trend of bears entering homes and businesses for food, but they say attacks are rare. Officials euthanized a bear last month for break-ins and increasingly aggressive behavior. Another bear is being monitored for entering homes in the Tahoe Keys. Officials say people should secure trash and avoid leaving food in cars. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
We're going to take some look at some problems in Corona next.
This morning, I woke up like I do most mornings, like most of you, and I go to make my coffee. And, I'm really fanatic about the quality of the water, fanatic about the quality of my coffee. So I fill up my coffee container. I do it right from the sink.
Like Thomas Aquinas and others, very influenced by the Rambam. He was considered, someone who had a very powerful and convincing view of Aristotelianism within the medieval world. And people said, wow, this guy is really smart non-Jews at this. So he kind of crossed that border into non-Jewish culture in the same way that, like, I don't know, Billy Joel did. No, not Billy Joel. Not a good example. What's a good? Who else? The Beatles. No, it has to start from the Jewish side and have some Jewish content, and then reach into the non-Jewish world as well. Seinfeld. The Bible for sure. Okay, but Seinfeld. Okay, Seinfeld's humor. Have you ever watched Seinfeld? Like, he's a New York comedian, right? It's like back in the 90s or something. But it's like the sitcom is completely Jewish characters, recognizable Jewish characters, with all kinds of Jewish subtext, but it becomes like an American hit. An American's own Seinfeld, even though it's really kind of Jewish. The Rambam is like that. The Rambam is like that. Okay. So let's look at his trajectory. Childhood, he's living in the southern part of Spain. The Almohads came up from the south, and they brought in this Jewish Islam that's kind of like, wait a minute, what is going on here? You're having, you're having parties with Jews, you're serving alcohol. First of all, serving alcohol is birthday, but you're Jews. Now, wait a second, you told me that you abuse the positions of power? Like, who is this guy? You're looking at an army, seriously? So the Almohads really start cracking down, opposing the strictness of the Catholic and they force a lot of things. The Maimon family, which were, as Maimonides tells us, it comes from a long line of Dayanim, who were very active in the politics. Nothing that got him in trouble, by the way, is that he was of a very strong opinion that people should not take any money to serve as judges or teachers. Mr. Lewis. Yes. My understanding, and I could be wrong, I think the best place to look at it is the biography by Albert Tal, is quite extensive, is that the Rambam, through his genius as a scholar, he was recognized fairly early on. He did not go into practicing medicine until after his brother died in a shipwreck. And it was like a Yisachar's relationship, where his brother said, hey, his older brother, I'm not sure, but his brother said, I'll take care of the business, and our mother and our sister, we just keep running. And because, we're getting ahead of the story, let's come to what's happening. In my own family, like many Jews, flee this very uncomfortable environment in southern Spain at the time. They make their cross from North Africa. They stop for a while in Tunisia, where there's a very important medical school, and it's believed that it is here. Maimonides at this point, by the way, is a teenager. He's like around 15 years old, and he's definitely a very learned guy. At this time, early in his life, he's an adolescent, that he writes his commentary on the mission. There's some dispute about when exactly he finished it. Not a promise, but he finished it very 18 years old. And not only was it really commentary, the first comprehensive commentary. And today in 2016, Kevin Durant scores 30 points and helps the Americans bounce 96-66 for their third straight basketball gold medal. It caps an Olympics in which the U.S. dominated the medal table. First, you have to have a foundations idea that I can do this. Then you have to learn the entire Gemara to be able to compose a commentary on this. But what a phenomenal achievement! The vast majority of it was written while he was a refugee making his way to Tunisia and also beginning his studies in medical school. So he probably picked up most of his medical knowledge in India, and then the family moves on. They spend a little bit of time briefly in Israel. For unknown reasons, they decide not to settle there, probably economic in nature, and they end up settling in this little town here, Fustat, also known as Old Cairo, to the south of Cairo. And as Mr. Lipschitz mentioned earlier, his son David was supporting the family. The father, Maimon, had passed away by this time. They had young Maimonides, Moshe, and his sister. And David was an international trader, and he was off to India for trading jewels. the ship was lost at sea. All the family well, and at that point, my mom said, "Yeah, working full time, I have time to go to work." Describes in some of his letters that his work basically consisted of getting up early in the morning. He had about an hour commute by donkey. He actually had to, get on the Van Wyck, make his way over to Cairo, where he was working in the royal household, basically treating the harem and the children of the Sultan or the Vizier, I'm not sure. And he would treat all of them with all the greatest aches and pains and issues, and including from time to time the Vizier himself. And then at the end of the day, he would commute back to Gustav, and then he would have like a long line of people asking questions, stuff like that. He was a member of the OMAD club. He would eat one meal a day, and that was basically his routine. He was writing this in one of his letters saying, "Listen, I don't have time to take on any more projects. I'm so busy with stuff. This is what my day is like." And that's basically how he lived his day. He was also, however, recognized as an undisputed leader of Egyptian Jewry, and by extension, in many ways, all of the Middle Eastern Mediterranean, especially Yemen, came to look to him as the leader, essentially the Gadol of the Eastern Arab, up until he gets to Babylonia and gets to Baghdad. That's really the Maimonides' name that was considered the greatest authority, and furthermore, this name continued for about 200 more years. His descendants maintained themselves in that political position. So it's really quite interesting. Now, let's focus on his writings. Now, we've got a little bit of something background. His writings fall into multiple categories that I think give us a really good sense at the diversity of his activity and his flexibility. First of all, we mentioned the Mishnah commentary, which is, of course, still studied today, still printed in your standard edition of Mishnah, and it is brilliant. It's like super clear, it's written in a lucid Hebrew prose, very accessible, very manageable. I personally think it's essentially written the way that Pinchas Kehati wrote his commentary in the 20th century, designed to be as accessible as possible. The fact that it is a little bit more arcane than that is just reflective of the reality that we were 100 years ago and the language shifts and things like that. But it's designed to be an accessible introduction to the Mishnah. He is definitely a populist in some of his writings. He really wants to be making Torah Shabbat for Nefesh, that everyone should be able to have access to the Torah, and he did it. He achieved it with the Mishnah Torah commentary in his young age, which is really quite remarkable. He's also at this time proposing medical tactics on a wide variety of surprisingly contemporary topics. He wrote on asthma, on anxiety, on sexual dysfunction, things that people in the court really wanted to know about. He was writing about all these things, and he was publishing them in Arabic. Some of his writings are in Arabic, others in Hebrew, others in Judeo-Arabic, which is basically Arabic written with Hebrew letters. And his medical writings, believe it or not, are still studied today. You can look at them in English translation because they're really valuable documents about 12th century medicine, the state of medicine at that time, and lots of pharmacology, really fascinating things. You also see, of course, many other writings as a doctor, he's very interested in the issue of prophylactic health. So, Thomas Deos had a long discussion about how to sequence your eating, right? Like what first, second, and not too full food time of day. So medical questions. Yes, all that. Yeah. One of the biggest areas of Maimonides scholarship, as I'm sure you're aware, is pointing out contradictions in the Rambam. He himself had a great amount of humility and would write about earlier writings and correct himself later on. But he definitely he describes his own routine in his letters as a nomad person, but maybe the resolution is because he believed that most people could not survive on that. He has amazing stuff on sleeping, yeah. I don't know. I can't recall anywhere seeing him talk about it. It's hard to imagine he did 8 hours with what he did in his life, but I don't really know. It is. I find it really hard to imagine. I had a Caruso once. He slept over at our house. I was already married at that time. Slept over at our house, and he was like exactly positioning his body the way the Rambam says he should sleep, and then he slept. Exactly like that. Woke up the next morning, never moved, just like that. And another, we'll talk about what we because it's also really the medical writing. I can say one other funny story about the Rambam. I think I lost it. Oh yeah, here's the story. So the Rambam, the famous day is it's brought into tomorrow. You know, the Rambam. He's relying on Gemara. He's not like making things up as he goes along. He's definitely sourcing Gemara and one of the biggest, second biggest areas that Maimonidean scholarship was finding the Rambam source. So I remember with, I was learning from his days with two of my sons. Pretty much, son Boaz is a little bit of a mischievous guy. He was maybe 10 years old or so. When he came across the discussion there, Rambam says very clearly, medical Rothschild, but it comes to the exception that don't say, oh, I'm because it's harmful to your body to keep yourself back on the water. And so my son Boaz says, what he did was, he was so happy when he learned it with me. For the next 6 months, he would regularly get out of class by putting up his hand and say, I gotta go to the washroom. And Rebbe would say, Boaz, just went to the washroom 10 minutes ago. He said, but Rebbe, it says, it doesn't jails. You're not allowed to hold back, stuff like that. So he would get out of class constantly. That totally different class. Anyways. Okay, medical writings, yes. Letters, really lots of letters of the Rambam written to remote communities, where you really get a sense of his global leadership. Constantly corresponding with communities that ask him shyness, and some of these shyness are like pretty powerful, like famous letter from Meir saying, people are saying, it's not your father, it's your father's dogs and trees and stuff. So you shouldn't say that because you're a Garrett and Hansel. And he goes around and saying, I feel so terrible. It's true. My parents were of the Avodah Zarah. My fathers did not worship Hashem. And the Rambam says, first of all, anyone who says that to you is a jerk. I'm translating very literally. Anyone who says that to you is a jerk, doesn't know any Torah. It says very clearly, 36 times in the Torah, you're not allowed to offend a ger. It's very careful not to say things that harm a ger. It's also said, it says, secondly, because you have entered under the context of the rules of the Shekhinah, you are included within the body politic, and you can also say, biological truth, nevertheless, is the spirit of truth. So these kinds of letters are inspirational. They're not only pockets of people, letter to Jews of Yemen, especially important. Let's just write about it in his Wikipedia fact check that, they had a problem with a false Mashiach there. They have a lot of it. Comes up actually probably about 3-4 times a decade, 3-4 times a century. You have a false Messiah with one level of popularity or another. The Rambam comes down very hard on this, saying that don't follow this guy. He is also a jerk, right? And don't listen to it. It's not true and so on. And people really appreciated his generous and bold and clear leadership. His letters are a great image on what he had to say about the Jews. Also, extremely important, the Moreh, the guide for the complex, which which is, in terms of the non-Jewish world, is magnum opus, his greatest book. This is, unlike most of the other things he's written, the More in the Routine was written and directed to a specific reader who was a young man who was very troubled by the challenges that Islamic philosophy, especially the Islamic version of Greek and Roman philosophies under Aristotle and others, the challenges that it the More in the Routine is a book long defense of Judaism from prevailing philosophical. It is essentially a cure. It's essentially, and it's written for one particular person. It's not even completely clear that it was intended to be published as a book. But he wrote it saying, listen, you're a smart guy, you're learned in Judaism, you're learned in secular philosophy, and I'm really worried about the kind of questions you're asking me. Let me go through all these issues one by one and explain to you why Judaism makes sense. Hugely influential is this book that was so inspirational not only to Jews, but also to Christians as well when they got it in the last translation. This went through what we discussed last week, went through the region of Provence, where they had Ibn family actually as translators, and then they went to Hebrew, and then from Hebrew, it didn't take long before it went to Latin. And then the church read it and said, wow, this is pretty amazing stuff as well. So the guy for the production also got him in a massive amount of trouble, as we shall see, but it is one of his probably the greatest work, at least for non-Jewish. Mr. Kaplan.
Energy Star light bulbs, install Energy Star appliances, or add extra insulation. Learn more at EnergySavers.com.
As the church has a lot of the same issues, like just off the top of my head, Sadiq or God, why do the righteous suffer? That's a really hard question to answer. Any monotheistic faith has to deal with the fact that you cannot make three statements together. You cannot say God is good, second, God is powerful, and third, there is evil. Those statements cannot coexist. You gotta break down one of them. You certainly want to break down the idea that God is good, because that's like not a lot of it at all. Believe that God is would be beneficial. Secondly, you don't want to say God is not all powerful, because that's also not going to God. And the whole idea is that Hashem is so Yahweh. So then most, especially the mystics, attack the idea that there is evil. Like what we perceive as evil really is evil. It's there for a reason that makes sense. It's somehow built into the universe. That the evil that we perceive today is really going to be good in the future. There's like, maybe a dozen different approaches to this problem. Some of which I think, make sense on an intellectual level, philosophical level. But on the other hand, none of them, in my humble opinion, are appealing on a visceral level. None of them feel like your guts. You say, oh, thank you for explaining to me. I have no more problems with people. We still struggle with this as human beings. It is a challenge. It's a challenge to any person of faith. If you want to say, like let's say you're a Hindu and you believe in literally 30,000 gods, they're kind of worshipped in India today, then it's not so much a problem because no God's in charge, right? So this God lets evil happen, so their God is not powerful enough to stop it. Okay, that's the way it goes. But if you're a monotheist, like Christians are, like Muslims are, you got to deal with these kinds of philosophical problems. There are other philosophical problems like, one of the big things I worry about a lot of relations is, was the universe eternal, or did it have a beginning? Right? Did the universe always exist, which is its own kind of philosophical conundrum, or did it have like a Genesis-like moment that starts? And the Rambam deals with these kinds of questions in the morning with me. Not surprisingly, we will rarely study it in Yeshiva, not because it is not regarded as normal philosophy, but because it raises so many difficult questions. If you haven't thought of those questions, we don't want to bring them up for you. Don't listen to these, by the way. Don't think about them. as a Russian expression, like mentioning the noose in the house of a hanged man. Like, you don't want to bring up the noose. Don't talk about the noose. Why bring it up? So that's why it's very, very rarely on the collegiate curriculum. But yet it is a phenomenal tower of the Jewish culture. Go on. Okay. Last one here, hugely important, the Mishnah Torah. So chances are, if you had any interaction with the Rambam, you will be in Torah. Maybe you Mishnah commentary about the Mishnah Torah, which was his life's work. Here's a picture of it. Of course, you can see it. It's a massive series of 14 volumes. It's called sometimes Yad HaZakah, that small hand, your dollar, that literally covers everything. It covers all the stuff that we used to from the later moments like the Shofar, things that really every day, but it also deals with things that existed in the past, possibly, for example, the basic Mikdash, all that stuff. There's a power did not discuss that. We are not allowed to worry about when it's a chore. When is a window not a window? When it's not a window. Did write about it. The reason why I mentioned possibly is because the Rambam was famously critical of the notion that the Korbanos would come back. And it's a big focus looking at differences between the Torah and Mishnah Torah, and different stages, and it's thinking, well, what exactly did he mean? Lots of interesting philosophical contradictions. I'm sure you know from learning halacha that the Rambam is frequently got
charging customers
we
previous
studied the halacha of the
products
Rambam.
they did. They're accused of Cherry was accused of selling more than 1 million window seats that were in fact windows.
But nevertheless, in the Mishnah Torah, he covered distant past. He also covered the Mashiach. What is the halacha of Mashiach? How are we going to know who's Mashiach? How are we going to tell this is the guy or this is not the guy? We have to look at the Rambam. He's one of the very, very few people who actually wrote about this. He also wrote about the halachos of emotions. How are you supposed to feel? How are you supposed to direct your sensations and your sensibilities, things like that? That's the day of Mason. He goes and pioneered in this area things like the laws of tshuva, which nobody else had written the halachos of how to do tshuva before. And he put them in the Mishnah Torah. It's like so expansive. It's not just the Proverbs, the halachos of Torah, things like that. It is the halachos of every possible moment in life, in the past, in the future, conscious or unconscious. It's like amazing. It is all-encompassing book. As I'm sure you're aware of, it's written in a very limpid, clear, accessible book. It's really about middle grade school level. Like, it doesn't take a massive amount of literacy to be able to work your way through Mishnah Torah. And it's like an overnight sensation.
Hashem created the world in 6 days and did not act of creation on the 6th day. Because the exodus from Egypt, Shabbat, also known as Shabbos or the Sabbath, is the centerpiece of Jewish life, and has been so since the infancy of our nation. Thus, Shabbat commemorates both the creation of the world and GDS intervention in world affairs when he took his nation out of slavery. 2. What is the source of Shabbat? Spiritual aspect. Parday, Exodus 31:15-17. Do your work during the 6th weekdays, but keep the 7th day as a Sabbath of Sabbaths, holy to Hashem. The Israelites shall thus keep the Sabbath, making it
Right, Cornell is stepping down after 11 years with Target because of really crappy sales. Their sales have been slumping for years.
So they have, like, for example,
its own strategic missteps. The company is struggling with customers who purchase less of its home goods. Target's also facing intense competition from Walmart and Amazon and Costco.
Look at the I have gone out there's this section in my desk that deals with kind of like an easy access to the Torah in terms of knowledge, what are the foundations of Torah, prayer, things like that. It's organized very differently from the Shulchan, but it has everything.
After the president comes in, signs directives, executive orders, getting rid of DEI, Target turns around and
Actually, I
goes
think
the other
you
way.
quoted it from the beginning. How long do you have? The story is really nice. And even though it's written in a really simple Hebrew, it is written with such phenomenal precision. So much time is invested. For example, if he quotes the Gemara and changes the order of the quotes, or if he removes one word, it's like whole volumes of scholarship. I remember when I was in Shiva, I was in the Shiva, I met the wine conference. It's just, it doesn't have the cool stuff it used to have. Sunday, Thursday, and then Friday was the first day we always thought of it as it's just a Rambam. We've always spent the whole week doing it. We're just going to review them in the Rambam. We'll see. And then we would show up this year completely process over the water because we had missed the sophistication of Rambam. We read it and just read it, and we would delve in and break it apart and say, wow, how can you miss this at all? Seriously. It was humiliating and humbling every Friday.
And Jerry's is mine, right?
Yeah, Jerry's it does.
Chick-fil-A is mine on the other side.
Right. And they just keep on going. And it's all this, you can't bounce back and forth. You just can't. All right, we're done, guys. Are certainly, by the way, they can't. I think that's someone else. That's so start.
I think they're, I wouldn't say that they're hard. I think they're great examples of it, but it's very characteristic of the Rishon. The Rishon tends to be very technical elements. This was written Dafkin, and Rashi also wrote Dafkin, because that was more accessible at the time for most readers. But I think that the style, the very, very careful position, and pithy language that really compressed, but perfect language, that's something you see, especially with Rambam and Rashi, but it is characteristic of the Rishon in general. The afternoon are much, I think it has to do probably with the price of paper. Actually, this was before paper was, paper was around then. I'm sorry?
Kristen Crowley has filed a claim against the city and the mayor over her fire.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But I'm joking a little bit of paper, I'm not joking that much, right? Because if you think about it, you know, I grew up in the age of typewriters. There's no typewriters on it? Yeah, so I got a letter last night from one of the professors, and my wife looked down and says, should he type this envelope?
The lawyer for Pierre Mass says there will be no comment on an ongoing personnel claim.
You know, when you were typing, if you made a mistake, especially with the old style typewriters that I really grew up on really young, you would have to like roll up the paper, take this little white paint, and paint over the letter, blow on it till it dried, roll it down, lining up exactly right, then you push the letter, right? So you really didn't want to make those mistakes. It took forever to like correct even tiny little mistakes. Later they had a kind of a tape instead of the paint, and you could push the backspace back over each letter and then you would type it again. But in word processors, first of all, you can write as much garbage as you want because it doesn't take much time to cut and paste or write completely over. It doesn't really bother you. But and I think that that's possibly also true for the writing on vellum for the most part, like parchment. Paper was developed and began to circulate in the 9th century in Baghdad, and that was a big change. But you know, it's still quite expensive to produce and to really conceptual. I'm just thinking about it. I'm sure how true that is. I always like that too. Say as much as you want.
slow down the Democrats' hard
Okay.
push for redistricting legislation. The plan is expected to pass the state legislature this week, and that could happen as early as today. If the plan goes through and voters approve in a special election slated for November, 5 Republicans could get squeezed out from areas including Orange and San Diego counties and the Central Valley Farm Belt. Republicans say they will continue to fight despite being shot down in court cases.
What I want to do is I want to take a little bit of the deep to talk about these. We could have talked earlier about makes more sense to talk about the line of the way we're trying to do well. And then we're going to when my mom is to French and so long. That's the beginning of the controversy.
ABC's Jonathan Carl says the Texas state Senate is
Yeah,
expected
it
to
is
vote on
lifetime.
A federal judge in New York has rejected a request from the Justice Department for the third and final time to release grand jury records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Dr. Robin calling it a diversion from the material that the Justice Department and the government already has in their hands, saying that it would not better inform the public.
But that's like
ABC's Rachel Scott says President Trump has directed the Justice Department to request the release of grand jury testimony related to Epstein and his co-conspirator, If you're afraid of spiders, this is not going to help.
Today, we might have to be
Spider uses its controversy to marinate
next week.
prey. Researchers say the RNA spider does not have a vigorous bite. It's enough to wrap its prey in hundreds of meters, still bigger than
Okay, so I'm going to introduce the rest of you to this amazing story. First of all, what is a is related to the idea that you cannot throw out anything as the shame of the chef. Things like that. You can't treat that document once it has been sanctified with this concept of this writing on it. You can't toss it in the garbage. You have to treat it specially. And that means that collecting all these papers up and ensuring that I used to think that
much like today, maybe a degree or two cooler. Highs in the beaches, 90s for the metro areas. Low 100s to about 109 for the valleys, IE and AB, with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. It'll start cooling down a bit more on Sunday with a gradual cooling trend through next week.
this is like a belief here in Israel. The Sinai is a don't confuse this with a trash can. It's not a trash can. It's discarded religious documents.
The NASDAQ is down 62, and the S&P 500 is up 17. We've got a crash in South LA on the
And you can't throw it away. So what are you going to do with it? So you put it into a public visa like this. The word visa, of course, means like a hiding place. Those is to like secret something away or got news right there, like things like that. So it happened that in Egypt, in Maimonides' neighborhood, actually, in Fustat, here's where Cairo is, and now we're going to on the south into the Mediterranean, towards the north. That's why they call this the Upper Nile. So it's lower than the Lower Nile. And there's this big delta here, a marshy land. Those was part of the section of the delta with some Mediterranean. Fustat is just south of Cairo itself. It's also called Hilda Fustat. So we have a shul that dates back to around that area, 1124, but then also survived. And apparently, in this community in Fustat, they had a very clear position when it came to Jesus. Basically, it says that anything that has any Hebrew letters on it is shell. Can't throw it out. Everything into an atom. Restoration this. They have this atom that for about 5
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Council. The free iHeartRadio app is now one for music, radio, and podcasts.
And so there was this massive collection of half a millennia of documents largely trash, right? And one of the really useful books in this topic is called Sacred Trash, because it was things that people no longer wanted, documents, and they tossed them into this museum. And then they were sealed up, and everybody either forgot about it or circulated bizarre rumors about how it was haunted, or there was a serpent that lived up there, and nobody knew up there. Nobody basically did go up there until the late 1800s, when a number of interesting documents started appearing on the manuscript market, and that attracted the attention of some people like the Gibbons, who were fascinating women studying at Oxford. They were not allowed to be actual students there because they were women, but they're nevertheless, they called them a Gibbons because after they got married, one of their sisters, one's name was Lewis, the other's married name was Gibbons, they were called Gibbons. But they were like amazing scholars who wrote like a translation of the language of Syriac, explained the whole language of Syriac, and an Aramaic language, and they wrote all these great books, and they were not allowed to be students. Eventually, many years later, Oxford gave them degrees because they said, you guys are much smarter than most of us. But they said essentially, where do these interesting, like, Hebraic, Judaic documents coming from? And they insisted on getting into the attic of the synagogue. You can imagine these elderly ladies traveling from England going out to the attic, and they find it in these, and it blew their mind. This is incredible. This is the single largest cache of medieval documents anywhere in the world. And it is actually true. If you want to study anything about North Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, for a good 500 years of history, you must be familiar with what the Geniza has to say about it. They communicated it to this scholar, Solomon Schechter, who was very interested in seeing these things, and eventually he was able to purchase the Geniza. Not all of it, part of it went to St. Petersburg, part of it went to Oxford, a little bit to Cambridge, and a little bit came here to New York, to the Rockefeller Seminary, where you can actually see pieces of Geniza documents. Here's a picture of him working with Geniza documents. You can see boxes and boxes of scrap papers that are all from this Geniza that says phenomenal things about the history of Jews in Western Europe. Exactly. Some enterprising, person went up and said, "Oh, look at this looks like an interesting, ancient book. I can sell it." And they go and got into the book market. And they said, "Oh, you get this? This is so cool." And then, that's how they end up getting into the whole piece of buying the whole thing, and it just completely revolutionized history of this part of the world ever since. What do you got in there? So, for example, the Wisdom of Ben Sira, which is a fascinating book that's discussed in the Gemara, that is one of the external books, sometimes called the Apocrypha, which are books written by Jews in the era of by Shemi, that for one reason or another, the rabbis did not want to do it enough. They didn't want to do it enough. The Gemara should Shira be in Tanakh, yes, no, should Ellis be in Tanakh, yes, no, and the rabbis made a decision, and that's how they have those amazing Torah, should be canonized in Tanakh. But there are lots of books that did not make it happen. For a variety of reasons, you don't always know the reasons. One of those books is called the Chokmas Ben Sira, which is dated to about the year 200 before the Common Era. It reads a little bit like Pirkei Avos, a little bit like Mishlei, and even though it's one of the strong Kitzonian, which the rabbis forbade, you're not supposed to read them. They didn't want people tracing up their minds by reading this non-Tanakh versions of various things, even though they're sort of Jewish, they're sort of religious, but the rabbi said, of course, don't read it. Nevertheless, they quote Ben Sira with some frequency in the Gemara. So it's always a question wait a second, this is fake versus this kosher. Why are we quoting it? We're quoting it first of all because it's really good. There's a discussion. I just was looking at the other day, Bob Monster around.
If it could have been averted, yes,
But it says that zero, for example, there's nothing worse than a son-in-law who lives in his father-in-law's house. Except for a guest who brings another guest. It's a whole list of like people who do
not only could the firefighters not get
really
anywhere
things.
near the
And
fire,
he's sort of talking in a very clever way, very memorable. It's like, kind of losing his initial. So until the Geniza was discovered, did not have the original galaxy. It was always recorded in translation, which was kept in the Apocrypha. So Christians have that Sirah, even though it was written by a Jewish guy for a Jewish audience, and appreciated at least to some extent by the Chachamim of the Gemara. One of the scholars working in the Geniza documents found an Hebrew document and read it and said, "Oh my gosh, this is the original Ben Sira." So we finally had a document that had been lost for nearly 2,000 years. We have the original Ben Sira because someone had a copy in Cairo, and when they were done with it, they put it in Geniza. So, like, this is like, I'm very excited about this. I don't know if I'm getting that across to you guys, but the idea of actually having the original Ben Sira, mind-blowing. Lots of issues like ours, Maimonides is all over Geniza because Maimonides lived there. And he would write whatever he wrote, and it would find its way to Geniza, including his own autographed corrections of the Mishnah Torah. This is the Maimonides' actual handwriting. And you can see him editing his own text. The really amazing editions of Mishnah Torah. There's no one complete version of this, but especially with the Geniza, we're still trying to figure out all the documents in it now. 100 years later, we have finished. To see where Maimonides is actually thinking about, use this phrase, no, let's use that phrase, he's crossing things out, he's writing things like lines, this like, you know, I think we should just have a more of a silence to think about making a decision. Here is the Maimonides' own signature. Moshe Bar Maimon.
and as far as
Moshe Bar Maimon, Moses, the son of my cousin. Yeah, but it is definitely.
they couldn't maintain the fire group in the end because there wasn't enough
This is
money.
a law here.
So
Yeah, it
there
looks
is
like a
a
lot
fight,
of
and
shit.
both sides are saying, it don't matter, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. And this is typical stuff. In the end, I don't know if Christine Crowley's going to win. It depends on where they are
I don't think it. I think it's definitely. I think these two are like the.
And if it's downtown LA, downtown LA is where Jason was.
There's a word for it.
Because you can't argue.
So I'm not sure. You don't have to get into paleography to understand how to decode his writing. But it's amazing to think that we have actual things penned by the Rambam's own hand in the Geniza.
How about those unarmed civilians?
We've got amazing writings of Yehuda Halevi in there. Tremendous finds that because they were tracked. We also have some amazing voices. Like, for example, one of the common things that they had at that time was called palimpsest, where, you know, they develop the parchment that was made from animal skins, very expensive, very hard to replace this. You know, you have to check the animal, you have to treat the skin and all that stuff to get it. Really expensive stuff. Like, for example, Charles says that when a person learns Torah as a child, what is that like? It's like writing with fresh parchment. As you imagine, it's like it's dark, it's absorbed, it's parchment really well. Then it says, what happens when you learn as an adult?
80s in the coast, 90s in the metro areas, 100 to up to 110 in the valley,
It's
90
like
in
this
the high
exactly.
desert.
But what was
This
the
report
word?
brought to you by OPO
It
Law.com.
says
We've got crashing Arcadia on the 210.
parts of it that is
There, the 210
Well,
freeway westbound at
because
Texas,
it
have
could
a
race
white shorts or slow back to the 605. It's also very slow on the 91 westbound. Lots of cars for the 15 on that past the 71 to 71 is a parking
no,
lot.
let's say you want to write.
It's also pretty slow with no cuts out.
Rub it really hard, and that makes the ink kind of like break down. It doesn't go away. It's just like grayed out in the background. Now you can write over. That's why I was learning this whole day for the first time. See so much more. So forget all that stuff. We learn on the same your head gets in deep the first time. So these are the concepts where they want to be used in paper. So they would try to rub it here. You've got some grease going on in the background. Try to rub it out. They're letting the heat catch over the top. And so they're being discovered documents. These documents by what really, really cool technology stuff involved with it. Also, partial documents were suddenly joined as their home by Rabbi and we had a piece of it, but in the piece they found two other pieces, they put them together, they were able to get it out Also,
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling.
And not only great poetry,
We'll journey through
also
moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting
notes,
love,
honey, you
decades
pick up some pita on the way home from the shuk.
change your life
Anything
forever.
I've written Hebrew was
Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance
one of the great
Encounters
scholars
with me, Francesca
Joy
Street.
Time is a lot of he was the great Unitsa scholar who wrote 5 massive volumes called the Untrained Scholar Society, based on all the little scraps in the Unitsa. And also lots of stuff on women. And like, what is he talking about? What is it? Exactly. This is a child's version of her outfit. With all of the kudos up here. It's just so amazing to see it. It's not just there's a bracha here, but there's a story from that. You have like doodles. Like this is probably from a bored kid in class saying, I wonder, what would it be like if a little black had a square head or something like that? It's just so amazing that you can see these things. Imagine a teacher said, what are you doing? That's such a fancy question. Give me that. It's going right into the amazing. Right? And I was discovered 900 years ago. So just incredible things found in these that shed light on the current greatest scholar of the future, the woman named Rabbi Rothschild, who's also written some fantastic books. As we literally go through scraps of parchment on paper and put them together to find what the Queen has to say. Here's the last thing we found here. So this is what we're dealing with now, right? The ASA has been available to scholars for about 120 years now. And the big thing are mostly been lost. Books that were thrown in entirely, scrolls that were intact, scholars have come through all of these. But we have something like 100,000 scraps of graded documents like this. Little pieces of letters. So what can we do with this? So there's amazing lab work being done, trying to reconstruct these tiny little scraps of paper, 900 years old. Find out what they say. Using ultraviolet light, trying to find out this is my favorite thing. This is your son. There's a website, there's a fragment of the month, where every month they read what they recently discovered. That's so fascinating. There are these crowdsourced Geniza projects. This is one of them, but here's my favorite. This one's called Scribes of the Cairo Geniza. This is what happens. You log into this Git account, of course, and they show you a fragment, and they ask you, can you identify what language this is? And you say, yes. And then they say, what language? You say, Hebrew. And you say, oh, very nice. Can you read it? And you say, no. I can't make it out. So they say, no problem. We give you another strike. And they say, can you read this document? And you say, they say, like, is this Hebrew document right side up? It's all processed by machine stuff. You see it, you know, rotate it 180 degrees. Can you read it now? You say, oh, no, it's my stuff for the next person. And there are literally thousands of regular people with, you know, any level of Hebrew or Arabic, whatever language shows up in Indonesia, that are working their way through these documents, contributing a little tiny bit at a time, like mapping the stars, which is another one of these massive projects, until we finally, maybe it'll take another century, we'll finally have every single piece that can be deciphered, and we're learning amazing things about what it's like to live 1,000 years ago. I know this is real thing. You know what, script is text Hebrew, Arabic, both. This one looks too hard, show me another image. Well, there's no text on either side of this fragment. The text on the fragment is illegible, you know, and you can like go on to the next version of the top part and know it's that last stuff I showed you wasn't like very, very profound. That's the actual handwriting of the Rambam. Children's textbooks, say something else. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff there that's mind-blowing. Like, for example, we're not going to talk about that too much in this class because it doesn't, maybe we will a little bit later on this semester, but Karaites. Karaites is the 9th century movement, largely emanating out of Baghdad, where Jews said they don't hold the oral Torah, they don't hold the rich Torah. And I'm sure you have kind of like a schematic sense of who the Karaites were. They did believe, it says the financial section, those survivors of the financial section, you shouldn't have any fires in your communities. So they held, okay, that's it, no fires burning on Shabbos. And you'll sit in the dark, you will not have hot foods, and the reasons why is a widespread custom. To have children is not going to show they're not Karaites. We do have fires burning under these circumstances on Shabbos. So lots and lots of Karaites in Giza, Cairo, and they go along really well with rabbis. Great leaders. They're marrying with each other, they have business partnerships, they have, there's like such limited hostility between them from the Giza doctrines. We have ketubos that are written between Lebanon and Karaite families, and it does not seem to be the big deal that I think it would be based on being other historians. So it's kind of like, quite often the Genesis says, well, we expect it to be this way, but in reality, this is the way we live. Just go along. Another example, we have like the Arizal. The Arizal, we have health treatment, is known as unarmed models of crisis response. But we have like all kinds of like information about, oh, women in particular, there's so much stuff over there. A lot of literature generally only talks about women when we have a problem with them, right? When we want to marry them, when we want to divorce them, when we want to deal with chalitza, when we want to deal with inheritance, well, that's when generally happens. But we don't have like a lot of stuff from women themselves. There's just, they did not have the same kind of opportunity to express their voices in much of the halakha literature. For obvious reasons. But in the Geniza, there's tons of stuff about women. There's this one woman who's mind-blowing named Rachel, and she broke so many rules in so many ways, and she was actually kicked out of the synagogue at one point for some of the things that she did, but she made so much money from selling spices that she made this massive donation to the shul afterwards. The shul that kicked her out, that afterwards, for generations, people would bless their daughters in the name of Usha the broken. And the things that she got away with, which is phenomenal in terms of, I don't want to put them on the recording here, but if you're really curious, you can look on my website and find a lecture on Usha the broker. There's like a whole description of what she got away with. And so we learned so much earth-shattering material from this archive, which is not necessarily what you'd expect. Okay, so Lisa does shed lots of light on the Rambam, but sheds tremendous light as well on our society, and it will exist for a while after the Rambam was, so we'll see how it's coming up later. Okay, one last thing about Provence, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay? So here is Provence, it's the south of Spain, south of France, excuse me, where the Rhone River is Lyon. It is really an unusual part of the world traditionally. It has influence from Spain, right? It's got a land connection to Spain, which has the Al-Andalus culture that we've been talking about. It also is geographically connected to northern France, which is where we have the basic school of Tosfos developing. And that's a totally different way of looking at the world Jewish. The Al-Andalus talked about a bit, Tosfos, of course, spent a lot of time on that. And it is to this world that Maimonides comes from. All his books, they started being translated into Hebrew. There's an explosion of interest and an explosion of the Torah, heavily criticized for its methodology, or the movement for its engagement with secular philosophy. The Rambam is thoroughly refined. You know, he is adored as a mass leader. He's Mediterranean, North Africa. In Europe, there was a massive controversy about this ruling that would ultimately result in the burning of publicly Jewish systems. It is the first. It is the first. So far, it certainly was one of the biggest. Really massive. It took a long time to settle down. Okay. So everybody, thank you guys for learning. Let's pick it up next week on Tuesday.
Brought out. Okay, back they go, and they call Yusuf shows up. Well, it's working so far, but as I said, wait till one or two of these people get shot. Okay, here's a go. A lot of LA stuff.
Okay, here we go.
You know, but a lot
now, the Provence is going to be a really important part for the Maimonidean controversy, which we're going to focus on for today, and then we'll wrap up. If we ended a little early, then we'll just use a good part of the stuff, because next week we're going to get into the Christian era of the Reconquista, which is a huge shift from even spending time first in the Gothic era, then we went to the Muslim era, then we went to the Christian era, and it changes dramatically. Provence is, of course, here at the south of France, not so much this far out, but close to here, which is during the era that we're looking at. It was not France proper. France didn't extend all that way down. They actually have a distinct language, which is definitely related to French, but it was actually under the control of different powers, including at one very bizarre point, apparently a Jewish king in a place called Narbonne, which is just here to the left of Montpellier. And this is an interesting place because, as we discussed before, it has influences from Al-Andalus coming into the region. It's got a natural land connection. It also has a lot of influence from the school of Tosfos, which is huge at this point. And this is the mess that Rambam gets into when his books start getting translated towards the end of his life, especially his Arabic languages. But as we shall see, he also got a certain amount of controversy for the Mishnah Torah. So basically, we're going to look at four maps today, because the controversy surrounding the Rambam fall into four distinct periods. Although, if you read the article that I assigned on Canvas, you'll see that many scholars point out that it's not like there were 4 chapters of the Maimonidean controversy. There's lots of it that starts way before Maimonides was even alive. Certain issues, like the role of philosophy in Judaism, for example, go way back before the Rambam and continue way past it, right up to our own times. So it may be more useful to look at these as 4 kind of like sharp points or 4 climaxes where there was like a huge amount of focused attention on the Rambam, negative attention, but there was a lot of reasons behind that controversy that really start much earlier, go much later, and the controversies really overlap with each other in a lot of significant ways. So the first period was during the Rambam's own life. He died in 1204, and the Mishnah Torah was published in 1180. Right, so towards the end of his life, he's really become quite a senior scholar, a senior leader at this point, regarded as the leader of world Jewry, really. And his Mishnah Torah makes it all the way to Provence. And you have 2 different areas where there are controversies. The first one, which you probably spend a lot of time with, because in inimitable Jewish tradition, one of the most beautiful things about printing conventions is that when someone writes a critical book, we have to put it on the same page as the actual original book do. So you can read, what the book has to say, and you can read what its critics say, which reminds me of a funny story. I hope you don't mind if I tell you. When my wife and I were first married maybe 3-4 years to this point, we bought a book on Shalom bias because we're very eager and sincere, and we think I was married 35 years now, so we're still hanging in there. But we bought this book, and it was called 2 Halves of a Whole by Rabbi, I think his name is David, and his wife's name was Tehillah Abramov. And it was written in a really interesting way. The first part of it is written by Rabbi David for husbands, and the second half is written by Rabbi Tehillah for wives, right? And so we bought this book, and then my wife said, okay, I read it first. I read the men's section first, and I read it very carefully because I want to be a good husband and father. And I made all kinds of little notes, and I underlined and highlighted things, right? And I finished my section. Then I gave it to my wife, and my wife read the men's section with my notes before she looked at the women's section. She wanted to know more of what was in my head before she even started her whole part on it. So I got used to that. Anyways, so one of the greatest critics of the Rambam is, of course, the rival, Rabbi Abraham ben David, or Ibn Daud. He was a Provence scholar. His years are roughly 1125 to 1198. And you know him by his commentary right there on the page of Mishnah Torah, right? Asagos Araiva are some of the most entertaining, incisive critiques of the Rambam, many of which the Rambam later on in his life, accepted, said, that's a really good criticism, and, I should have included it. If I had a chance to write the Mishnah Torah again, I would have probably involved the Rabbit's critiques. Sometimes they're burning and acerbic in tone, which was not that unusual, and when we show him, you do see this, and certainly even beforehand in the Gemara, you will see occasionally some very biting comments that if they happened in the yeshiva today, people would be really shocked. But nevertheless, the Rabbah really drills down and attacks the Rambam with, the intention of reaching the emes. It's not an ad hominem attack at all. This is really a disagreement over how to work with Habakkuk. And his main issues are twofold. The first is the Mishnah Torah has no footnotes. Right? This was a huge departure from most of the scholarship that was happening until that time. That when you wrote a tshuva, when you wrote a machberet, or you wrote some kind of a treatise, you always cited your sources. You always said, I'm basing this on what Rama said on Daf Dalet of Bava Metzia or whatever it is. You always cite your sources. The Rambam, however, famously did not cite sources in the Mishnah Torah, or hardly ever cited sources in the Mishnah Torah. In his defense, he later wrote that basically, that was not the point of his book. He wanted to write a simple book, and it is massive already. He wanted to make it accessible did not want to weigh it down with so many footnotes and side arguments and stuff like that. He just figured out the halakha as best he could, and he wrote it down in a clear, limpid Hebrew, so that everybody with a basic level of reading knowledge could be able to access this book. And footnotes just would have gummed up the whole system, would have made it so much more difficult, and so many people would argue about it. But of course, you can imagine when scholars read that book, they say, and they're familiar with some of the sources, and they say, well, how did you get to that decision, Mr. Rambam? You know, we know there are multiple opinions. Who says that this opinion is the right one? Where is your, where's your deductive, show us your work, show us your rough draft? We don't see any of that stuff. And so the Rambam really emphasized it for that stylistic approach, which of course the Rambam exposed himself to it by writing into that way, by not, burning the footnotes. There were also some philosophical issues. One of the challenges that really comes out of Rambam's works is especially when you look at passages that seem to imply different things in different books. Now, the Rambam clearly wrote for different audiences, as we discussed last week. The Mishnah Torah was written for a popular audience, written in Hebrew, which was much more accessible, especially to people who were not fluent in Arabic. So in other words, it really was designed for the aged because it went beyond Arabic, which was the lingua franca for most of Jewry of the southern part of the Mediterranean, but not at all the northern part of the Mediterranean, not at all Italy, not at all large populations in Asia Minor and in Babylonia, former Babylonia. Actually, no, this point they're speaking Arabic over there as well. So by writing in Hebrew, he's speaking to a much larger audience. And also, the Morah Nebuchim was a totally different kind of book. The Guide for the Text was written in Judea for a very narrow audience, maybe even, at least the conceit of the book is, for an audience of one specific person, one particular student who's having trouble with philosophical issues, and the Rambam wrote to him in the vernacular of the day, just like we saw with the Rif, that when something got complicated, they preferred to write in Arabic. They said, this is, Hebrew does not yet have the vocabulary, the kind of linguistic tools that Arabic has developed, so when they need to explain something complicated, they frequently went to Arabic. So when you look at the contradictions sometimes, or apparent contradiction between the Mishnah Torah and the Morah, some of them are quite glaring. One of the issues that came up in the Morah and the book are things like resurrection. What is going to happen after we die, after 120 years, when Mashiach comes back? What exactly is the sequence of events? Do we come back in physical bodies? Do we come back sort of like as spiritual beings? What happens in between the time that people die and the time that Mashiach comes? Are we all like waiting? Are we like suspended animation? These kinds of very difficult issues of resurrection are handled differently by the Rambam in different places, and in some areas, it is hashkafically out of step with Judaism per se, even though in many ways the Rambam is sort of like defining what is hashkafically correct. But that's one of the major issues on a hashkafic level that the Rambam criticized Maimonides for. When we go way over here, or any questions by the Rambam before we go to the traditional NLE? Okay, so that's the kind of critique that the Rambam has, fairly mild in many ways, because you put them on the same page for the Rambam. But over here in Baghdad, we have a totally different kind of critique. The Gao, right? We have in Baghdad now the great yeshivas Surah and Pumbedita, which are of course prominent in the Gemara. They have moved north to the city of Baghdad, and it's a very different kind of environment at this point. These are like big institutions that exist in a large Jewish population, and they have a way of doing things that they've been doing for hundreds of years. Now they're slowly beginning to decline because Spain in particular has grown in Jewish population, and so it begins to actually eclipse Baghdad. But when the Gaon, meaning one of the great leaders of the academies of this time, Rabbi Shmuel ben Ali, who died in 1194, he read the Mishnah Torah. His objection was not so much about the lack of footnotes, not so much about the distinctions that occasionally come up between the Mishnah Torah and the Rambam's other writings. He was really upset with the economics of Maimonides. Because Maimonides had a pretty radical approach to Dayanim and to people in Chinuch, that they should not get paid. Which people in Chinuch have difficulty in getting paid today, even with that modern system. But he felt that just like Hashem gave us the Torah, gave Moshe the Torah for free, Moshe doesn't have the right to make money off of what Hashem gave him for free. He has to pass it on for free. And so too, all Dayanim, all judges are required to judge without any financial interest in their service. And also, teachers should be teaching Torah for free. Now, if you're familiar with the Gemara that discusses this at length, there are exceptions for sure. Like, for example, we're only talking about teaching Torah, teaching a craft, teaching a skill, teaching, English is a second language. Of course, you can charge for that. That's not Torah, and you're providing a service. And there's also a huge carve out for, what about if you weren't teaching, you would be making a living doing something else, like nuclear physics or brain surgery or something. So, how can you give up that salary? So there's a possibility that you can pay schar batala, which is kind of like the payment that you would take for not being engaged in some other productive work. And so that's not really payment for teaching Torah, which should be free, but for being available. It's a compensation, right? But it's not a compensation for Torah, because according to the Rambam, it's very, very strict about this and very, very blunt. Teachers should not get paid for teaching Torah. Right. Compensation that I could have been doing something else, now I'm doing this, so you should at least pay me for my time. Good argument. Mr. Joseph,
this really
lost wages. Right, exactly. It is essentially the same kind of justification for giving payment to a teacher. Essentially the same kind of justification. But it's not because of an injury.
So in general, those questions, you're referring to anybody who's teaching Torah should always have a job. You realize it wasn't social security,
right?
Be able to find something.
Exactly. You go into business. You become like in the Gemara. You have wood choppers. You have shoemakers. You have all kinds of crafts that rouse it. Now this is a machlokes that's gone on. That's his critique. Because don't forget, he's writing from the establishment, and he's saying, excuse me, how do you think we keep this yeshiva open? Do you think that we just and they're always asking for donations from the entire Mediterranean basin and they're saying to the rest of the world, hey, this is the leadership of the Torah world, and we provide direction in Torah, and you should support us. Here's a Jewish calendar, send us a check, all that kind of thing. And the Rambam is saying this is not the way it should be done at all. Torah should be totally for free. Tzedakah for sure, but it should not be a quid pro quo. And that's why he was sharply opposed by the Gaon Shmuel ben Ali. But again, both of these things are like, they're not really nasty. They get much nastier to me. Any questions about the argument here? Hebrew had not really gone through its renaissance of linguistics until Dunash ibn Labrat, just before Maimonides, and it takes a few hundred years even to